Good morning, everyone. My name is Bill Bergman, and I will be chairing the meeting of the Philadelphia Zoning Board of Adjustment. With me is our Board Vice Chair, Tanetta Graham,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Board Secretary, Cheryl L. Gaston,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Board Member Michael Johns,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Board Member Taya Wynn,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
and our Board Member Ryan McAdams.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Also here is our attorney, Lynn Reuter Huber. Also, Ian Haggerty, our zoning board executive director, and our board administrator, Lakeisha Dandy. A recording of this hearing will be posted on the ZBA website. By participating, you consent to be recorded. This is an in-person meeting with remote capabilities. Whether remote or in person, if you're called to speak, you must start with spelling your name and wait to be sworn in. Once you've been sworn in, please state your name each time before beginning your testimony. Any person may enter an appearance as an interested party. There are three ways. You can identify the case property address on the Zoom webinar. You can see a staff member, or you can call the ZBA appearance line by the close of business tomorrow. Call 270-5548. Leave a message including your email address and the address of the appeal and the address of the appeal case. The following guidance is for our remote attendees. When directed, you must raise your virtual hand in order to be recognized to speak. If you're called to testify, you'll be prompted to join as a panelist. Please accept and turn on your camera. The Q&A is for questions concerning the hearing. Do not make comments on the Q&A. And you, by participating, press *9 to raise your hand and *6 to unmute. For our in-person attendees, refrain from talking, eating, or drinking during the hearings. Verbal and physical aggression will not be tolerated. Restrooms are across on the elevator. A water fountain is just to the right. When speaking on the record, you must speak directly into the microphone in order to be heard by all attendees and also our court reporter. In the event of an emergency, please follow the directions given over the public address system or by staff. The main exit is the double doors in the rear. Next to the double doors is the stairwell to the left. In case of an evacuation, the rally point is Love Park, directly across Arch Street. Please remain there so we can account for you. So let's look at our schedule for today. Let's see here. Number 2, 7001 to 35 Castor Avenue. MI 2024-007-544. We have a Portuguese interpreter for this case.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Yes, my name is Monica Aguiar, Monica Aguiar, and I have an ID number. It's D as in Delta, J as in Juliet, 633.
Do you swear or affirm that you will interpret accurately and also impartially from English to Portuguese and from Portuguese to English to the best of your ability?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so let's call. Could you please call number 2, right? Is this your attorney needed on this too?
It says attorney need.
Do we have an attorney in the audience for this? All right, the owner is Daniel Silva. Mr.
Daniel Silva, Senor Silva.
Good morning. This is Doreen, and I will be your co-host this morning. And I'm looking for Daniel Silver. Is that Silva?
Silva.
Okay.
Silva.
Eu sou Doreen Blakely e você uma apresentadora também e estou chamando Daniel Silva.
All right. I don't see a Daniel Silva.
Não
Okay,
vejo
so
Daniel
try,
Silva.
call one more time, please.
Senhor Daniel Silva. Senhor Daniel Silva está presente? Are you present, Daniel Silva?
Checking for that name now, and I don't seem to see a Daniel Silva in the
Okay,
audience.
so this is the third listing. So MI 2024 007544 7001 to 35 Castor Avenue. I vote to dismiss.
Michael Johns, my vote is to dismiss.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is to dismiss.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is to dismiss.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is to dismiss.
Diane Nguyen, my vote is to dismiss.
Yeah. Well, in that particular case, we're going to waive the 2-year rule. So could we vote one more time with a waive the 2-year rule?
Michael Johns, my vote is to dismiss and waive the 2-year rule.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is to dismiss and waive the 2-year rule.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is to dismiss and waive the 2-year rule.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is to dismiss and waive the 2-year rule.
Diane Nguyen, my vote is to dismiss and waive the 2-year rule.
Thank you, interpreter. Could you please interpret the vote for the record? Thank you.
Yes. Como essa é a terceira audiência, foi votado de deixar remover a regra de 2 anos e o caso foi indeferido.
Okay, thank you, interpreter.
Thank you very much for having me. Is the
All right.
interpreter free to go?
Okay, yes.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Ian, do we have an interpreter for number 3 too?
No, sir. We have an interpreter for the following case in the
Okay,
first
good.
list.
All right, all right. So number 3, MI 2024 001 844 1923 Dennis Street. William Machuchla is the listed owner. No exhibits, third listing.
I see no one with their hand raised for that one.
MI 2025 001 844 1923 Denny Street. I vote to dismiss.
Michael Johns, my vote is to dismiss.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is to dismiss.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is to dismiss.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is to dismiss.
Diane Nguyen, my vote is to dismiss.
Number 7, MI 2025 003 575 7951 Roosevelt Boulevard. Listed owner is Con Kellerville. We need a Georgia interpreter for that case.
Georgian interpreter Maureen Leonard, if you could please raise your hand and be promoted to panelist.
They have been promoted.
Good morning. Do we see her?
What's the interpreter's name?
This is an interpreter for the Georgian language, Maureen Leonard. Their hand is raised now.
Okay. They have been promoted. The interpreter is declining. Maureen Leonard, could you please accept the promotion?
Everybody's so serious. They look at the faces. What is this?
Coming in now.
Georgian interpreter is here. Can you hear me?
Good morning.
Good morning. I'm sorry, I was having technical difficulties.
Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Yes, good morning. My name is Maureen Leonard. It's spelled as Marine, Leonard, Leonard. My interpreter ID, if you please, J as in Jason, V as in Victor, 767.
Do you swear or affirm that you will interpret accurately, completely, and impartially from English to Georgian and from Georgian to English to the best of your ability?
I swear.
All right, thank you. Could you please call for us? Here it is here.
Kobak Ekelashvili.
So could you please call for us Koba, Koba,
Kekelash.
Ekelavhvila.
Kobak Ekelashvili თუ არის დარბაზში. გამარჯობა, კობაკ ეკელაშვილი თუ არის დარბაზში ვინმე? 7951 ის რუზველტ ბულვარზე.
There is no one in the audience by that name.
Thank you. So this is the second listing. We still have no exhibits. MI 2025-003 575 7951 East Roosevelt Boulevard. I vote to dismiss.
Bill Johns, my vote is to dismiss.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is to dismiss.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is to dismiss.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is to dismiss.
Taya Witt, my vote is to dismiss.
Thank you. Interpreter, could you please put that we voted? How do you want her to do this, Ian? Just
Thank you,
acknowledge it
Chair.
on the record?
Ms. Leonard, if you could just interpret the board's vote for the record. Thank you.
საბჭო მერთობლივად დახურა შეხვედრა. კობაკ ეკელაშვილის გასაგებად. Yes,
So,
it's translated.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, and I apologize again for technical
No,
difficulties.
no, no, no. That's wonderful.
Have a
That's-
good day.
That's fine. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So
Bye-bye.
MI 2025, the next case, MI 2025-006 511 1330 West Rockland Street. This case is continued until August 26, 2025, at 2026, sorry, at 9:30 a.m. So that's August 26, 2026 at 9:30 a.m. And Mark must be heard. Number 9, MI 2023-006 615 1301 North 15th Street. This case is continued until August 26, 2026 at 9:30 a.m. Mark must be heard. Number 10, MI 2025-006 631 2324 Tasker Street. No exhibits, first listing. Owner's name is, the attorney's name is Jennifer Bizzillo. Listed owner, Diana Steely.
Jennifer Bazillo has been promoted.
Good morning, Mr.
Good morning, counsel. Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Sure. My name is, wow. Jennifer Bazidlo, B as in boy, A as in apple, Z as in zebra, Y, D as in David, L as in Larry, O as in Oscar.
Right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Could you please give us an update on this? This is the first listed. We don't have no exhibits.
Sure. We were unable to meet with the community association, but we have one scheduled in May, so we will be ready to go with the next listing.
Okay, so this case will be continued to August 26, 2026 at 9:30 a.m. and Mark must be heard.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Let's see here, next case is number 12. MI 2025-006 636 1304 to 06 South 9th Street. This case has been withdrawn. It's number 17. And MI 2025-006 728 1802 Kendrick Street. This case is continued to August 26, 2026 at 9:30 a.m. Are there any other requests for continuance?
I see no hands, Chair.
We're going to go to the case we're going to hear first today. It's number 14. Well, let me do our two add-ons first. I'm sorry. Number 1, MI 2025-007 102 1838 North Van Pelt Street. I vote yes with proviso. Maximum 3 dwelling units. Revised plans, 1 page, stamped by ZBA on April 22nd, 2026.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes with proviso.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with proviso.
Janetta Graham, my vote is yes with proviso.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes with proviso.
Kaya Wynn, my vote is yes with proviso.
Thank you. Number 2, MI 2025-005 855 2136 North 27th Street. I vote yes. Temporary variance to expire 4/23/30.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes with proviso.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with proviso.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes with proviso.
Kaya Wynn, my vote is yes with proviso.
Number 14 is our first one on our regular list. MI 2025-006 650 1745 Belfield Avenue. We have a Spanish interpreter for this, please.
Pedro Tena has been promoted.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your
Mhm.
Honor. Good morning, members of the chair of the board.
Good morning. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Yes, my name is Leonel, spelled as an Leonel. My last name is Gillen, spelled Guillen.
Do you swear or affirm that you will interpret accurately, completely, and impartially from English to Spanish and from Spanish to English to the best of your ability?
I swear.
Could you please call for us Pedro Joseph Tena, who is the owner?
Está presente el señor Pedro Joseph Tana.
Tena, sí, estoy aquí.
Yes, I am here, and it's Tena.
Could you ask him, please, does he swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
¿Jura decir la verdad, toda la verdad y nada más que la verdad?
Sí, lo juro.
Yes, I swear.
This application is for use as a personal vehicle and repair and maintenance. Whereas the personal vehicle and maintenance repair is in the CM2 zoning district and not allowed. our vice chair has a few questions.
Muy bien, entonces este es para el uso individual, personal y legal de vehículos de reparación, en cuanto a la parte de reparación y mantenimiento. Y sin embargo, en el CM2 de distrito, de este distrito, de esta zonificación, no es permitido, pero nuestro vicedirector de la Junta tiene unas cuantas preguntas para usted.
Ok, gracias.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Muy buenos días. ¿Usted ha ingresado sus documentos y exhibiciones 5 días antes de la cita?
Sí,
Yes.
And the chair read your refusal. Do you stipulate to the accuracy of the refusal?
Muy bien. Y la Junta le hizo el rechazo. ¿Y usted estipuló las condiciones del rechazo?
sí.
Yes.
All right, thank you. You can share your screen and then proceed with your case.
Gracias. ¿Puede, por favor, compartir su pantalla, por favor?
Please ask him if, in fact, could he give us a little idea what he's trying to do?
Ok, ¿nos puede dar una pequeña idea de qué es lo que usted está tratando de hacer?
¿Explicar el taller?
Sí, dígale que usted tiene más de años.
Que yo tengo ahí en esa ubicación alrededor de 10 años dándole servicio a la comunidad y estoy tratando en mi negocio funciona en ventas de gomas nuevas y usadas y me
Permítame.
gustaría.
Permítame un segundito. Okay,
Ujú.
so I have been in that location for 10 years, serving the community. And in my business basically is the sale of tires, rubber tires, new and used. Continúe.
Sacar una licencia para dar servicio de mantenimiento y reparar vehículos y me la negaron y por eso estoy aquí tratando de conseguir el Sony para poder funcionar con la licencia y estar por todo lo legal.
And so I asked for a license to service and give maintenance to and repair vehicles, but it was denied. And so I'm trying to get a license so I can work with all the legal documentations and under the law.
Okay. Could you please tell him that we have all of his documents? If possible, could he show us photos of his property and/or drawings that he has of the property?
Muy bien, ok, muy bien. Entonces tenemos todos los documentos que tenemos, que usted ingresó. Ahora, si es posible, nos puede mostrar fotografías o dibujos de el local para tener una idea.
And
Esta es
right now,
una.
all he's doing there is tires, and what he wants to do now is repair autos too. Is that correct?
Ok, entonces en este momento lo único que tiene ahí son llantas, ¿verdad? Y lo que quiere hacer también ahora es reparaciones, ¿correcto?
Sí, por ahora lo que tengo es llanta y me interesa dar mantenimiento de servicio y mantenimiento y servicio a vehículos también.
Yes, right now it's only tires, and I am interested in giving maintenance and servicing vehicles.
Okay, will he continue with the tires?
Muy bien, ¿y va a continuar siempre trabajando con las llantas?
Sí, voy a continuar dando el servicio de llanta al público.
Yes, I'm going to continue giving, provide the services for tires to the public.
Go over the photos one more time.
Pasa las fotografías una vez más, por favor.
Okay, does he have any drawings of the building?
¿Tiene dibujos del edificio?
Sí, sí,
Yes.
ahí están.
Yes, there they are.
So he's on the point there.
Ahí está en el punto, ¿verdad? Ahí.
Sí,
Yes.
Okay. Um, And the tires are stored outside in a chain link fence, is that what I'm saying?
Ok, y las llantas están almacenadas en una malla ciclón, ¿verdad? ¿Eso es lo que estoy
sí,
viendo? ¿Están almacenadas ahí?
sí, están dentro, no tengo gomas afuera, solo toda la goma de venta están adentro y la de reciclaje también.
Yes, they're inside. Nothing is stored outside, as you can see. And I also have the recycling bins inside as well.
Questions from the board?
Preguntas de la Junta.
Will you be doing any painting?
¿Va a estar pintando?
No veo nada de pintura ni lavado de carro, nada fuera de lo normal.
No. I'm not gonna do any painting, and I'm not gonna be doing car washing as well. Nothing out of the ordinary.
Has there been any kind of issues with his neighbors in the past since he's been operating the business?
¿Y ha habido algún problema en el pasado desde que está operando con sus vecinos?
No, en ningún momento hemos tenido ningún tipo de problema. Siempre, gracias a Dios, hemos estado muy unidos con la comunidad y siempre buscamos la manera de mantener el área confortable para los transeúntes y la comunidad.
No, I haven't had any type of problems previously with the neighbors. Thank God, we've always been a very united community, and have always looked for a way to make people comfortable.
And my understanding is the RCO meeting, only one person showed up?
Y tengo entendido que en la reunión de RCL solo una persona se presentó.
Sí, no fue nadie, fue una persona de los dirigentes, pero ningún vecino fue a quejarse ni nada por el estilo, porque, ¿sabes? Nos llevamos muy bien, gracias a Dios.
Yes, it was only one person, but none of the neighbors showed up to complain or anything like that because we've always gotten along very well.
And he also turned in a support letter from 23 signatures.
Y
Other
también,
questions from the board?
muy bien, y también presentó una carta con 23 de apoyo con 23 firmas, ¿es correcto?
Sí.
Muy bien, tenemos más preguntas de la Junta.
Okay. My question is, how many cars does he plan to repair? And when we talk about repair, we're talking what? Oil changes and things like that? Is that what he's planning to do?
Muy bien, ¿cuántos vehículos planea reparar? Y estamos hablando acerca, por ejemplo, de cambio de aceite y cosas así, ¿es correcto?
Por lo menos solo tenemos espacio para 3 vehículos.
Okay,
No mucho más de ahí y no hacemos ningún tipo de trabajo para almacenaje de vehículos.
so we only have space for 3 vehicles, and we do not do any vehicle storage.
And when you say, so how many other people are going to be working with him?
Muy bien, ¿y cuántas otras personas van a estar trabajando con usted?
Solo trabaja mi familia, yo, mi hijo y mi yerno. Solo trabajamos ahí.
It's only family, so it's myself, my son, and my son-in-law.
Okay. And you're still going to do the tires, but you're also going to try to expand a little bit and do other work on cars.
Muy bien, así que también va a seguir haciendo lo de las llantas, pero quiere expandirse un poquito más para hacer otros trabajos, ¿correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
Yeah, and that's excluding body fender repair and spray painting, which is not permitted in this district and is not part of this application, correct?
Muy bien, y eso excluye la reparación de bumpers, de pinturas y cosas así, lo cual no es permitido y no es parte de esta aplicación, ¿correcto?
No tengo nada que sea body, nosotros no nos dedicamos a nada que sea body, solo gomas y mantenimiento de vehículos. Por eso es que nosotros no hacemos ningún trabajo de largo plazo. Todo lo que hacemos era trabajo rápido. Solo cambio de aceite, freno, se va, eso es todo.
No, nothing, no body shop, nothing like that. That's why we've only done tires, and we want to do maintenance, just nothing long term. That's why I want to do only quick repairs, maintenance, friction changes, things like that.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Any other
Gracias.
questions from the board?
¿Más preguntas de la Junta?
Questions from our attorney?
¿Preguntas de nuestro abogado?
No questions at this time.
Questions or
Mm,
comments
no
from this
preguntas.
audience or the virtual audience?
¿Preguntas de la audiencia virtual?
There are no hands.
No hay manos levantadas.
Planning Commission?
Comisión de Planificación.
Good morning, Chair and board members. This is Jonathan Goins with planning staff.
Muy buenos
Can you
días.
please spell your name for the stenographer?
Ok, muy buenos días a todos, miembros de la Junta. Mi nombre es Jonathan Goins del staff de planificación.
Yeah, my name is spelled Jonathan. Last name Goins, Goins.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please proceed, sir.
Muy bien, solamente se juramentó y deletró su nombre.
The comprehensive plan recommends no change to the CMX2 commercial mixed use zoning at this location.
Muy bien, la Comisión de Planificación y el CMX2 recomienda que no hayan cambios en esta parte de zonificación.
The property has a long-standing history of auto-related use dating back at least to the 1950s.
La propiedad, sin embargo, tiene un largo historial de reparación de vehículos por largo tiempo, un largo historial yendo hasta los 1950s.
However, the appellant has not demonstrated that there are unique physical circumstances or conditions of the property that would prevent it from being used in conformance with the zoning code.
Sin embargo, también el apelante no ha demostrado que hay cambios, que hayan condiciones físicas o circunstancias físicas únicas o condiciones que eviten que se comprometa a operar de acuerdo al código de zonificación.
The City Planning Commission recommends the board deny the requested variance.
Thank you.
La comisión de la ciudad recomienda que se le niegue.
Interpreter, we're going to hold the vote on this. We're working right now on a tax compliance issue relative to the property. And when we're notified of the tax compliance, we will relist the case.
Yes, sir. Muy bien. Entonces, en este momento vamos a abstenernos del voto, ya que estamos revisando un asunto de cumplimiento de impuestos relacionado a esto. Entonces, nos vamos a abstener de votar en este momento y vamos a relistar el caso y nos vamos a notificar inmediatamente cuando estemos listos.
Thank you, Interpreter. Thank you so much for your help. We really appreciate it. Okay?
It's always a pleasure, Your Honor.
Right. Thank you.
Mucho. Gracias.
¿Tienen alguna fecha para la respuesta?
By any chance, do you have a date for the answer?
Well, I think we need to have the compliance first. Once we get the compliance, then we'll give him a date.
Creo que primero
Yeah.
tenemos que revisar la parte del cumplimiento primero y una vez que ya lo tengamos, le vamos a dar una fecha.
Yeah, Mr. Tana, this is Ian Hegarty, the executive director. If you or your expediter could please get in touch with the office, we can explain what you need to submit, but we need a tax clearance form from you in order to have the board schedule the vote. We need that from you before the vote will happen.
Sí, señor Tena, entonces, si este es el director ejecutivo, mire, por favor, contáctese con nuestra oficina. Lo que sí es que primero tiene que ingresar un formulario de liberación de impuestos, o sea, que está al día con tal parte de todos sus impuestos, para poder agendar la fecha para la votación. ¿Está bien?
Está bien.
Okay. Thank you very
well.
much.
Pase buen día.
Thank you. And Interpreter, thanks again.
It's always a pleasure. Have a beautiful day.
For sure. All right. Thank you too. Number one, MI 2024-004-304, 2001 Kinsey Street. Winston Banks is the listed owner. Oh, good morning. Good morning, Mr. Banks. How are you, sir?
Oh, fine.
Good morning. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Oh, Winston Banks, Banks.
Right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay. This application is for a two-family household living in an existing structure, whereas the proposed two household living is prohibited in the RSA 5 zoning district. You do have a letter of support from the RCO and also non-opposition from Councilmember Lozada. Our vice chair has a few questions.
Good morning.
I'm gonna say one thing. I do have an attorney on this,
Okay. What's your attorney's name?
Louis Stevens.
Louis what?
Stevens.
Do we see an attorney for this?
Yes, Louis Stevens should be coming in now.
Okay. Thank you for telling us that. We didn't have that information.
Good morning, board.
Good morning, counsel. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
My name is Louis Stevens, Louis Stevens.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes,
Mr. Stevens, did you hear our opening?
I did.
Okay. You can start your presentation.
And I'm sorry to interrupt, Mr. Stevens. This is Ian Hegarty, Executive Director. The appellant had asked for us to share the documents. Is that how you would like to proceed, or would you like to share the documents?
You can share them. I have them shared, but you can share them. You're probably more technically savvy than I am.
All right, we'll go with that.
Again, this is an application to use a property on Kinsey Street as a two-family dwelling. For the past 12 years, he's been receiving a rental license that shows 2 units been used as a duplex for at least 12 years, according to the rental license. As far as documents, you know what? I'll share them. I think it'd be easier.
Okay.
If that's okay.
Absolutely. Please proceed.
Did everyone see the documents?
No, nothing so.
You said no.
Mr. Stevens,
See
how
the
about if we do
file.
this? Why don't you get your documents straight and then we'll come back to you? Okay, that way, we can keep the flow moving and, I'll come back to you in a half hour if you're ready to roll.
Well, I have them up. I mean, you can't see them?
No, that's why I said we're not seeing your documents.
No, maybe if you stop sharing and then reshare.
Okay.
I see one document up that says tax clearance.
Okay, that's the beginning.
Okay. Yep. So,
So as far as the
believe-
documents,
yep,
I have the tax clearance, the notice of refusal, which all been presented, the posting, the non-opposition, the this is the architectural drawings of the property.
okay, why don't, you might want to go over the architectural drawings.
Mr. Banks, can you
Yes.
explain the drawings?
Yes, on the first floor is one single unit um, as an apartment, and on the second floor is where my room is, and there is a third floor, but it's only for storage, no living space. I have 4 files for the business and other items up on the third floor. So basically, that's it.
Is there a business conducted out of here?
Well, since I sold my warehouse, on the business licenses, the address is 2001 Kinsey Street. And the file cabinet is where I keep my documents.
Right, okay. So you live on the second floor,
Yes.
and the first floor you rent out as a residential unit?
Yes.
Okay.
And Mr. Banks, regarding the business, you're just storing documents there. Is that correct?
Yes, I have 3. I'm sorry, I said 4. I have 3 file cabinets up there, and all my documents since 1995, my corporation, books, tax forms, tax returns.
We have photos of the property?
Yes.
Wow.
They should have been also, did you submit photos, Mr. Banks, directly?
Yes.
Mine are not great copies, but
There's a single page with like 8 pictures of the internal inside of the property. I submitted that to the board.
Ian, do we have that?
I also uploaded them also.
I'll check now, Chair.
Thank you, Ian.
Well, those are pictures of like the bedrooms, the bathrooms.
How many bedrooms on the first floor?
It's 2.
How many on the second floor?
Technically, like 3. 'Cause it was it's a large single.
Kitchens on both first floor and second floor?
Yes.
Right, okay.
And bathrooms as well.
Right.
Individual bathrooms. There's 2 separate entrances. There's one past.
The first and second floor?
Yes. For the second floor is closer to the corner of the building, and on
Yeah,
the first.
well, we just got to see some photos, that's all.
Oh, okay.
If we can.
That's.
Yeah,
messy inside.
yeah, but it's a little tough.
That's upside down.
Down sideways.
Yeah, we could.
Okay, Chair, this is Ian again. I do have
Okay, thank you. Let's see. if we can get
2 or
Could
3
you take
additional
yours down,
documents
sir?
I can show.
Council, could you take yours down?
Do I stop sharing? Or I'll take it down?
Yeah, please. Ian?
Okay, Mr. Banks,
Yeah. So
is that
that's
the
his-
property?
Yes, that's the property. On the left-hand side, next to that small window, that's the doorway for the first floor.
Right.
And if you go to the corner Right above that, a red truck, that's the, enter the doorway for the second floor.
All right.
Two separate doorways.
Okay.
That's the hallway on the second floor.
Okay.
Bathroom. Second floor bathroom.
That's yours.
Yes.
Those are all the additional photos that were uploaded.
Just the bathroom and the picture outside, is that what you had, Ian?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Well, I saw the picture where there was like 8 of them for the internal.
Yeah,
I saw that on there.
The 8 internal ones, can you bring them up at all?
Sure, I'm not seeing any additional photos that have been uploaded here. This is what we got.
Okay, so I think what we're probably going to do here is we're going to finish hearing the case, and then what we'll do is I'm thinking about closing it, and then we'll just for documents.
So we'll
All
do
right.
a resumption then.
Right.
Okay, for the.
Yeah, we could do
photos,
a resumption.
Yeah.
Okay. So why don't
for the
go ahead?
photographs.
I'm
I
listening.
did see the, internal.
Yeah, he says he can't bring it up. What I'm saying to you is, why don't we do this? I have a date here. I can give you a resumptive hearing. You'll come back with your attorney and then have photos that we can readily see and understand and things like that. All right?
Well, I do have some right with me. If I-
No, we need to have it submitted. I'm sorry about that, but we need to have that submitted, okay?
If I submit it today, I can go to
Why don't
state.
you, wait before you leave, see the staff?
Okay.
Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to have a resumptive hearing July 7th at 9:30 a.m. Okay?
Thank you.
And then just have all your things together and we'll get you straight.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
All right. We're going to go to number 3. Number 4, let's see here. Number 5. MI 2025-003-565, 2038 South 4th Street. Ban Hang is the owner. There's a recommendations of support from Dickinson Square West and also a letter of non-opposition from Councilmember Squilla. Do we see the individual?
I'm here, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking here for you. Morning. Could please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Yes, sir. My name is Bon Heng, spelled Bonheng.
Right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
This is for the erection of a 3rd floor addition, right? Whereas the proposed 2-family household living is prohibited in the CMX1 zoning district, and the roof has a maximum height of 5 feet from entrance to the rear, whereas there is no proposed setback for both the roof and the property in the front. Is that,
Yes, sir.
understand that? Okay. Our vice chair has just a few questions for you.
Yes, sir.
Hi, good morning. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and the chair read your refusal, so did you stipulate to its accuracy?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right, thank you. You can share your screen and tell us what you're about to do.
Sure. The screen, I think I clicked the option that
Okay.
staff assistant.
Sure. Ian, do you have that?
It's up now.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So that's where you put your, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. This is the property here.
Yes, sir.
All right.
This is 2038 South 4th Street.
And why don't you tell us real quick what you're doing before we look so we understand it in your words?
Oh, yes, sir. The property's been, I guess vacant for the last maybe 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
I purchased it from the owner. It used to be a dental office. And I want to, add a third floor and then to make it a two-family and have a roof deck on there, sir.
So am I looking at a two-story building now?
Yes, sir.
So that you'll put a third floor and then you want to put a roof deck on top of the third floor?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Why don't you go through your photos?
This is the exterior on the 4th Street side.
Mm-hmm.
I think this photo is just showing that I posted the zoning hearing, the notice of appeal.
Yep.
I guess.
Move on, Ian,
well,
please.
Okay. A close-up of it.
Right.
This is the view from the Snyder side.
Snyder Avenue.
Snyder Avenue, yes, sir,
Right.
from the 4th and Snyder.
Yep.
This is the drawing for the proposed.
So why don't you explain what we're looking at?
I think maybe go down more to see a side view.
Okay. Okay.
Well, this is the design of the drawing. The first floor will be like an office space retail, maybe insurance office, and then the second and the third floor is just a one-bedroom apartment.
And then a deck on top of the third floor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Why don't you explain? Tell us where your first floor is?
The first floor is that one to the right, the third photo to the right.
Right there?
Yes, it will just have like a couple desks, a reception, and the exit.
That's the commercial.
Yes, sir.
All right.
It's almost identical to what it was before as the dental office.
Right, except you put a third floor.
Yes, sir.
All right. So then the second floor, tell us about your second
The
floor.
second floor is identical to the first floor. It's just a one-bedroom apartment. I think that the roof is really bad now. And when we were looking at it with the architect, we were hoping that we can add a third floor because the roof is, will go down anyway.
Right. All right. So the next one is the third floor.
Yes, the third floor and the second floor is exactly identical.
Okay. One bedroom apartments.
Yes, sir.
All right. And then the last one is your rooftop deck.
Yes, sir.
All right. Is there many third floor units around your area?
Yes,
Okay.
right across the street, there's two of them.
Two third floor units.
Yes, and then on this five doors down from 4th Street, I think 2026 South 4th Street, that's a 3-story too.
So why don't you tell us how you get into the apartments? I see where you get into the first commercial.
Oh, yes, sir.
Show us how you get in the apartments.
Oh, yes, sir. If you can go down, sir, Mr. Ian. Oh, yes, sir. So that is the side view. To get into the apartment, it'll have exterior metal stairs.
Mhm.
and
That'll
then
take you to the second floor.
And the second and third floor have interior stairs that they both share.
Okay.
About stairs from the second, third to the roof.
And the deck is only for the third floor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Questions from the board?
Where is trash stored for the units and the business?
It's stored on the first floor.
Is that interior storage for,
Yes, interior storage.
so where does the I guess the third floor unit, where is their trash? Is there interior trash storage, or where are they putting their trash?
I think that regular, there's a second floor, like on top of the second floor, there's a little, like extended area where they can put the trash
Outside?
there. Yes, yes, sir.
So it's a little deck outside on the
Yes,
second floor?
on the second floor. I think that the picture below that one will show that one.
So that extent, that
Right
area,
there. Yes, right there.
so that area would be for the second floor and the third floor?
Yes,
to store
ma'am.
Trash?
Second and third floor to put the trash. I'm sorry about that.
Both outside.
Yes, outside.
There's no access from that third floor unit to that to that deck, you have to go through the second floor unit.
Yes, there's a common stairwell to go
But
and
how
exit
does the
there.
second floor get to the outside to put their trash out on the top of that deck? Go back to your floor plan, please.
Yeah, that's right.
On your second floor from your stairwell, you have to go into the unit to go out to that deck. See where the 2.9 is and the 2.8?
Oh, yes,
That's the
sir.
door into the unit, and 2.9 is the door to the balcony.
Yes,
So the
sir.
third floor can't put their trash out on that deck.
Okay, I understand, sir.
So you'd have to store in the third floor itself, right?
Yes,
Right?
yes, sir.
And where do you think you'd store that in the third floor?
I don't know the rules and stuff, but if maybe we can leave it on the roof
Make a
deck?
trash closet or
Trash
something like that
closet?
in there.
Oh, yes, sir. Maybe you can install a trash closet, sir, into each floor?
Yeah, that's, she gave you a pretty good suggestion.
Uh,
Other questions from the board?
Is the plan to rent the first floor is gonna have access to the basement, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And what's the use in the basement?
Nothing,
Nothing.
just utility.
Other questions? Questions from our attorney?
No questions at this time.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience or the current audience?
No hands, Chair.
Planning Commission.
Good morning, Chair Jonathan Goins, Planning Commission staff. This property was remapped from commercial mixed use 2, CMX 2 to commercial mixed use 1, CMX 1 in 2019 as part of a local downzoning per district plan recommendations. However, given the location on Snyder Avenue, the context of nearby multifamily housing, and the historical mixed use of the property, the City Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the use variance for multiple units. However, we also recommend that the board deny the dimensional variance for roof deck setback.
Great, thank you. MI 2025-003-565-2038 South 4th Street. I vote yes.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes.
Oh, on all of them or just the interior trash storage for the second and third floor?
Oh, yes, sir.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes with proviso.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with proviso.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes with proviso.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes with proviso.
Ty Owen, my vote is yes with proviso.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Number 4, MI 2025-003-564-4941 Frankfurt Avenue. Zen Jin is the attorney. There's a letter of support from Frankfurt Action Committee and also a letter of non-opposition from Councilmember Lozada.
Jen will be joining as the panelist.
Good morning.
Good morning, Council. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Yes, my name is Zen Jin, Z-H-E-N, last name J-I-N.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Counsel, could you identify your client, the relationship to the property?
Yes, my client is Mr. Sims, who is also the owner of the property.
Okay, and our vice chair has a few questions for you.
Good morning. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
We did initially and supplemented some interior photos late last night.
Yes, and so this is a referral. So did you waive the reading of the referral and stipulate to its accuracy?
I do.
Okay, all right, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with the case.
Thank you. I'm going to share with the board what was previously submitted with the also the updated information. It should be coming up on the screen. Can the board see my presentation on their screen?
Yes.
Thank you. So good afternoon, good morning. This is a special exception application for 4951 Frankfurt Avenue. This is a referral because it is in the CMX2 district, but a takeout restaurant requires a special exception in the CMX2 zoning district. We have actually met with the Frankfurt NAC RCO Neighborhood Advisory Committee, and they were in support. This application came about because my client currently has his restaurant at a property that is leased and about 2-3 doors away from where he is hoping to move the restaurant to, which is the property in question today. This property was purchased by my client, so he is running out of time on his lease. He has an existing restaurant that is the same exact restaurant that's going to be moved to this location, which the community is aware of and has been in operation for quite a few years as a takeout restaurant. They've had no issues with the restaurant, so the moving of the restaurant from one location to the other would not change its impact on the neighborhood. It would still have its trash stored in the back, picked up from behind. There would be no trash in the front, and the space would be laid out basically similar to how it is now in existence a few doors down. Now we have photos here, both of the new building. You can actually see this is the restaurant. This is across the street. The current building, I'm sorry, this is a haircut salon that it was in the space when he purchased it. The building's currently vacant, so there will be renovations done to update this current vacant commercial space. There is there are residential units above that were pre-existing that'll be maintained as it was before. There's no change to that aspect. The plans is to have the renovation done. Let me zoom out so the plans can be more easily viewed. The plans is to change, again, the space into a restaurant and to keep the existing residential units above. The primary change will be to the restaurant. The residential units exist. They're basically going to stay the way they are. We're going to refit out the current vacant space into the takeout restaurant that's basically a few doors down. There'll be a waiting area in the front, counter, and primarily it'll be storage kitchen in the back for service preparation and then service of food. There's no plans to really have customers eating in the restaurant. It's predominantly takeout and will be served on takeoutware. The seats are provided for customers to wait when the food is being prepared. The menu is it's a Jamaican style restaurant. Again, everything's already in operation, a few doors down, so there's no change to the menu. There's no real change to the hours of operation. Everything will be based on what is existing now in the restaurant. So it'll be generally 10 a.m. to 9 to 10 p.m. On every day, and then the service would be from the kitchen and the counter. There's usually 4 to 6 workers inside that'll be working in the restaurant to serve the food. So the community did not have any issue with this, primarily because it is an existing business that has operated for some time, and they do not anticipate that we would cause a greater change to the impact of the neighborhood with this relocation of the restaurant. So with that, that concludes my presentation. I'm happy
So
to.
why don't you explain how you would vent it out?
So the venting actually will be coming out. It's the same way it's done now. it will be coming out the side here with a air capture on the exterior. There's actually a space, a court type space on the side of the building where the vent now for the existing restaurant is vented as well.
Why don't you bring your client on?
Sure. Mr. Sims, can you raise your hand virtually to be identified?
They have been promoted.
Good morning, sir.
Please unmute so you can speak.
Mr. Sims, can you please unmute yourself?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
You're muted again.
Are you hearing me now?
I hear you. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Yes, my name is Itafa Sims, spell I-T-A-F-H-W-A. Itafa Sims, S-I-M-M-S. Sims.
Swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do.
Counsel?
Yeah, thank you. Good morning. Mr. Sims, did you see my presentation on your screen and hear my representation to the zoning board?
Yes, I did.
Can you verify what I have represented to the zoning board to be true and correct and adopt it
Yes.
as your own testimony?
Yes.
Thank you.
Questions from the board?
Question.
What are we going to do about the trash?
So in the back of these properties, there's actually a access way. All the commercial units on this block essentially have their trash in the backyard area, and the trash truck pulls off to the one of the side street. Then they come through the back alley and pull all the trash out through there. It's a commercial pickup.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions? Questions from our attorney?
Yes, Lynn Huber. I just wanted to confirm, are you using just the first floor in the basement with regard to the takeout restaurant?
Yes.
And the second and third floor will remain as, I believe, existing apartments?
Correct.
Questions or comments from the audience? Virtual?
No hands, Chair.
Planning Commission?
Good morning again, Jonathan Goins, Planning Commission staff. This property was remapped from commercial mixed use 3, CMX 3 to commercial mixed use 2 in 2014. The proposed use should not cause detrimental impacts to the neighborhood beyond what normally might be expected. Therefore, the City Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the special exception for takeout restaurant.
MI 2025-003-564, 4941 Frankfurt Avenue. I vote yes with proviso. Takeout restaurant use limited to first floor and basement with previously approved uses above to remain.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes with proviso.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with proviso.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes with proviso.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes with proviso.
Taya Nguyen, my vote is yes with proviso.
Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. Number 6, MI 2025-003-573, 1828 McClellan Street. Raymond DeRizio is the attorney.
Raymond DeRizio has been promoted.
Good morning, counsel.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board.
Why, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Yes, my name is Raymond Dorizio, Raymond, Dorizio, Dorizio.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes,
Could you identify your client in relationship to the property?
yes, my client is James D. Simone, he's the owner.
Our vice chair has a few questions, and for point of information, we're going to hold this relative to a tax issue.
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
All right, good morning. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
yes, and a couple supplemental exhibits thereafter.
Okay, and do you waive the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with your case.
Thank you. So I will pull this up. Okay, good morning. This is 1828 McClellan Street. My client is seeking to build, it's a vacant lot right now, build a 2-family unit. It's an RM1 zoning district. Here's the refusal. The refusal was for the allowable occupied area. He's looking for roughly an extra 4.5% or so usage. And then the 3rd story setback was refused for that reason. Here's my appeal form. Here's the deed. I'm sorry. So the deed is 1800 McClellan LLC. Here are the plans. So essentially what my client is seeking to do, and we have met with the community, there were 2 meetings that we had. He's essentially seeking to do, I guess it's like the mansard roof. So there is sort of a setback, but it doesn't go the full 8 feet. On the back, which is regarding the occupied area, there are 2, decks outside that have access to the unit. The unit would be basement and 1st floor, and then the 2nd and 3rd floor as the living space. My client is going to reside in one of the units. He resides in the neighborhood currently. He's a lifelong resident of Point Breeze, so he will be occupying it. And he has set forth an email to the community certifying that he would be doing that. Essentially, trash would be kept inside the unit, utilities in each unit. Each unit would be 2 bedrooms. I believe I could turn this. I have some photos of the street. That's the property. There's a vacant lot. It's a vacant lot currently. I'm sorry, they're a little dark. So McClellan Street's a little street. Sorry about that one. So this is one of the houses across the street, does have the setback. And then there's one to the right of that that does not have the setback. So there are 2, I guess, new construction or new properties that are 3rd floor properties. One with, one without. We're kind of in the middle there with the mansard roof. My client did post the zoning poster at the property on that stake. Tax issue originally, and why I say I didn't have the correct certification. This was for the permanent license that my client forwarded to me. He has an OPA appeal because he's getting, I think his issue was he was getting taxed as if there was a building there, but there isn't. So that is in dispute, and he does have a current open appeal. He was at least clear for the permit and the licensing. That is our meeting notice. And then we have the proof of mailings, which are several that go back. But that is essentially what we
Could
are.
you tell us what happened at the RCO meeting?
Yeah, at the RCO meeting, we met them in July, and originally my client was not proposing a setback. And the community, voiced concern and said, look, going straight up like that other property to the right in the one photo, really wasn't something they were willing to agree to. So my client went back and revised this plan to do the setback, to at least address those concerns. And then we had a second meeting, I believe it was mid-March.
March 23rd.
Yes. We had a March 23rd meeting and presented this plan.
Could you bring on your client?
Yes,
This will
Mr.
be the third story building?
Yes, there are two others up that street, correct.
Brings your client on.
Okay. Mr. DeSimone, do you hear us? Can you please come on and unmute yourself?
Mr. DeSimone, can you raise your virtual hand if you're in the audience? And I see no hands.
You have to tap the screen, Mr. DeSimone, and you'll see the hand raise.
I see them.
Thank you.
They're coming in as a panelist now.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, Mr. DeSimone,
Hey.
good morning.
Good morning. Sorry, I don't know how to work this. This is my first time.
Okay, could you please state your name as spelled for the stenographer?
James DeSimone, and that's JamesDesimone.
Right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Counsel, please proceed. And
Yeah.
When you're doing, could you mention basement, what's in there and how this place is laid out?
Yes. Okay, Mr. DeSimone, did you hear my testimony to the board?
Yes.
And was it true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yeah.
Belief?
Yes.
Okay. And do you wish to adapt that as your own?
Yeah. The only thing I'd like to just,
Well,
say. Well, that's
I'm going
fine.
to ask you to add, but
Okay.
what I said,
Oh, yes.
you adopt that as part of your testimony.
Yes.
Okay, so Chairman had a question for you about the first floor of the basement, the use. Can you please explain that?
So the basement and the first floor will be one unit, which giving me the 4% increase in the size of building, if we can get it, will allow me to do my indoor trash and have a 2-bedroom unit and, space for everything. And then the second floor and the third floor will be the second unit, which will be another 2-bedroom if we get the approval for the mansard roof.
Okay, and then there was something you wanted to add after I asked you if you were adopting my presentation as your testimony.
Oh, yeah, I just wanted to clarify a few things because I know we had this question come up a lot. So when you didn't say it, I don't know if we were going to get to it. Maybe I'm jumping the gun. I just wanted to add that the 4% increase that we were asking for was to accommodate all indoor trash and allow us to have the square footage for the two-bedroom units. Also, some neighbors had the question, and I don't know if this is going to come up again, but so we can clarify. They were going to ask if the back of our house was going to extend past the backs of other houses. And with the 4% increase, it does not, because their houses have an overhang. So we are meeting the overhang. So the backs of the houses will be squared up. They'll be flush, if you were to look down a straight line, let's just say. And then the mansard roof, again, we went for the straight up the first time. They didn't like that idea. And the RCO meeting, not only just the community, I guess whoever runs it, they were the ones that asked us pitched us the idea for the mansard roof. And when we presented that at the last meeting, everybody was okay with it. So that's really all I wanted to add.
Okay, thank you, Mr. DeSimone. I have nothing further.
So why don't you do this? Why don't you tell him he needs to explain what's in the basement?
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Mr. DeSimone, what will be in the basement?
Can you go back to the floor plan too, so we can?
Yeah, can you Ray, can you switch that over so I could see it myself? So the basement itself should just consist of the kitchen, the utility room. Now I know we had some flip-flop in here, so I'm a little confused myself because when we revised the plans, we had to move some things around to make it work as far as square footage and space and just make it, usable. But the basement should be the kitchen, Well, that's what I wanted, but the architect, I think, was proposing the kitchen still be on the first floor, so I don't know which way he designed it, but he left it as is. So on these plans, I think it's going to show you kitchen on the first. But as of right now, basement should just consist of utilities, washer, dryer. I don't know if we're flip-flopping again, trash storage from basement to first or first to basement. You'll have your egress, you'll have a basement, you'll have a bathroom.
So Raymond,
Yeah.
counsel,
Yes.
I do think that we just can't say, I don't know, or I don't know if we
No,
flip-flopped.
right,
So I
right.
think,
These are the plans. I
Yeah,
think
that's what I'm saying.
but I'm
I
saying
just
that
didn't-
that's not what he's saying.
I just didn't want to say the wrong thing because I know he redrew the plans after the first
He-
drawing. So
These were what were proposed, the plans that we attached.
yes, it should be living space in the basement, and the kitchen was moved to the first floor.
So is there any bedrooms in the basement?
Yes.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yes, there's one towards the back where the egress would be,
And one in the
there's
front.
one front. So these are the plans. The bathroom, 2 bedrooms would be.
Yep.
It's actually a 1.5 bathroom.
All right, questions from the board?
So go ahead.
Go ahead, Mike.
No, I just want to be clear, what the refusals are for this.
Yeah. Space, right?
Yeah, so
Yeah.
the maximum square
It's-
footage was
it's here.
75%. And
So I'll pull.
go ahead, Ray. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I'm getting there. Sorry.
So it's lot coverage.
Yes, and then the 8-foot setback for the,
And the 8-foot setback. And so what
Yes.
about, and nothing for the height? Are you less than 38 feet?
yes, that's by the
Right. And
plans,
this
yes.
is RM1.
Yes, it is. It's an arm run zoning.
Which is interesting because I'm looking at this block and even the new construction, they're all single family. There are no 2-family dwellings on this block. This would be the first duplex on this block. So I'm just surprised that people weren't had issues with that. The one concern, of course, that I have and generally always do is the living in the basement and the depth of the basement slab below grade. Can you tell us what that is?
Yes, that is, I'm gonna go back to the drawing.
And the
There-
plans show bedrooms in the basement, right?
Yes, 2. So this is the drawing for the basement and the below grade. Let me get the number. I'm sorry, I don't have that handy.
I have it right here, the actual picture, Ray, because I know the
Okay. Do you know the number that you can let the board know? I'm sorry.
I'm looking at it from a side view to get the depth. It looks like I don't know how you would judge this. Like, do we go from grade below grade or
Yeah.
are we doing to the ceiling? So below grade, it looks like we're roughly 6 feet, 5 to 6 feet. Because then the first floor joists are above grade. So that's roughly an extra, judging by what I see, 2 to 3 feet. So I'm assuming the whole total is roughly 8 foot.
So you're fairly deep below grade, which is concerning, particularly for bedrooms.
I think
Or
it's
just-
5 foot is
just-
the below the grade. I'm sorry. It should be 5 foot below the grade.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
I think I want to double down. I think for this to be a new construction, I think for the amount of space that you have here, I think to only have egress wells into the basement and to have the primary bedrooms for that unit be down there, like this was an opportunity since you're building new construction that you could have dug out and had a walkout basement and had more light and more windows that allowed, air and light into that space. So I would look at that. And then my second question, is that a spiral staircase?
The
Am I seeing
spiral,
2 staircases in the basement?
and I think maybe that's because of this from like an aerial view, but the only spiral staircases should be in the second unit, which is from
The roof.
the 3rd floor to the roof deck to save space.
Okay. Yeah, I
Every,
think the main comment I have is really around that first floor basement egress wells. I think, yes, you did the egress wells, but I think that you have an opportunity to actually make those a little better quality.
Can you just tell me what happened at the RCO meeting?
Yes, the primary issue was the setback. And that was the one in July, the first one where my client did not propose any setback. And then we had another meeting, and it was last month where the proposal was presented with the mansard roof.
And there was no other issues in terms of multifamily or anything like that came up?
None that
No,
none that I'm aware of.
Okay.
Other questions? Questions or comments from our attorney?
Not at this time, but with regard to the hold.
Yeah,
wanna
I should,
talk
yeah,
about that
yeah,
next?
the tax, yeah, go ahead, one of you tell.
Yeah, we're going to hold it for the tax compliance and also for the RCO letter in the applicant's response to the RCO letter.
Questions or comments from the virtual
Okay,
audience?
and but I didn't get a copy of the RCO letter, so I have no idea what it says. It was not forwarded to me, so.
We don't have the RCO letter.
No, we don't.
We don't
Oh,
have an
okay.
RCO letter,
Oh,
that's what I'm
okay.
saying.
Okay, I'm sorry,
We're
I
holding
misheard.
Yeah, I questions or comments from the audience?
Yes,
Come on
Chair. I have Dominic Long with a hand
Well,
up.
we have someone here right now.
Okay.
Or why don't you sit down first?
Good morning. ALBERT, LITTLEPAGE. I'm the president of the Point Breeze Community Development.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, sir?
I do, absolutely.
Excuse me, Chair, this is the reporter. I'm sorry, I did not catch the gentleman's name.
My
Okay,
first name is Albert, ALBERT, like Fat Albert, and my last name is Little Page, LITTLEPAGE.
I would have said like Einstein. No,
Einstein.
but go ahead.
Well, I wanted to reflect to the cartoon. See, I was kind of aging myself. I didn't want to go back to your age, Chairman.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
And I believe that the council person's office is on. I'm not sure why we haven't sent because we were in contact with Mr. DeRusso, but we didn't send a letter out. But what we were asking for today is to bring this back to the community one more time to address some of the issues that were brought forth this morning. And I believe that the council person, Dominic from the councilman's office, is online. And that's why I was just trying to hold up because I didn't know that he had gotten on yet.
All right.
So that was it.
Thank you. Comments from the virtual audience?
Yes, Dominic Long will be coming in as a
Sure.
panelist.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Hi, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Yes, Dominic, DOMINIC, last name Long, LONG.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Please proceed.
So I'm here representing the Second District Office, and we are just simply requesting to just appear back in front of the community.
Dominic, you're breaking up a little bit. Could you say that again?
I said we are requesting that it appear back in front of the community.
Okay, thank you. I hear you. Is there anyone else in the audience?
Yes, that person went off. Oh, yeah, here they go. Michael Andre Ward
Okay,
will be promoted.
good morning, sir.
Unmute. All
Good
right,
morning,
can you
sir.
hear me, sir?
I can. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
My name is Michelle Andre Ward. That is MICHAELANDRE. First name, last name is Ward, WARD.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Ward, could you please put your video on? Is that possible? If it's not, that's okay.
Oh, wait.
Are you a neighbor?
Yes.
Please proceed.
I'm actually the house right next door at 1830 McClellan Street.
Okay, please
I've
proceed. I
lived
see
up
you
this
now.
block for since this neighborhood since 77. I lived here since 97.
Wow, okay.
And as for this proposal, as one of the judges had said earlier, we only have single family homes up this block, and it's always been single family homes. Many of my neighbors, they weren't able to get on the Zoom meeting on March 22nd. I was there on March 22nd, Mr. Littlepage and other constituents in our neighborhood. And today, also, a lot of them, because it's at work, were unable to voice their opinions. And it's like last year in July, when he has sent out a letter, many of us, my neighbors, didn't get letters to voice our concerns. And as for going back to the issue of a third floor house, when they first introduced the house at 1823 was the first three-story house. I did not know we had the power at that time to refuse a three-story house for that particular area. And so I was unaware and ignorant that we actually had a power to say stuff and advice for our safety reasons. Now, for the house being built next door, I have a concern for the safety of my house because when they demolished the house at 1828 McClellan Street, it damaged my house, also the foundation, the walls, and it's also they damaged the house at 1826. So when I hear them going to lower the basement, I'm really concerned about safety features, safety wise. And so I've been here when all these houses have been being built. A lot of property damage from when they were building the houses. My neighbors' pavements have gotten destroyed. Parking, we have very limited parking here because it's under the PPA. So to have a two-family home is really concerning when we already have limited parking. And we have a lot of families here.
Okay.
Like I have a son and daughter. My neighbors have children. The single family idealism is what made a lot of my neighbors move here because they enjoyed having a single family community homes. So
Okay.
I was voicing to say I have hope that the refusal stays intact. And when the
Thank you.
gentleman
Thank
said
you.
that we had no refusals, Your Honor, on the 22nd, I was there on the 22nd. We all were voting refusal for him to sit there and say that, oh, I don't, there was nothing from the community. They weren't against it when we
All right, thank you.
were
Thank you
there.
very much. We understand
thank you, Your Honor.
position. Counsel, do you have any questions of this person?
Sir, you were at the meeting, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you had a chance to testify there or voice your concerns?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it's your testimony today that you were voicing concerns about the property being a single family dwelling?
Yes, sir.
And you understand that that wasn't part of the reason why he was refused, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I don't have anything further.
All right, thank you. Anyone else in the audience?
There was, but their hand went down.
Obviously, we're going to hold this. Planning, do you want to take a position now?
Yes, Chair, we can testify.
Sure.
Once again, Jonathan Goins, Planning Commission staff. The comprehensive plan does recommend a change in zoning at this location from the existing RM1 residential multifamily to RSA5 residential single family. The dimensional variance for occupied area is de minimis, and third floor addition without the required setback is consistent with several other properties on the block. Therefore, the City Planning Commission recommends that the board grant both dimensional variances.
All right, thank you. Council, we're gonna hold this after suggestions by several people. I'm going to make a resumptive hearing. I think the RCO has asked that you come back one more time.
And that's fine. We didn't know. We would have
Yep,
asked for a
sure.
continuance and met with
Absolutely.
them. We
So
have no problem.
at this point, the resumptive hearing I have is July 7th at 9:30 a.m. Okay?
Yes, thank
All
you
right.
very much.
Thank you very much.
Have a-
Number 6. No, that was 6 here. Number 18. Oh, Council, stay on. MI 2025-006-990, 2601 South Marshall Street. Raymond DeRizio is the attorney.
Raymond DeRizio is coming back now.
Sure.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and
Morning,
members of the
Council.
board.
So this is 2601 South Marshall Street. There's unanimous support from Whitman Council and a letter of non-opposition from Council Member Squilla. Could you identify your client in relationship to the property?
Yes, my client's name is Mark Lutz, and he is the owner of the property.
Our Vice Chair has a few questions.
Good morning. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits for this case 5 days in advance of the hearing?
Yes,
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
yes.
All right, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with the case.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Okay, so this is 2601 South Marshall Street. My client is the owner of the property. He's owned the property for about 39 years. This is our second time here on this one. He was refused because he's seeking to do a two-family dwelling unit in the existing property. It's been a duplex for a long time. We were here in 2021. He was granted his variance, but he never actually got the permit, so that's why we're back. This is at Marshall and Shunk Street, and here's the deed going back to, I believe, 1987. Here are the plans. There's 2 units. They're 1 bedroom each. This was the decision from February 3rd, 2021. We're not seeking to do any changes to either the outside or inside of the property. It's a corner property between the blocks of 6th and 7th Street. Here's some of the photos. It does have multiple meters, gas, electric, which were there for a long time. Here's some inside photos of the property. The zoning, the notice of the appeal was posted, and then we did send in a supplemental photo because it wasn't exactly clear from that. Tax clearance is here, and we did go before Whitman Council, and they did support the project, and we did attach the notices. There's several notice documents after that, but that was basically the cover of it. I believe my client is on the call. But
How many years has it been a duplex, Council?
several, at least, I would say at least 10 to 15, maybe more. I mean, he was when he first bought the property, he was operating on the first floor. He had a cement business and a plumbing business there. But there,
Now you want 2 residential there? Is that what you're saying?
yeah, that's what's been there going on for a very long period of time.
All right, when do you bring your client on?
Sure. Mr. Liuzzi, do you want to join as a panelist when you're asked, please?
Mark is declining the promotion. Mark, can you accept the promotion, please? He has declined again.
I know he's been on before, so he's maybe
Mark,
hitting the wrong button. Mr. Liuzzi, please accept and come on.
I'm gonna promote him again right now.
Thank you. Sorry for the delay.
Yeah, he has once again declined.
okay, council will accept your testimony. See if you can, questions from the board.
Okay, he just texted me, said it wasn't working, but maybe he's having a technical issue. Sorry about that inconvenience.
Yes, could you just describe to me, I see 3 doors, right? So for the property, so could you just describe which door goes to which entrance?
Yes.
exit?
So there's the garage there, the back door. Maybe I can get a better picture. Yes. So the back door should be for well, my client would know that better than me. I believe the back goes up and the front is for the first part.
So
And
that's
I'm
2
going,
doors. So the third one, I didn't even count the garage door, so that would be
oh, I'm
4.
sorry. Believe the one is for the garage, but I'm not exactly sure. I'm trying to get a better photo of that. I'm sorry.
Okay, so do you know if the 2 units on the 2 doors on the side,
The-
is that the 2 entryways to the units, I guess?
Yeah, the back doors he just clarified to me is for storage. So that door there, that is storage area. And then there's the other 2 front doors which go to the units in that photo.
So
There.
is that storage for both units?
Yeah, it's storage for the whole building to be used for the whole building.
And where would trash be stored? Is that where?
Trash is in each unit. I believe there should be receptacles there. Inside the unit is where they've been stored. And I'm going to clarify because he is able to get back to me.
So the zoning board approved this in 21 and he never picked up the permit. Is that what you're saying?
Correct. Yes.
Do we have interior pictures?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Second floor has a trash deck, and I believe the first would be inside. So I'll get to the interior photos. This is one kitchen. Those are the interior photos provided.
Is that a first floor unit?
Yes, this one was the first floor.
And is it 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom? What? How many bedrooms?
Each unit has 1 bedroom.
Okay. And a full bath?
Yes.
Okay.
Other questions?
Do you have a floor plan?
Should be plans attached. So this was our floor plan.
Okay.
The garage.
Can't see a darn thing.
Make it just a little bigger.
Sure.
Okay.
The best of your ability, council, could you go through it?
Yeah, so there's the basement there to the left, and then you have the first floor. The back is the storage area. I know it's hard to read, and I wish my client can get on. He just asked me if he can unmute. I was expecting him to go through it. In the front, there's the kitchen. And then there is believe the bathroom and living room. Or I'm sorry, the living room is at the entrance. And the center would be the bathroom and bedroom, as I understand it. And I think that's for the first, and then the second floor is from the back. There's a deck there where there's trash for the second unit. And then there is the kitchen, bathroom, living space, and bedroom.
Any other questions? Questions from our attorney?
I would just note, not necessarily a question, but when the board before granted it, that there was a proviso that there was a maximum of 2 dwelling units.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience or the present audience here?
I see no hands.
Planning Commission.
Jonathan Goins, Planning Commission staff. The comprehensive plan recommends no change to the existing RSA 5 residential single-family zoning at this location. The property has a documented historical use as a multi-unit building. Therefore, the City Planning Commission recommends the board grant the requested variance.
MI 2025-006 990 2601 South Marshall Street. I vote yes with proviso, maximum 2 residential units.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes with proviso.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with proviso.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes with proviso.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes with proviso.
Taya Wynn, my vote is yes with proviso.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Number 11, MI 2025-006 633 1246 to 54 South 11th Street. Adam Laver is the attorney. Mr. Laver, could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. Adam Laver, along with my colleague Eric Bodzin of Blank Rome, on behalf of Pollner Group LLC, owner of the subject property.
And I noticed there's a letter of support from Point Breeze Civic Association, a letter of support from Maxwell Freeling, who lives on the block, and there's a lengthy letter of opposition from John Robinson. Our vice chair has a few questions.
Certainly.
Good morning. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Good morning, Madam Vice Chairman. Yes, we have.
Okay, and do you waive the reading of the refusals and stipulate to their accuracy?
Yes, with the acknowledgement that we are working with counsel for the Zoning Board of Adjustment concerning a amendment to the refusal, which we'll discuss in due course.
All right, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with your case.
Thank you very much. There we go. I'd also like to state at the outset, Mr. Chairman and members of the board, that we have just received this morning 4 additional support letters from near neighbors, which have been submitted to ZBA Executive Director, added to the file, and possibly during this hearing, we may be able to provide you with the physical copies that are with your professional team right now in the back room.
Thank you.
With us today, also, on behalf of the development team, are Vitaly Polyachenko, Jean Neris, and Isaac Singleton. Along, they're here in the actual hearing room. Virtually, we have Rustin Oler of Harmon Deutsch Oler Architects. And in the hearing room is Benjamin Cromie of the American Institute of Certified Planners, currently managing partner of CH Planning and an expert who has appeared before this board previously. But the most important people in the room, or among the most important people in the room, are those from the Point Breeze Community Civic and Business Leadership, Al Littlepage and Claudia Sherrod. And there are others who are present, we believe, virtually as well. The presence of vested community leaders truly speaks to the collaborative proposal that we are excited to share with you today, that we're proud to share with you today. The plans that we're presenting reflect input of stakeholder interests and feedback, making this a better project, which we believe is the best way to make projects happen in our city. Beyond the specific provisions, however, of the zoning code that we'll delve into shortly, a real issue here before the board is a neighborhood's vision for their own future, a shared vision of those who have been a part of the community, often for generations, through good times and not so good times. Those who have earned through endurance, tenure, and grit the right to have a voice in shaping the future of Point Breeze, who proudly called Point Breeze home when others passed by it. Quite frankly, members of the board, before the influx of more recent neighbors, these are the individuals who have weathered the storms of yesteryear and have been our partners in many ways in the project that we share with you today. It's one that comes to you with input of these folks. I have on the screen before you, in blue, you can see what is currently vacant land, and that is the subject property. We hope with the board's support to reactivate this 7,200 square foot RSA 5 lot. Despite, though, as you can see, comprising nearly the entire north side of South 17th Street between Wharton and Titan Streets, this property is directly along the number 2 bus line, SEPTA's number 2 bus line, one of the most used lines in the city of Philadelphia, going to Center City, North Philadelphia, and beyond. This is 3 blocks off of Broad Street, and it's amid an otherwise built environment. But despite all of these positive factors, for almost 2 decades, the heart of this block, this property, has sat vacant. It's zoned RSA 5. However, it's largely surrounded by a mix of RSA 5 non-conforming, so properties that are within RSA 5 but don't reflect the RSA 5 strictures. For example, on the left of the screen, you can see the apartment building, the multifamily apartment building immediately next door to the property that has existed for many years. And there is a mix of RM1 and CMX1, which you may have noticed in the zoning map that I shared a couple slides ago. This encompasses the entire block across from the subject property, RM1, and swaths of nearby properties as well. So a question arises as to whether or not the underlying zoning itself is actually appropriate for this location. Certainly, members of the board, RSA 5 is an appropriate, needed type of housing throughout the neighborhood and throughout the city. But here on 17th Street, with the number 2, with the multifamily that has previously been approved and existing, with what I'll tell you in a moment about the nature, the history of the subject property going back for many years, which did not conform with RSA 5, we actually question whether this is appropriate for this block, when in fact, the majority of the block has not been in conformity for decades. Now, regarding the much smaller parcel next door to the right, it appears gray in the photograph. At 1258 North 17th Street, I beg your pardon. Let's start actually to the left with the multifamily. So immediately adjacent is a permitted 6-family RSA 5 residence at 1258 North 17th Street, which this board, prior members of this board, granted variance relief for multifamily use in 2018. So on a much, much smaller parcel, as you can see in the photograph, multifamily was deemed appropriate at this location. I'd like to turn to a little bit of history. So if you walk at the site today, you would not see the red brick, smaller structure, and the larger structure. And towards the left of the photograph, you can see a cross. This was a church. And turning to what had been there previously, there was a church that was circa 1945, going back many years, right? A detached building, which it was not completely detached, it was semi-detached, and it sat vacant for many years since its original use as a church. The church building itself, members of the board, never conformed with code requirements. Although a church use is allowed, it didn't conform with the requirements of RSA 5. It has since been demolished. You saw the picture of the vacant lot a moment ago. Furthermore, we have carefully reviewed the records because we wanted to come prepared to the board today. And there is no history of single-family use at this property through any of the available L&I records. Turning to the heart of the case, of course, is the notice of refusal, which calls out the development proposal. First, approximately 2,000 square feet of street-level commercial space has been designed in the proposed new construction project for at least one of 4 Point Breeze farmers market vendors that are ready to grow into a brick and mortar space, as facilitated between the ownership and the Point Breeze leadership, the Point Breeze Business Association, and others, giving locals a chance to serve their own neighbors, to be available to realize their dreams through commercial. And what would be more appropriate for commercial than you walk to the bus, back and forth along the line, and you can also go in and do your shopping and patronize locals that are part of the community. So the effort here is to build upon the recent success of businesses such as one called Social Beings and other local business success stories. This neighborhood vision, this grassroots neighborhood vision, calls for amenities beyond small corner stores. Point Breeze, yes, there's a role, there's a place for the corner store, sometimes called bodegas in certain neighborhoods. There's certainly a place for that. But this neighborhood deserves more amenities. It wants more amenities. It wants to be able to encourage its own to
Just out of
develop.
curiosity, Adam, this is right off of Washington Avenue too, am I correct?
Yes, we're right there, Mr. Chairman. So this fills a critical need. Beyond the proposed commercial, and of course we'll show you plans shortly, but I want to stick to the refusal here. Approximately 15,000 square feet of residential space is proposed. And this is what I would call family livable space, focused mix of 13 two-bedroom homes, 6 one-bedroom homes, and notedly no studios. There are studios in the neighborhood. They're there. There's a demand for studios, but there's a critical need for family-sized units. And although, as the board knows, RSA 5 does not call in this instance for providing accessory parking, we really sat down and worked with neighbors and community leadership to give the future residents of this location the same thing that other near neighbors sometimes have, including actually a neighbor next door, and that is 10 off-street enclosed parking spaces through one curb cut, 6 Class 1A bicycle spaces, because there's a growing desire for that. You'll see towards the bottom of the refusal that there are 3 refusals before the board, in addition to the proposed amendment, which is actually quite technical. The first 2 refusals involve dimensional variances, which are good examples of true de minimis variances and in keeping with neighboring properties. These are variances of approximately 5% in occupied area, number 1, and in building height, respectively, to be in line with what is next door, for example. Each represents the minimum modification needed to situate community-desired enclosed parking with 8 feet and a half wide stalls, 2-foot steel beams needed to accommodate plumbing and fire suppression, best practices to meet or exceed code, and the 10-foot, 6-inch ceilings commercial that are market standard for modern commercial space. The third variance, which we've alluded to already, is that the RSA 5 residential single-family zoning district prohibits both multifamily and, as we have clarified with ZBA counsel in the proposed amendment, the commercial use should be specifically included. It is stated, Mr. Chairman and members of the board, at the top in the application. It was submitted that way. We want the record to be crystal clear, though, moving forward. So the amendment would include retail, office, personal services contemplated with discussion with the Point Breeze Community Development Coalition and neighbors that met with us. And you will hear, and perhaps you read in the report that Mr. Cromie presented, this particular mix of commercial and multifamily uses is, quote, essential to viably activating this long vacant lot in a transit-oriented sub-area of the South District and to advancing mixed-use transit-oriented goals, end quote. We also have submitted in the record further research of local economic expert James Paterno that this lot has, quote, never conformed with the requirements of the RSA 5 district, end quote, which I, as an officer of the court, have personally reviewed the records and can attest to. And 2, quote, this remains of a physical condition that cannot conform with the district, end quote. And, quote, cannot viably return to productive use without the provision of compatible neighborhood amenities such as rental housing, anchor or establishment businesses, and/or parking, if not all 3, end quote. Here you can see on the screen before you in blue the location of the subject property, but we also wanted to give you the context. Sitting here just this morning, we've heard the Planning Commission representative, Mr. Goins, speak about context and what's in the neighborhood. And what you see here is that this is a neighborhood that is a mix of home ownership, but also one that is a rental community. And there are a lot of rental licenses. We are proposing what we believe is something different, and we believe that that's why we have the support of the coordinating RCO for the larger units. But this underscores the demand to serve the community. Additionally, we see business licenses, but the map is far less filled with little dots. And that's what we hear when we speak with neighbors, that they want more opportunities, not to have to go towards Washington Avenue, which is close by, not to have to go to the big boxes, but to patronize local businesses. And more than just that, it's to be able to pursue their own dreams, for the whether it's first, second, or third generation members of the community, to be able to say, I have an idea and I'd like it to be rooted in the community. So we see a drastic undersupply of local anchor businesses, as opposed to the few existing business licenses in the area, we believe that this project will fill a need. And if you delve in deeper, which we don't have the time to do today, most of these are going to be the corner stores that we spoke of. Here is the letter from Mr. Paterno, and you have the full report from CH Planning. I'm going to go through it rapidly because I know that time is precious. I do need to establish a record, but time is precious. I mentioned that we have worked with ZBA Council on a amended refusal. I want to be fully transparent for the present hearing room and the virtual hearing room that we respectfully ask the board permission to amend the notice of refusal of record to specify intended local business uses as reviewed with the coordinating RCO, specify references to the consolidation of all parcels of record that are encompassed by that vacant lot that you saw, and notedly, to further reduce the building height to precisely match that of the lone adjacent home, a single-family home, which was to the right of the property when we looked at the photographs. I mentioned the 6-unit on the left. I didn't speak much of the single-family home. We'll talk more about that, but this revised plan would match that. And we have submitted the full revised proviso plans. The site plan itself has been fine-tuned to balance neighbors' interests in a ground floor that features both 10 enclosed parking stalls, which you can see in the dark gray at the center of the plan. You can see the in the coral color, if I have that right, to the left, 2,000 square feet of proposed anchor commercial. That is sorely lacked in the neighborhood. And as well, there is to the far right in tan by the car, to the far right is an enclosed, vented, sealed trash storage area that would serve both the residential and the commercial, with private commercial trash pickup 3 times a week, meeting the appropriate hours of pickup to be least disruptive, and there's a synergy of interest here, least disruptive not only to the proposed new residents of the building, but to those who live in the immediate vicinity, particularly next door, quite frankly. You will see distinctly separate entrances off of 17th Street, moving to the left of the handicapped parking space sign. You see the beige, which would be the residential lobby, and once again, what I perhaps mischaracterized as coral, but you can identify that that's the proposed commercial. So two access areas. And the residential is a well-managed lobby area with mail area for each of the residents. And the development team has a track record that's known to both the neighborhood but also throughout Philadelphia. So they have a sense of best practices in terms of how to put this together, and hopefully you see that with this plan. Moving to the proposed floor plans, we're looking at the lower level to the left and the first floor to the right. There is one proposed ground floor lower level residence, which features an additional external staircase and as an additional egress for the bi-level unit with lighting and patio space. There are 2 bedrooms proposed up at the left in green there at the lower level. And to the right in green, you can see the balance of the living space that's proposed for this home, this 2-bedroom home. The next page here is showing typical second through fourth floor plans, featuring on each floor 4 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom residences, 2 1-bedroom, 1-bathroom residences. Again, this equates to a total of 9 2-bedrooms and 4 1-bedrooms. No studios, balconies for all rear units. This specific proposal contemplates more spacious, open, and naturally affordable family-sized rental homes, specifically drawing from neighbor feedback for this site and underscored by Mr. Paterno's findings that even if single-family housing were viable at this location, the cost of providing such housing would result in an exorbitant sales price, in stark contrast to the cost of providing the proposed mix of family-oriented rental units, which has resulted in a substantial amount of new, naturally affordable housing, particularly within this transit-rich sub-area of the Point Breeze neighborhood. I'm quoting from the letter that Mr. Paterno submitted to the record. The proposed elevations you can see before you, with the front elevation, of course, along 17th Street, that natural transit-oriented street, with the access to each of the units through the main lobby. You can see balconies and a roof deck you are not going to see so well from the pedestrian experience, and that's on purpose to have that set back. There's a proposed pilot house that's set back 10 feet on each side with a 6-foot parapet to facilitate drainage. And all of this has been revised by the architectural team and in consultation with those who have sought to work with us. The reduction in height precisely aligns with solar features on the roof of the next door single-family home, notedly. Here you can see what would not be seen from the pedestrian experience, being the back of the property. Remember, there's only the one facade on 17th Street, but this is a sense of the back of the property. And the Point Breeze Community Development Corporation has submitted a letter of support following a really robust discussion and robust involvement in a formal way, but also in what I would describe as a sweat equity way with the development team of walking and speaking with people door to door, building as much goodwill as possible, because that's what they want to be welcomed. The ownership has engaged with more than 75 neighbors and businesses, members of RCO leadership, and this is reflected. Before we get into some of the individual letters, on February 26, 2026, at a virtual meeting advertised to 237 neighbors and all participating RCOs in accordance with code requirements, the Point Breeze Community Development Corporation led additional discussion with the community of the community's desire to reactivate this lot. And what was discussed was substantial commercial space, non-required parking, larger rental units. This resulted in a favorable 10-3 vote, as the record shows. Of the 3, every vote counts, but I just want to be clear that of the 3, 2 of those votes that were in opposition were the couple who live in the single-family home next door. The RCO leadership voted in unanimous support of the application. And there was a lot of discussion and continued evolution of the plans reflecting the engagement here. And it's important for me to note on the record a commitment to ongoing discussion and ongoing efforts, because it's a rare situation where everyone is in agreement. There are so many different issues that come up, even construction issues, right? And the inconvenience of construction, which we are fully committed to working with those who have a particular interest. Some additional support letters have been submitted to the record, plus the ones that I mentioned at the start of the hearing. Some of the comments mention the eyesore that exists, but more in a positive note, the beneficial commercial, residential, and parking that would be provided by a development team that has been transparent, respectful, and willing to work with the community. These are quotes. Commending the team's goal of creating a more inclusive neighborhood, appreciation for the developer's meaningful adjustments, noting that what stands out most is their willingness to be flexible and solution-oriented. Based on the unique physical conditions evidenced this morning, we submit that the vacant lot, the former site of a non-conforming vacant structure, cannot, and in fact has never managed to conform with the restrictive RSA 5 standards. That the subject community-driven mixed-use application for variance is well-suited to reactivate the vacant lot in furtherance of the Philadelphia Code and the comprehensive plan, and that 17th Street, situated on SEPTA's number 2 line, is particularly suited to grow local business, naturally affordable, family-oriented residences, and also provide for above-code parking, accessory parking, recognizing that not everyone travels by bus. There's one witness that I would like to call briefly, and that's Benjamin Cromie, if the board would like.
Yeah, I mean, give me an idea of what briefly is.
5 minutes for Mr. Cromie, 2 minutes for me to sum up.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Cromie.
Good morning, Mr. Cromie. Mr. Cromie, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Yes, it's
When I get close to the mic.
Benjamin Cromie, Benjamin, Cromie, Cromie.
Is that on, by the way?
What's that?
Is the mic on?
Yes.
Okay, all right, good. All right, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Counsel?
Thank you, Mr. Cromie. In the briefest of manner possible, it's our understanding that you have researched the site, been to the site, are familiar with the site, and have submitted a report of your findings to the Zoning Board of Adjustment, correct?
That is correct.
Could you please present a brief highlights on your findings concerning the standards under review by this zoning board?
Okay, I'll read this to keep it concise. As professional planners who have investigated the subject property, its surroundings, and the highly specific goals of the comprehensive plan for this transit-oriented sub-area of the South District, we are of the opinion that the particular mix proposed here of a commercial anchor business and sizable multifamily unit is not only compatible with the neighborhood uses, but is in fact critical to the activation of this long vacant spot that is currently constrained by unfeasible base zoning requirements and requires the provision of such amenities to drive productive community-driven reuse. This development was conceived as a ground floor commercial with supporting apartments with input from the RCO. And this is a commendable effort to invest in a community with the input of the community.
Thank you, Mr. Cromie. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, the authorization of variance relief will not alter the character
Is
of
this
the...
your summary?
Yes,
Oh, thank you.
yes. And then I'm going to get my client
Yeah,
on and try to...
I got it.
Because there are
Right.
people who want to speak.
Right.
The authorization of variance relief will not alter the character of the neighborhood or district in a negative way. It will enhance the neighborhood vision. It will not be detrimental to the public welfare. The proposal fits into the surrounding neighborhood as evidenced by the support of the coordinating RCO, all participating RCO leaders to our knowledge, the Point Breeze Business Association. This all speaks to the granting of relief being of a benefit to the public and within the spirit of the zoning code. And context, the topic of context, which comes up in most every zoning hearing, particularly from a planning perspective. Look at the context. Yes, RSA 5, but what is existing in the RSA 5, particularly in the near area? It's interesting, actually, that the rare instances of conformity are the minority here. The proposed variance would represent the minimum variance that would afford relief and will represent the least modification possible of the regulations at issue, specifically to accommodate the minimal but necessary height variance and occupied area variance, quite minor, to safely and reasonably provide community desired parking and desired commercial space. The grant of variance relief will not adversely affect transportation or unduly burden water, sewer, school, park, or other public facilities, nor will such grant substantially increase congestion in the public streets. We believe it will relieve it. We believe that the proposed family residences along the number 2 line will further transportation desires. This will not increase the danger of fire or otherwise endanger the public health, safety, or general welfare. Rather, the community will benefit from this shared vision of what has been proposed. Mr. Croma, you may sit down for now. Thank you. Vitaly, would you please come to the front?
Is this a witness of yours?
To adopt and affirm.
Okay.
Vitaly Polyachenko is a principal of the development team.
Sir, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
My name is Vitaly Polyachenko. V as a Victor, I, T as a Tom, A, L as in Larry, I, Y. Last name P as a Peter, O, L as in Larry, Y, A, C as in Charlie, H, E, N as in Nancy, K, O.
Right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Counsel.
Mr. Polyachenko, you have been present in the physical hearing room this morning to hear all of the testimony that's been offered in this matter, correct?
Correct.
And would you adopt and affirm the testimony, all of it as your own?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we know that the coordinating RCO is here. We know that there is the next door neighbor in the hearing room. We also know of at least 3 supporters virtually.
Here's what we're going to do. We're going to start with the people here, and then we'll go to the phone. And just so everybody knows, when we have multiple people want to testify, we go to a 2-minute limit. So if you would use 2 minutes to, and I see our executive vice president, our executive director there, and he always gives me looks. So, Mr. Littlepage, you've already been sworn. Just for the record, state your name.
There you go.
Testing. My name is Albert Littlepage.
Right. Please.
Good afternoon.
Start your presentation.
And so, as has already been stated, we hosted a meeting, and you saw the results of the meeting. And so I was actually surprised to know who to vote. I didn't even know who voted because my assistant calculates the votes. But we did hear from the community, and we know that the next door neighbor was opposed, as well as was a young lady who had some concerns with parking, which I live at 1801 South 17th Street. So parking in South Philadelphia is just complicated. Let's just say that at the least. And we heard the concerns. And, one of the things that as we do these properties is that a lot of our residents want to see some new housing as well as commercial added to it. What we thought was good about this particular project was that it actually included parking, because out of 19 units, there were 10 parking spaces. There were bikes there. And when it would brought to my mind is I've been living in South Philadelphia for over 25 years. The house to the left used to be a numbers house. And right around the corner, a man was murdered right on the street there. So one of the things that kept bringing to my mind was seeing this empty lot all the time, and I ride by there, and I went by and I saw the gentleman who lives there that doesn't want the project built. And I can kind of understand he's kind of has a standalone property. I see he has little items outside. His daughter writes with the little crowns on the wall. And so he has his family there. But walkability will increase the safety in that area is what we originally saw as well. We were excited about that part. We were excited that it would, just change some of the negativity in the area. Like you said, some of the bodegas and things of that nature, but that's not all our community is really about. And so we see a change in our community. The one other thing is that I said is these guys were very open about affordability. So we appreciated that. And they were flexible when we asked about the height of the building. They compromised and brought the height down on the property. And when we talked about units, I believe they reduced some of the units, and they didn't just try to oversell it. They didn't know who they were going to bring into the commercial property, but they said that they would work with us because I think the neighbor was concerned about cooking. So they eliminated someone cooking or using anything in that area. So they compromised on that. I'm not sure about the other outreaches they did with the gentleman, but they have compromised on some issues, and we appreciate that because as we work with some developers, they're not flexible at all. So that's really just all I have to say. Thank you for allowing me.
Thank you
to
for
be here.
taking the time. Next person in the audience.
Ms. Harrod?
She's shooting away.
Good morning,
Good morning. Could you
everyone.
please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Claudia S. Sherrod, CLAUDIA
Right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? Please
Yes, I
start your
do.
testimony.
Yes, I do. My name is, I already said my name.
Get just a little bit closer if you could, but get that mic
Can you
closer.
hear me now?
I can now.
Okay. I'm very committed to this project because this gentleman has been doing nice work in Point Breeze. I'm a resident of 65 years, and I'm seeing the change from what it was to what it is now. I really feel the impact of what this particular developer does is being concerned about the people as well as making money. Everyone else is worried about making money. He has put his heart and soul into trying to see what he can do to bring fruitful projects that will not only enhance the community, but enhance the neighbors working within the community. This project, I'm really excited about it because to have parking inside of it, 19 apartments and 10 parking spaces and bike racks as well. And I was told a lot of the young people or the people who will be renting have probably no cars at all. So that enhances the problem that we have within our community with no parking. We have developers have just put buildings that are 200 and 300 of people in apartments. And if you say apartments of 200, you better look at maybe 1,000 people. Where are they going to park? So I'm 100% in support of this project. I am presently a consultant to the Point Breeze Community Network Plus. I'm the former president of Point Breeze Community Development Coalition. And I have worked and I've seen the growth, and I'm just really happy to have the opportunity to speak in behalf of the project owners and the projects that's yet to come.
All right, thank you so much for coming down, and we appreciate the time you spent. We have 2 people left to testify in the audience. Would you come up, please, sir?
Good morning. My name is John Robinson,
Mr.
John.
Yeah, Mr.
Robinson.
You didn't even give me a chance to say it.
I've been here the whole
All right,
time.
do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, so let me start off by saying all the board members have your letter.
Okay.
So could you give us an outline of where you stand?
Yeah, I'm still opposed to this project. I've heard many of the arguments here about affordability. I have not heard a compelling argument towards affordability in terms of how they're going to actually make this affordable for people who maybe can't buy a house, but also can't rent a unit that's $2,000 a month. That's not affordable. I've heard the arguments for parking, and while 10 spaces is good, there are 9 other units that are unaccounted for. And while it's nice to think that people won't move in with cars, I don't think anybody can really know that. Many people move in with vehicles. I still have issues with the trash door, which is literally next to my door. This represents a major inconvenience for me, vented or not, sprayed or not. I have never seen an apartment building with clean trash anywhere. It just doesn't exist. A lot of the issues are still in my letter, and I think they're still valid. I've heard council say some nice things, and I saw the argument about zoning, but the balance of zoning, it's currently balanced. If you look at that chart, you see some mixed use, you see some RSA 5, shifting one whole side to just be that offsets the balance. And if you were to zoom out even just a little bit and look at the neighborhood a block down, it is also RSA 5, I believe, and it is single family homes. I don't find the argument compelling that there is this unwavering need to activate a lot by building a giant commercial mixed-use building on it. I don't think that's true. I think you can build housing there. You could make it affordable if you wanted to within the zoning variances. There's just not a strong desire to do so. And the commercial corridors are actually very accessible. There's Point Breeze that has a lot of commercial. There's Washington Avenue and there's Broad Street, and they are not far. It's about 3 or 4 blocks in either direction.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your testimony. We appreciate the time you spent writing this letter sent to us, okay? Counsel, you have any questions?
Just a couple questions. Good afternoon. Thank you for being here. Sir, your residence was a custom-built new construction home, correct?
I bought it from a developer who made it. I didn't have any input into the actual construction.
Thank you. And to your knowledge, is that home in compliance with the zoning code and the requirements of the Department of Licenses and Inspections?
To the best of my knowledge.
For example, to the best of your knowledge, are you aware actually that your accessory parking is not permitted?
Yes, I know that it is not permitted to put a door there, but I was told at the time by the developer and the real estate agent that vehicles could be parked on the property as long as there's no vehicle or obstruction hindering it, as long as parking is not permitted on that side. If it were, we would not be able to do so.
Unfortunately, Mr. Chairman and members of the board, what we have here is an example right next door where, just like my client is seeking some relief, unbeknownst to this homeowner, and I'm sure that because he didn't build the home, it's not permitted for the parking, which probably makes sense. Also, the way that the developer built the deck on top of this gentleman's home is not in compliance with the permit. Again, he didn't do it. He's not to blame. I bring this to the board's attention and also to the neighbor's attention, just that as we are seeking variances from the code and looking to properly document, it's not uncommon. In fact, it's more common than not. Thank you on that.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
May I add an additional comment? I would like to
If you
say
can,
that.
it's very short. We're
Yes, I
trying to get
understand.
everybody in.
Yes, I understand.
And good.
Okay. I find that a little farcical that this is a discussion here when the variances that they're proposing will cause significant inconveniences, but the variances that he cited that I may now need to go and inquire have not inconvenienced the neighborhood in any capacity and have not caused major disruptions.
Thank you very much for your time. Is there anyone else in this audience? Are you testifying, sir? Question or comments from the virtual audience? How many hands?
I just see one hand,
Thank you. Bring them
and
on,
that's
please.
Maxwell Feinberg,
Okay.
has been promoted.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning. Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
My name is Maxwell Feinberg, Maxwell, F as in Frank, EIN, Berg.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Are you a neighbor?
Yes.
Please proceed.
I live a handful doors down, and I live at 1230 South 17th Street, apartment 3. So very close to the property. And this project is absolutely beneficial to the neighborhood, in my opinion. You know, right now it's an empty lot. It's ugly. I mean, it's you know, we don't need more single family houses. We need more apartments and commercial spaces. I live in an apartment and it's expensive to rent. There's not enough apartments out there. It's unaffordable to live in the city anymore, especially this area. Increasing the supply of apartments, just like I rent, would reduce the cost for everybody. I think the project looks beautiful. From a perspective of, you know, it's well designed and it has all those parking spaces. I think that's a really big benefit to the community where parking is limited. I think the height variance is minimal and nobody would ever be able to recognize any difference in height looking from the street from walking by. And it's just, this is what the community needs. We don't need to just walk to Broad and walk to Washington and walk to Point Breeze. We need these little pockets of commercial space that we can go and have services, you know? We don't want to be living in a desert. I mean, I find that this area can be a desert where you have to walk 10 minutes in each direction.
So, sir, you're in favor of this project?
Yes, I am.
All right, thank you very much. Questions from the board?
Yes, I have a question. The first question I have is the trash room is enclosed, right? It's inside the property, it's not outside, correct?
It's fully enclosed, Ms. Graham. It is secure and to be accessed only by licensed commercial trash pickup providers. And we are even happy to coordinate with the community if there's a particular preference on timing, because not everyone always agrees, but trying to get consensus. But yes, that's shown here on the screen right now.
Okay, and the next question I had is the reduction in height. Would that make the solar panels from the neighbor's property, would that impact positively impact the production of the solar panels?
Yes, our design team has listened and looked and revised so that the solar panels will not be negatively impacted in any way by the proposed new construction and be able to operate efficiently.
And last, besides cooking, I know like the block is like primarily residential and there may be commercial pockets that are close to it. Just any idea of what commercial business that could survive there? I know that they mentioned something with no cooking, but is there any idea of what a commercial tenant could look like?
Perhaps something creative from someone from the community who has an arts background and wants to have a relatively, I'll use the word relatively, right, because I don't want to try to suggest otherwise, but a relatively affordable way to have a business, perhaps an experiential business even, that allows the creative outlet, ceramics or textiles.
Okay. And I ask that because oftentimes we see folks come back and say, we can't find a commercial tenant, we need to make this residential. So this the effort, you know, that's being put forth to keeping it, to making this commercial, like, you know, just making sure it's really viable.
It's really important, and we try to stress that so much and engaged in above board discussion. We think we may have an upper hand actually on this because we are working with those who know the neighborhood best. And what would be fantastic would be to hear from Ms. Sherrod, Mr. Littlepage, our next door neighbor even. Maybe hopefully we come together and somebody comes to us and says, this is going to happen, and maybe this is a space for the idea I heard about.
Other questions?
I'll ask the question I generally always ask, which is what's the depth of those basement units? I see you've got some basement units. What's the depth of the slab below grade?
Sure.
And the opportunity to have walkout, directly walk out from those basement units. So 2 questions.
Of course, Mr. Johns. And I'd like to call Rustin Oler of Harmon Deutsch Oler, who's with us virtually and is now unmuted, Mr. Chairman, to respond.
Hi, Rustin Oler, Rustinohler.
Right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please proceed.
Sure. So because of the commercial space and accessibility, the first floor is set at grade. So the basement, the basement for both the commercial and residential portion, which are bi-level, are about 9 feet below grade. We have no issue with the proviso that we have, stairs and access out to the yard, so that it would be a walkout.
Can you pull up the plans again?
Yes.
Yeah, currently, we show egress wells in the rear, but we can accommodate a full staircase.
Can you go to the basement? So these basement units are a 9 foot below grade.
Yeah, so the
They're
first floor,
completely submerged below grade.
well, it's not an all basement unit. So the first floor is completely above grade. The basement is completely below grade. We have, the unit has a private rear yard and patio, and we have room to put a full staircase. So it could be walkout if that's something the board wishes or would like to include as a proviso.
So this is the grade plan.
Yeah, this is the first floor.
And then where is the basement plan?
Adam, could you pull that up? There's 2 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms
Yes.
down there.
I was just trying to zoom in.
Right there.
Don't mean to make anybody motion sick here. One moment.
So in the basement, we have our utilities. We have the other half of the commercial space, and then the other half of the bi-level residential unit.
Does that help, Mr. Johns, to see what you were looking at?
Yeah, I can. Well, I can see it now.
Okay.
Well, that's the first. You're back to the first.
Yeah, he's back to the first floor. Sorry.
Okay.
So right now we're showing 2 egress wells with double egress compliant windows, but we could turn those into doors and stairs if that's something the board would like to see.
On the left side of the screen, Mr. Johns, is the lower level. I can zoom in if you wish.
No, I can see it. Clearly, they would benefit from a direct walkout. From anything that's 9 foot below grade is untenable, in my opinion. But
yeah, we can accommodate that, and you have my promise that we'll do that.
Any other questions?
Yeah, is the thought for the commercial space that the basement is going to mostly be for storage?
Yeah, back of house storage, utilities.
Okay. And then where's the bathroom for the commercial unit?
Oh, so we would just accommodate the tenant's needs. So there would be a requirement for a full ADA compliant bathroom, kitchenette, or anything else they need at the first floor. We would make sure we're full ADA compliant in accordance with the building code as part of the tenant fit out once there is a tenant.
Understood. And then
It'll end up in the back left or right corner, most likely.
the parking's only going to be on the first floor. So in the basement, is that just foundation?
Yeah, so beneath the parking, there is no basement other than the Pico utility vault. So the parking is essentially slab on grade. The rest of the utilities are below the residential lobby.
Okay. And then how are you handling stormwater drainage? Is that happening on site?
Yeah, so so there's no essentially stormwater management system due to the size of the site. But, in accordance with the water department requirements, all the stormwater will be set into separate piping and tied in separately to the sewer system.
Okay. And then this is a fully walk-up building. So I guess the only comment I would have is that to have 19 units, I think another resident also mentioned sort of around affordability. It would be nice to see a little bit more intention around having either type A, type B, and affordable units that were designated for us to have this many units.
Understood.
We agree.
Any other questions? Questions from our attorney?
None at this time.
Okay, questions from, comments from Planning Commission?
Jonathan Goins, City Planning Commission staff. The comprehensive plan recommends no change to the existing RSA 5 residential single-family zoning at this location. The appellant has not demonstrated that there are unique physical circumstances or conditions of the property that would prevent it from being used in conformance with the zoning code. City Planning Commission recommends the board deny the requested variances.
Okay. So we're going to hold this, right, until you do your amended?
Amended refusal with the board's permission. We would ask.
Ian, are you listening? Or council?
Yes, sir. And
What
we
do
would
we want to
expect
do with
that.
this? I'm going to close this. I mean, we're done.
Yes.
Right? So
It sounds as though there's.
2 weeks?
We would.
Is that sufficient time, Mr. Labor, to make the requested amendments? Yes. Okay. 2 weeks sounds great.
Absolutely. We would ask that the record be closed.
Oh, yeah, I'm doing that. So the question would be, what's the date of that Wednesday, 2 weeks from now?
So, Chair, that would be May the 6th.
We're going to continue this to May 6th at 9:30 a.m. We'll take this executive session and we'll vote at 9:30. But it's closed. Nothing else comes in.
Mr. Chairman and members of the board, thank you for the board's
And
indulgence.
Thanks for everybody who spent so much time with us. We appreciate it. And the people who had different comments, but thank you very much. We're going to move on, guys. Thank you. Number 13. Number 13, MI 2025-006-649, 743 North 44th Street. Joseph Consul is the attorney. Mr. Consul.
He's joining us now.
Good morning, Mr. Consul. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Joseph Consul, that's Joseph, last name Consul, Consola.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Could you identify your client or relationship to the property?
Yeah, my client is Now Rose and Ridwain LLC, represented today by its owner, Mohammed Ullah.
And there's a recommendation of support from West Belmont Civic Association. Our vice chair has a few questions, sir.
Good afternoon. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes.
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
Yes.
All right, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with your case.
Okay, good morning, Chair Bergman, members of the board. Joe Consul here for 739 North 44th Street. We are seeking a use variance to allow for a multifamily dwelling within this existing structure. The refusal is because this property is currently zoned as RSA 5. We're here today to demonstrate that strict compliance with RSA 5 presents an unnecessary hardship for this specific property created by the recent city downzoning, and that a 3-unit property is appropriate for this block and appropriate for the neighborhood, as demonstrated by their unanimous support. So there's the refusal. This property was in 2023 downzoned from RM1 to RSA 5. My client bought that property the same year, a couple of months after the downzoning had been signed by council and the mayor. And so he sort of scrambled on what to do with it at that point. We submitted for the 3-unit approval, and now we're taking it through this process. So there is the refusal. There is our vote of 10 in support. 3 committee members abstained. Notice in the meeting, we actually met with them twice. We came back with a full set of architecturals, which was their request from our first meeting. So here's the property. As you can see, it requires some TLC here, which my client will provide. Showing some photos. Tax clearance certificate, the deed showing the purchase. What we hope is compelling is the property directly next door is zoned for 3 units, and then the property, and that's that is 733 North 44th. And then at 737 North 44th, you also have a 3-unit approval. So on this side of the block of the properties that are not vacant, we have 2 that are approved for what we're seeking today that are of the same size as the property that we are presenting to you today. To show you some internal photos, it's just the deed. Those are external. I'll do some internal and I'll show you the plans. My client has been cleaning it up in anticipation of renovation into hopefully what we are proposing today. I'll skip over to the plans. There's the proposed first floor and basement. Basement is mechanical and storage. First floor unit, 2 bedrooms and a bathroom. And here's the second and third floor units, also 2 bedrooms and a bathroom. Let's see, as mentioned, West Belmont was in total support, and that ought to do it for the bulk of my testimony. Could have them adopt it and we can answer any questions.
All right, bring your client on, please.
Mohammed, are you available to raise your virtual hand?
Muhammad is coming in now. Muhammad, can you unmute yourself, please?
What's next door, Joe? How many units?
3. There it is.
Muhammad?
There it is, actually, 737. Are you able to unmute yourself, Mohammed?
Yes.
Hi, Muhammad, could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Mohammed, Mohammad Ullah.
And is it possible for you to turn your video on? Okay, Mohammed, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Counsel?
Mr. Ullah, did you hear my testimony just now regarding your property at 739 North 44th Street?
Yes.
Do you adopt it as your own?
Yes.
Okay. I have nothing further.
Questions from the board?
Can we see the floor plans again?
Yeah, would you like the first or the second floor? Or the second and third floors?
Both. You kind of went by them a little fast here.
Okay. Yeah, I try to toe the line between too long and too short.
Okay, so no, the basement is going to be just for storage and what have you.
Yes, Mohammed, there's no living space in the basement, correct?
No living space. That has storage and electric panel box and water heater room.
Okay, and then the first floor unit has how many
2 bedroom, and bathroom and kitchen dining space.
And a trash closet as
Attached closet, yes.
requested by the RCO at our initial meeting.
All right.
All right, going up.
Okay. Yeah.
Taking the elevator up.
Okay. All right. And then can we? Yeah.
Yeah, you got,
All right.
I can't hear you.
No,
Cheryl?
I'm
Yep.
just asking, I asked him to move it up some so I could
Oh,
see
okay.
the
I-
front part of the unit.
I understood. I understood.
Okay. All right. Thank
Other
you.
questions?
Yes, I have a question about the utilities for the second and third floor unit and where you intend to have those.
Mr. Law?
Yes.
She was questioning where the utilities would be for the second and third units.
Is a utility going to be on the all utility meter going to be on the basement?
So all
The-
utilities are in the basement. How are
Yeah.
the second and third floor tenants going to be able to access the basement for servicing if it's tied to the first floor unit?
But maybe we can put it outside. Actually, that's we don't put it right now. They have a meter outside, so might put it outside. Then 3 of them.
I'm sorry, I missed part of. Could you repeat your last sentence?
Okay, you're talking about the panel box. Panel box. Every unit have their own panel box on every floor.
Okay, so that's electrical. Is this an all electric unit? You're not going to have gas service?
Yeah, yeah, all electric unit.
Okay, thank you for
Mhm.
clarifying. And then just in the first floor, what's going on in the rear bedroom? I see some notes on the plan that look like the laundry room, but there's another area that's listed as the laundry. So I just wanted to confirm.
No, no laundry room on the first floor. They
Okay.
put it in, but we're not gonna put it on a laundry room on the first floor. Just there is only the 2 bedroom and kitchen, dining, and the living space. That's
Okay.
it.
And then what is the plan for trash storage and management?
Okay, we have the
Okay.
trash closet.
Are you open to a proviso that requires all trash be stored inside, like as an actual proviso?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Do we have it?
I don't have any other questions.
I got a couple issues. One, it's an issue that just is unacceptable for me, which is to have access to to the rear yard through a bedroom, which you have on the first floor, which makes absolutely no sense. Is the worst condition to have a backyard, having someone and neighbors and friends, whatever, to have to go through a bedroom to go to the backyard. That
Okay.
just is untenable for me. Two, go to the front area, that vestibule, that makes no sense. Why? What is that space in the front for? You've got windows in a living room that front into an enclosed porch, which so you can't get natural air unless the windows on the front porch are open and it's a shared space. It kind of creates a weird condition that is not a good condition, I would think, for three families living in a building like this. So that's problematic just from a design standpoint. It makes sense if you could go out that breezeway to get to the backyard, reconfigure this thing. Thirdly, or fourthly, wherever I am, on the second floor, third floor unit, if you got a 2-bedroom unit, typically you'd want to have a bathtub, not a shower, because if they've got a kid, you don't want to, bathe the kid in the shower. So that is something that should be looked at.
Okay.
So those are my issues with your plan.
All right. To the extent you'd like to see an update of that, I'm happy to discuss with Mohammed and his architect. Just taking some notes.
Let's figure this out. Are you going to try to adhere to that, Joe?
Yes. Oh, yeah. Mohammed, does that all seem reasonable? What Mr. John suggested?
Yeah,
That would
that's
be
a reasonable. Even I can close that in the backyard door is not that's like is not a big issue actually. So we don't have to have a backyard door. Can close it.
So I think what we need to do is we have to bring this back for a resumptive hearing, right?
All right. So we're looking at Mr. Johns, the no exit from the downstairs bedroom. We understand that. The windows out to the porch, which is enclosed. I understand that being problematic. And then, did I miss anything on the first floor?
Yeah, that was, I mean, it seems to make sense that from a more public space on the first floor to access a public outdoor space is to make sense to go through the breezeway. So it's like a reconfiguration of that area of the first floor of your kitchen and living room area to get access to the backyard from there and potentially make that vestibule enclosed porch part of that first floor unit. So you get a better unit on the first floor.
Got it. And then the second floor.
The other issue was
And the third floor too, right, Joe? Remember
Yes.
the third floor of the bathroom?
Yeah.
Second and third floor bathrooms.
Right. So at this point, I'm going to make this a resumptive hearing to July 7th at 9:30 a.m. If you can get a hold of Ian and see if that's possible to get in sooner, but that's the date I'm giving it right now. So it'll be a resumptive hearing July 7th at 9:30 a.m.
All right. We will update and revert back. Thanks. I'll reach out to
Thank you
Ian.
very much.
Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Okay, thank
Number
you.
15, MI 2025-006-709, 101 North 60th Street. Samantha Lyons is the attorney. Samantha Lyons?
Yes, Samantha Lyons is coming in now, Chair.
All right, thank you very much.
And Chair, this is Ian Hegarty, just noting for folks in the virtual audience and here, this is going to be the last case that we'll be able to call before our required 1 p.m. staff break, and 2250 North 16th Street will be called when we resume at 2 p.m.
Thank you. Samantha?
Yes, Chairman, good morning.
Good morning. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Yes, absolutely. My name is Samantha R. Lyons, Samantha. Last name Lyons.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Could you identify your client in relationship to the property?
Yes, good morning, Chairman and members of the board. I am here regarding property address 101 North 60th Street on behalf of Bernard Etienne, who's the managing member of JBE LLC, the property owner in this matter.
And I noticed that you have a letter of support from Achievability.
Yes, sir, we do.
And our vice chair has a few questions.
Good afternoon. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, Madam Vice Chair. We have submitted our documents and we submitted an additional supplemental photo yesterday.
Thank you. And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
Yes, ma'am, we do.
Okay, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with your case.
Thank you. So good morning, members of the ZBA. As I mentioned, my name is Samantha Lyons. I'm representing the applicant here, Bernard Etienne, who is the property manager, the managing member of the LLC JBE Remodeling. Essentially, the applicant is seeking a use variance to permit a 3-dwelling unit multifamily use within the existing attached structure, which is currently located in an SRA 5 zoning district. The property consists of approximately 4,287 square feet and contains an existing building size, which size, configuration, and layout essentially make it unreasonable for single-family use. At this stage, the property was like this when the owner purchased it. This particular requested relief reflects the minimum variance. We recognize that the proposed use will not adversely affect the health, public health, safety, or welfare. There is a plan for trash management. We look to see minimal impact on the neighborhood with regard to parking, storage, etc. And with regard to the applicant's exhibits, I'll just do a quick stroll through.
And why don't you do this, counsel, if you would, just make it a little larger. We're having a hard time seeing.
I sure can.
That's much better. Thank you. And I would tell you, we have all your documents. So if you would, I think you should go to photos and plans.
That was my plan.
Right. Oh, thank you. Thanks. Well,
I like we're on the same page. Okay, so just as an obvious, there's the certificate of tax compliance. I'm going to scroll to Exhibit G, which is listed as the scale drawings for the property. As you'll see, the first floor unit is actually already rented pursuant to legally rent it with a certificate of rental suitability, etc. And what we'd like to do right now, the second floor and third floor are exactly the same with regard to the overlay, with regard to the structure.
Can you? Okay.
Is that what you?
Yeah, can we?
Bigger?
Can we make it a little bigger?
yeah,
and
little, yeah, I
Go
can
back there a little bit.
Let me see something.
Thank you.
Is that work? Is that good? Okay.
I'm sorry, I'm learning something from one of my fellow board members.
Take your time.
I don't have to get you to do it.
You can expand, but I'm happy to
Yes.
expand for you.
It's fine, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. So as you'll note, the second and third floor, which are currently vacant, pending approval, are also consist of 3 bedrooms, kitchen, bathroom unit. The basement itself is on the plans, but simply storage right there. So I'm going to keep scrolling down to the Exhibit H, which shows the property photos. The first photo is just a time-stamped confirmation that zoning was posted. It was a little difficult to see in our initial exhibit, so that was the supplemental one that we exhibited. These are the outside photos of the property. I'm going to scroll a bit slowly. The area itself, the property is the area and that street is RSA 5. The area itself is a combination of RM1, CMX2, CMX3, and of course, RSA 5. Following are internal photos of the property. Kitchen space. Additional kitchen space. The view of across the street from that unit. Bedroom. Closet storage. Just the stairwell. Just multiple photos. The restrooms for the property, as you'll see, bathrooms and showers throughout. One of the bedrooms. And then one other just kind of additional note, the property already is set up with panels for each unit. So pointing that out that again, it is already configured, apartment 1, 2, and 3 for that setup. And then if there are no current questions, I'm just going to scroll down to the community meeting handout, which is my last exhibit, that shows just what was presented to the community, why they requested, which is essentially what we said. The property has been historically used for multifamily residence. The first floor is rented. This essentially allows us to continue to use the property in the most effective way while still maintaining the characteristics of the neighborhood. There are no short-term rentals and planned. There's no exterior expansion to the building, no increasing building site or change to the residential character. And again, these are the things that were committed at the community hearing. information regarding parking. The applicant committed to a maximum of 3 dwelling units, no short-term rentals, has already begun the property management and plans to continue that. And of course, obviously full compliance with building, fire, and safety codes. The meeting was held with Achievability on February 11th, I believe. Apologies if I'm misspeaking. These are also signatures of members of the community that Mr. Etienne was just able to pull on his own, just stating their support of, that they're in support of the project, the change, the use, the addresses, and then finally the meeting summary from Achievability, the coordinating RCO. They were in support. There was no opposition. And specifically to quote, one person thanked the property owner for creating welcome changes and being present and invested in the neighborhood, which is Mr. Etienne's plan, and looked forward to basically receiving any comments or thoughts and continuing to work with the neighborhood. That is essentially our proposal. As
So
I
why don't you bring
Yes,
him
sir.
on to adopt your testimony?
I was going to say that is essentially our proposal. Please allow me to bring applicant on. Mr. Etienne, if you can please raise your hand if you already have it.
It was
we see him?
Mr. Etienne. Is that starts with an E? I don't see a hand raised.
Yes, it's Bernard Etienne, Etienne. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I'm promoting now. Okay, he has declined that first promotion, and I
Okay.
will try again.
It pops up real fast. It's on the screen real fast, and you have to find it sometimes.
Bernard Etienne, can you accept the promotion? Declined once again.
Oh,
So counsel, I
Yes,
think you went over this pretty well, and I think as an officer of the court, we'll take your testimony. Questions from the board?
Yes, could you just describe the trash plan for me for the 3 units?
Yes, ma'am. So currently, it's just a private pickup for the 1 unit. I believe that the applicant has a plan to put in a trash management service that goes along with a normal pickup for the area and the property.
So
Again,
where would the trash be stored prior to pickup for each unit?
so what I can gather is that prior to pickup, there's initial space. This is what I was actually hoping the client would speak to. But I'm going to scroll down to the photos. So in the property, if you see along the side, there's an area near the steps that I believe will work for trash storage at a larger rate or a larger unit outside of what the individuals have available in their homes. So in that area available for pickup on the outside of the property.
So the second and the third floor would have interior trash storage as well as the first floor?
Yes, ma'am.
When you say outside of the property, what do you mean? I wasn't
I'm
clear.
sorry. Did I say outside of?
I thought
No,
you said.
I'm saying before they were put outside for trash pickup, they would be stored in these areas.
Yeah, well, that's your HVAC and your hot water. I don't think you want to store your trash in the HVAC closet.
I believe
That's a fire waiting to happen.
noted. I believe there's a space in here that the client has specifically referenced, and I apologize for not having this exact answer. That is the one thing I asked him to come on and speak to. Just I was brought onto the
Hello?
project. Yes, there we
Oh,
go.
here he is.
Yeah,
Sir, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
my name is Bernard Etienne, Bernard. Last name is Etienne.
Right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right. Counsel, you want to adopt your testimony first, then handle the question about the trash with your client.
Absolutely. Mr. Etienne, were you able to hear and see my presentation to the zoning board?
Yes.
Are you able to confirm that the statements I have made accurately reflect your request and the intended use of the property?
Yes.
And you adopt my statements as your testimony before the Zoning Board of Adjustment.
Yes.
Wonderful. Okay, in that case, for the record, could you briefly confirm how you intend to handle the trash storage and basically maintenance for the property?
Yeah, actually, in the meeting, that was one thing we discussed, especially there's a little yard in the back of the property. At first, we was putting the trash right there, but there's other people that was dumping the trash there. So we actually removed the container, the trash bin. I removed them. The first floor actually right now, yeah, she's agreed to holding the trash until the apartment because she says she's not willing to produce a lot of trash. And also, I also calling the sanitation. I had to talk with them. They say they are also planning to do a 2 weekday trash removal. So that'll make it much easy. So if we have a 2 day trash removal, because I've been talking with them regarding the dumping, or there's other people that I was dumping in the thing. Actually cleaning this area a couple times, and actually this time is actually since I removed the trash bin, it been clean and don't no dumping there. And the first floor been really satisfied with the trash, and they put it out whenever the trash day is in.
So the question is, trash will be stored inside and put out on trash day. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Yes, and what I understand is that part of that is just confirming that. I didn't want to overly confirm, but confirming that management plan with whoever the trash company is going to be once the second and third floor are properly approved. No, no, that was me misspeaking. Right now, what I meant is that they're keeping it internally. I know there was a side situation. I know that they had something outside, but people that did not live there were using it. So the idea was to come up with a different plan that allowed more control for the property.
Thank you.
Yes.
Questions from our attorney?
I just noted that one of the provisos that was mentioned was a maximum 3 dwelling unit. Just one point.
Yeah, thank you. Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
There are no hands.
Planning Commission.
Good afternoon, Jonathan Goins, Planning Commission staff. Comprehensive plan recommends no change to the RSA 5 residential single-family zoning at this location. The property has documented historical use as a multi-unit building. The City Planning Commission recommends the board grant the requested variance.
MI 2025-006-709-101 North 60th Street. I vote yes with proviso. Maximum 3 units, trash stored inside.
Michael Johns, and my vote is yes with proviso.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with proviso.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes with proviso.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes with proviso.
My
Counsel-
vote is yes
Oh,
with
here she is.
proviso.
All right. Counsel, thank you for your presentation. You were quick and precise, and we appreciate it. Thank you.
I appreciate you guys. Thank you. I know it's the end of the day, so I appreciate your.
It's not
No,
the
it's
end
not
of
the
the
end
day.
of the day.
It's not.
We
It's the end of the
mentioned it at the end
morning.
of the
Everybody
day.
at this table just reacted and said it's not the end of the day. But
I got,
thank
as
you.
soon as I said it, I got it. You're just taking a break. So thank you guys very, very much. Have a good one.
right,
If
thank
you don't
you.
need anything else from me,
Thank you.
thank you.
You survived. Woohoo! I know he did. I know. Hillary knows that. I already.
For point of information, we have one case left from this morning, and as soon as we handle that, we'll then go into the afternoon list. So number 16, MI 2026-006-27, 2250 North 16th Street. Jermaine Harris is the attorney.
Chair, I am allowing him to speak. This is
Thank you.
David Vocals.
Okay, Mr. Harris, are you ready to proceed?
I am ready to proceed. I think my clients are on the,
Okay.
I think they're on the
Jermaine?
call.
Hi, Jermaine, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Sure. My name is Jermaine Harris, and it's Jermaine, and Harris, and I am the attorney for the Watley Blueprint, who are the owners, LLC, who are the owners of the property at 2250
All right. Do you swear or affirm
North
to tell,
16th.
do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for a point, we don't have an RCO letter, but there was a meeting. Am I correct?
There was a meeting. There was a meeting on
14th?
On the 14th, and excuse me, they said they would submit a letter. I got a correspondence from them this morning, and they said they would send something
But you
by
do, you
tomorrow.
have submitted a petition that was signed by 71 people.
That's correct.
Our vice chair has a few questions.
Yes.
Good afternoon. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, I have.
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
I do.
Okay, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with your case.
Sure. Okay. So this is for the property at 2250 North 16th Street. And what my clients are seeking to do is to legalize a four-family for this building. And what this is this is a three-story building, and this is the front of the building. Another angle of the front of the building, 3 stories. And my clients bought the property in July of 2025, and it was designated as a multifamily. They bought it sight unseen. They're from New York, and they thought that this property was legitimately a 4-family building. Come to find out that it wasn't, but this is what was represented to them when they purchased the property in July of 2025. So this is the posting of the zoning hearing notice, and the property was basically a shell. I'm going to go through some pictures just so you can see what the layout is. This is the first floor front room, kitchen of the first floor, the basement. It's unfinished. It's the first floor entryway. Walking into the building, going up to the second floor, first floor bathroom. Second floor front room. Now, this, just so you know, there is the 4 apartments are comprised of, first floor is a 2-bedroom apartment. The second floor, and I'll go over this with the plans. The second floor are 2 studio apartments. This is what was fitted out. What it is. It's 2 studio apartments on the second floor, 1 in the front, 1 in the back, 1 bedroom, 1 bath. And then the third floor is a 1-bedroom studio apartment. This is another, this is for a second floor hallway showing, showing it for the back of the back studio apartment. Hallway. This is a third floor bedroom, third floor bathroom. It's the kitchen.
Why don't you
Oh.
show plans?
Yeah, I'm about to get to that right now. Sure. Let's see here. Hold on, let me get that. Sorry, I just had those plans up. Hold on. Just bear with me. I just had those plans up. Oh, one other thing before we get to the plans. I did want to just make a point that it's in a RSA 5 zone, but this property, one side of the street, this is 16th Street, one side of the street is RSA 5, the other side is RM1. So I wanted to bring that, which is pretty strange, but I just wanted to bring that to the panel's attention. But hold on, let me get these plans. Just bear with me. Oh, okay, here they are. All right, so again, we have the basement. Everything is just open with that. No plans for that. Then we have first floor right here. First floor, the bedrooms, 2 bedrooms. Walk in, first floor bedroom. Then you have the kitchen, living room. Then you have a bedroom going in the rear. Then you go up the stairs, go into the second floor, which is, excuse me, this is the studio apartment right here with the kitchen and bath. And then you have the studio apartment, the rear studio apartment, which is right here where I'm pointing in my cursor. Go through the kitchen, bathrooms behind there, right here. Then you have the studio apartment right there. Then you have the staircase, you go up to the 3rd floor. And then that's more of an open concept. And it's the kitchen, bathroom is right here. And that's essentially what we're looking at as far as the plans of this building. So again, 1 apartment on the 1st floor, 2 bedroom, 2 apartments, 2 studio 1 bedroom apartments on the 2nd floor, front and rear. And then the 3rd is a studio apartment. Let's get back to my packet. These are signatures of the nearby neighbors. It's a total of 71 of them. Also, I wanted to bring to the panel's attention that there are several multi-units on the block that are 4 units, 3 units, which is attached. We have the tax clearance, and then we have evidence of ownership. Again, the property was purchased in July 9th of 2025. And then this is the proof of mailing along with the community meeting that was held last week. So I would like to call my client. I think they're still on the call. Mr. and Miss Wobbly, for the purpose of adopting my testimony.
Chair, Mr. and Mrs. Watley will be joining us as a panelist.
I thank you. Jermaine, what do we think was there before? 4 units, you're saying?
It was 4 units there before. This is how it was fitted out exactly as the plans are.
All right,
That's how they bought it.
Thank you.
Audio. I'm trying to start the audio. Okay. We should, can you see us? No. There we
I
are.
can.
Hello.
Who wants to testify?
My husband will
All right,
testify.
all right. Sir, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Canniel Watley, Canniel Wattley.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Counsel?
Okay, so Mr. Watley, did you hear the testimony that I just gave in front of this board?
Yes.
Do you agree with the testimony that I have just presented to this board?
Yes.
Okay. So that means that you adopt what I've just said, correct?
Yes.
As if you were to testify.
Yes, sir.
And you don't necessarily have to, but if you have anything is there anything you want to add to what I've just presented to the board?
Well, I mean,
You don't have to. You don't have to. Just say.
no, pretty much everything you said is accurate. Yes, we agree with everything you said.
Okay. And we would open it up for any questions that the board may have for myself or the representative.
Questions from the board.
Yes, what is the trash plan for these 4 units?
Yes, yeah.
Right now, currently, the old tenants, they have a platform in front of the building where they take up the whole staircase along the whole front of the building. So the plan is to take that down and put back and we do the original stairs that is there now and build a compartment right by the windows to put garbage containers and stuff right in that side of it. So it could contain the rodents and stuff like that.
So you want to store the trash in the front of the building?
Yes, right on the side, remove the platform that they have with the staircase and stuff right there from the other side of the building.
Okay, so is there a way that you can find another space to store it besides being in the front, which presents a lot of clutter and kind of trashing up the neighborhood, have that trashy look?
Well,
Especially
I mean,
on 16th Street.
yeah, I mean, right now, I mean, once I remove that steps, that platform that they have, it would be pretty much right on the side and it won't really clutter it up at all.
Well, yeah, I know 16th Street, there's an issue with the trash in the front, so I would suggest finding another place to store the trash.
I think they would. Would you consider basement storage?
Yeah, we can do basement because the basement is gonna be empty as is, just for storage anyway, so we can do the basement.
I don't know how everybody's gonna have access to the basement.
Yeah,
Maybe
Oh,
the first floor.
there's a separate access to the
I
basement.
had access to the basement in the plans.
Say it one more time.
There's a separate access. Let me pull up the plans, but there's a separate access. Yeah, there's a separate access that everybody can access for the basement.
Okay, so then everybody can access the basement and store the trash in the basement.
Yes.
Correct. From the entryway. Yep.
Okay, I've got a couple of questions. From what I understand, you read in the real estate listing that this was a quadplex, but did
Can't really
anybody-
hear you that well, I'm sorry.
Okay, I said, according to what I'm reading here, you saw it as the real estate listing said this was a quadplex, correct? Is that what you were under the impression of?
That's what we was told, yes.
Okay. And, but did anybody check, the zoning records at all? And, has there been any, effort to look at the records as to the prior use of this property?
I mean, our realtor did check into it, but she couldn't give us a definite for some reason.
Mhm. Okay, I see. And I guess I'm having a problem with I'm having a problem with the layout, and I'm having a problem with the number of units. I'm not sure, because I can't see enough here about the square footage for these units, but it seems to me like that first floor unit is a little overcrowded here with having it being a two-bedroom unit. And I don't understand the second floor layout with I don't understand what a one-bedroom studio is. Studios, I thought, didn't have specific bedrooms or whatever it is. It's a space and it's got a kitchen and it's got a bathroom and some space where you can kind of live. So I'm having a little problem with the terminology. And I just think that it's a kind of overcrowding here of the space. And particularly since it's basically a shell. I mean, it's not like you can actually tell that this was used this way before. You haven't, I don't, you're not presenting any kind of records to show that it was ever used this way before. I'm having a little problem with the number of units that you're really asking for here.
Okay, it was, they did have 5 meters, 4 for each unit, which is there existent right now, which is where we bought
Where are
it.
they?
The meters is
Yeah, let
in,
me, hold on, I'll show the pictures of that.
Okay.
Because I did show that when I showed the basement, I believe.
Okay.
Hold on. Ah,
yeah.
You want past it.
yeah, there were 5.
Yeah,
electric-
they have 5 meters, 1 for each unit and 1 for the common space.
Okay. All right.
I have a question about the backyard. It looks
Thank
like
you.
only the first floor, 2-bedroom unit has access to the rear yard. Is that?
Yes.
I mean, I think that's typical, but I will say like that's a lot of maintenance of a yard to put on the single tenant. And given the fact that the backyard does have, the basement has universal access, to be able to figure out a way to give the entire building access to the rear yard would be nice to see. And I will just state it. I know you guys are from out of town, but as a now Philadelphian, I think the decision to get rid of the porch is a terrible one, and I would strongly advise doing that, just because that is the context of the community.
I mean, that was just part of the thought process. It was to put the garbage, but since we could put the trash in the basement, it don't have to be removed. My wife would like.
Can I get sworn in and say a word?
What's that, ma'am?
Can I get sworn in and say a word?
So do me a favor, please state your name and spell it for
Okay.
the stenographer.
Regina Watley, Regina Wattley.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please proceed.
Okay, so the other buildings on the block have no structure in front, no porch. So it appears that the previous owners created that porch, and all of the other buildings on each side and across the street store their garbage outside. So we can certainly modify that and store garbage inside. The other part of it that I wanted to add to what my husband said is that all of the it wasn't a complete and utter shell. There's evidence of that. They had the 5 meters that are still there, and also they had the front floor, the first floor, as a as an apartment, and they had 2 apartments on the second floor and 1 apartment on the first floor. The 2 apartments on the second floor were studios. The 1 apartment on the top floor was a studio, and the 2-bedroom was on. So we didn't change anything from what they had been using it for. And also as our attorney said, the property was represented as a multifamily, and we were told that it wasn't, converting it, that it was a multifamily when we purchased it, and that when we saw the properties across the street that were also multifamily, I guess we made an assumption, that's another thing, but we made an assumption that it wasn't an issue to have it consistent with the rest of the units on the block. And so that's why we wanted to come to the board today to make sure that it is consistent with what's on the block. And as far as the backyard, I wanted to clarify, I know you said something about access for other tenants from the
I said
back.
to the rear. I said to the rear yard. So I said it 4 units is a lot of density in a part of the city where there's not a lot of recreation space. Having one tenant be responsible for the complete maintenance of the yards in this neighborhood are relatively sizable, that to have access for all of the units in the building to the rear yard would be a nice amenity if.
Absolutely, but the backyard is pretty small. And the tenant would not have the responsibility for maintaining that yard. So wanted to add that.
That was not a zoning thing. That was just a suggestion.
Oh,
But
yeah.
while you're here, I will let you know there
that
are
would be
7 other
awesome.
properties on your
Yeah.
block that have the same porch setup, and that porch setup is typical to that neighborhood in Philadelphia. So it is not the only unit on.
The front porch area, because we didn't see any more really.
There's
in that.
7.
There was some
Walk
of
to
them.
the-
Okay. That's my mistake. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I just would agree with the other board members regarding the density. My biggest concern, I guess, of the units is the one on the first floor. That living area is really just too small for two bedrooms. It just doesn't work. It doesn't show any furniture, so I doubt if you could put a sofa or even a love seat and have it a place to eat. It's really just a kitchen, so that unit is problematic.
Questions for the attorney?
I guess the only thing I would say, Mr. Johns, is that I guess you may have a concern about the 2 bedrooms, but if need be, I guess, because it's fitted out the way that it's fitted out, they may in fact have to they may have to make that a 1-bedroom, the large 1-bedroom.
Maybe, yeah.
All right, questions from our attorney?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Questions or comments from this audience or the virtual audience?
No hands at this time, Chair.
Planning Commission?
Amy Boyd with the Planning Commission. AMYBOYD.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please proceed.
The property was remapped from RM1 residential multifamily to RSA 5 residential single family in 2014 in accord with recommendations from the comprehensive plan. The multifamily household living is in character with this side of the block face mapped RSA 5. However, the requested variance for 4 family is not the least minimum. If the property were still mapped RM1, the parcel would allow 2 units. The City Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the requested variance for a multifamily with proviso max 2 units.
So MI 2026-006-727, 2250 North 16th Street. I vote yes with proviso. Per refusal dated April 21st, 2026, maximum 3 units.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes with proviso.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with proviso.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes with proviso.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes with proviso.
Taya Nguyen, my vote is yes with proviso.
Thank you, counsel.
Thank you.
Sure. Is there anyone in the audience who had a 9:30 a.m. list case?
No, Chair, I see no hands at this time.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bill Bergman. I will be chairing this meeting of the Philadelphia Zoning Board of Adjustment. With me is our Board Vice Chair, Tanetta Graham,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Board Secretary, Cheryl L. Gaston,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Board Member Michael Johns,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Board Member Taya Wynn,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
and Board Member Ryan McAdams.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Also, here is our attorney, Hillary Emerson, and our zoning board director, Ian Haggerty, and our board administrator, Lakeisha Dandy. A recording of this hearing will be put on the ZBA website. By participating, you agree to be recorded. This is an in-person meeting with remote capabilities. Whether remote or in person, if you're called to speak, you must state and spell your name and then wait to be sworn in. Once you've been sworn in, have been sworn in, please make it a point to mention your name each time before testifying. Any person may enter their appearance to become an interested party. There are three ways. You can identify the property address on your Zoom webinar. You can see a staff member, or you can call the ZBA website, the appearance line, by the close of business tomorrow. Call 267-270-5548. Leave a message, then include your email address and also the address of the property of the appeal case. The following guidance is for our remote attendees. First, when directed, you must raise your virtual hand in order to be recognized to speak. Second, if you are called to testify, you must be promoted to join as a panelist. Once you've accepted that, the request will and turn on your camera once you've accepted. Third, the webinar Q&A is for questions about the hearing. Do not comment on the Q&A. And fourth, if you are participating by phone, press *9 to raise your hand and *6 to unmute. For our in-person attendees, please refrain from talking, eating, or drinking during hearings. Verbal and physical aggression will not be tolerated. Restrooms are across from the elevator. A water fountain is just outside the room to the right. When speaking on the record, you must speak directly into the microphone in order to be heard by all attendees and the court reporter. In the event of emergency, please follow directions that are given in the address system or by the staff. The next exit is through the double doors in the rear. The nearest stairwell is to the left outside of the doors. In case of an evacuation, the rally point is Love Park directly across Arch Street. Please remain there so we can count for you. Let's look at our schedule for this afternoon. Number 5, MI 2025-007-533 7000 Castor Avenue. That case has been continued to 7/8/2026 at 2 p.m. Are there any other requests for continuances?
No, Chair, I see no hands at the time.
Thank you. Here's our add-on cases. Number 1, MI 2025-002849, 2418 North 29th Street. I vote yes with proviso, maximum 2 dwelling units.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes with a proviso.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with proviso.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes with proviso.
Taya Wynn, my vote is yes with proviso.
Number 2, MI 2025-007-377 5636 Angola Terrace. I vote no.
Michael Johns, my vote is no.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is no.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is no.
Taya Wynn, my vote is no.
We're going to go to number 6 for our first case. MI 2025-007-940 4166 West Girard Avenue. Brandon Sabrin is the attorney.
Chair Brandon Severin will be joining us
Thank you. He's right in front of
for
us.
the cannabis.
And council, we do have a letter of opposition from East Parkside Residents Association.
Yes.
Council, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Yes. Brandon Savran, spelled Brandon. S is in Sam, A, V is in Victor, RAN is in Nancy.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Could you identify your client in relationship to the property?
Yep. My client is NA Parkside Operating LLC, who is the owner of the property, and Nate Tolchinsky is the principal, and he's here with me today.
Vice Chair has a few questions, sir.
Good afternoon. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, Madam Vice Chairwoman.
Okay. And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with your case.
Thank you. Let me just get that going here. Okay. Good afternoon, members of the board. Sorry to hear you had a long morning, it seems. So I'm here to discuss 4166 West Girard Avenue. The zoning board heard this same application in 2012. And as I'll go through with documentation in a minute, we believe that the zoning board approved that application at that time. But for technical reasons, the permit did not get properly issued. So we're sort of back on the same case today. This is an image of the property in front of you, just to give you the lay of the land. We're on the southeast corner of West Girard and 42nd Street. It's a corner property. And let me go back now. I submitted 16 exhibits to the board in advance of today, which I ask all be included in the record. Exhibit 1 is the refusal. And while this is up, I'll just sort of go through the highlights of the case, including our hardship argument really quickly. So the property has 6 dwelling units. They're all occupied. That is the same physical condition that my client bought the property in November of 2024. My client applied for a rental license immediately after its purchase and was told by L&I, to its surprise, that it could only get a rental license for 5 units, and that L&I considered the front ground floor unit, despite, as you'll see in a minute, its clear appearance as an apartment. L&I considered that space to be a commercial space. So there's no question about the status of the other 5 units. They're licensed and permitted. This is all about that front downstairs unit, and we're trying to legalize it as a dwelling unit. And we sort of generated the 2 typical refusals for that in the CMX2 district. So we have, you know, the refusal for lack of a non-residential use along Girard Avenue, and we have a refusal for the number of dwelling units given the 1,900 square foot size of the property. As I promised to do really quickly, why do we believe that we qualify for these variances today? I did submit a memo of law at Exhibit 4 that fully addresses why we satisfy all of the legal standards, but here are some of the highlights. There's no known non-residential use of this space since 2009 at the latest. The Planning Commission's West Park District Plan recommends purely residential use of our property and the entire block, and there are no other non-residential uses that we're aware of on our entire block. It just fits with history and with sort of sensible planning recommendation. So moving on from there, Exhibit 2 is a copy of the 5-unit rental license that I mentioned was obtained right after closing. That's the legal status quo. Exhibit 2A is just a screenshot of inspections by L&I that occurred because of maintenance issues prior to Nate's company's ownership. I'm showing you these inspections because they all occurred after 2012, so after this last came before the board, but before Nate's company bought the property. all is to say that L&I was in this property many times because of these issues, and although it issued violations, none of those violations were for unauthorized use of the subject space. So L&I has been through here. It has never taken issue or issued a violation about the fact that this space is an apartment. It only came to their attention when Nate applied for a rental license. So voluntary compliance here. No, code enforcement or anything like that. Exhibit 3 is the RCO letter that the chairman mentioned with my highlights on it. We both attended the virtual community meeting. It was a mixed set of opinions in the audience. Brian Harris, who's the zoning chairperson of the coordinating RCO, wrote this letter. He did not include a vote count, but he wrote the following in the second paragraph there, quote, "I and 3 other attendees support the residential variances requested. We don't see 450 square feet," he meant, "as big enough to attract a good long-term commercial tenant. I also noticed there are no existing commercial structures on the block. Every other building is and always has been residential. Sincerely, Brian Harris." So although you have a letter of opposition,
I got it.
mixed sentiment. Exhibit 4 is the memo I already mentioned. Okay, Exhibit 4A, some historical photos. 2009, I mentioned. This is what the space, it's the front half of the ground floor. This is what the subject space looked like in the last possible moment, if they weren't already gone. It was used for something other than a residence. There was a church there. In 2009 or prior. Then an owner started to convert this to a residence. So you can see the large windows that used to be there when it was a church. But that owner came to the board, got approval, we believe, as I'll talk about in a moment, and then completed this rehab. So you now have 6 mailboxes, evidencing that there were clearly 6 apartments by 2012. And the large portions of the exterior walls and windows had been replaced. This is 2019, a few years later, but it's a better angle. And you can see how the windows are totally different now. They're smaller fenestrations. It's not as sort of commercial looking. It looks like residential windows. You still have 6 mailboxes here in 2019. Different mailboxes, but still 6. Here's an aerial. Okay, 2025. Now we're in the period of Nate's company's ownership. We have a nice paint job, but otherwise from the exterior, things are basically the same. Just a view from the side on 42nd Street, a view from Girard. This is across Girard, so both that side and then here is our side of Girard, the left of our property, again, are entirely residential. Some parts of Girard have commercial uses. Our block does not. And then I'll skip these photos. They're really here just to show you. We put the posters up. Floor plan we can come back to and if you have questions, but the highlights are that every floor is divided in 2. All of the units except the subject unit in the front on the ground level are served by the same egress staircase, which lets out onto 42nd Street towards the rear of the building. They're all true 1-bedrooms. I do have photos of the subject unit, not the others because they're occupied, so there's a little bit of a tenant privacy issue there. But here's the subject unit. It's kind of self-explanatory, but I think, Nate, you'll correct me in a moment if I'm wrong, but I think it's about 450 square feet. You've got the front door that goes directly out onto that corner there. There's the bathroom. Okay, just to briefly address why we believe the ZBA already approved this almost 15 years ago. So before that 2012 case had been brought, the most recent permit before that said 1 commercial unit, 1 residential unit on the ground floor, plus 4 additional apartments above. So for, some length of time, that was the status. Then we get to this case that was filed here at the ZBA in 2012. 2, as this record summary says, convert commercial unit to residential. And the applicant at that time, Belgier Holdings, clearly writes in their application, it's for a 6-family dwelling, 2 units per floor. In the petition of appeal, the applicant says, quote, "The 3-story building has little, if any, chance of finding a suitable commercial tenant. There is no viable commercial tenant that would take the first floor commercial space," end quote. And then we get to an approval by the ZBA with provisos. The sole proviso is plans stamped by ZBA. And that's where things went off the rails. And what I think happened, I'm going to zoom in a little bit. I don't know whether it was the applicant's fault, quite possibly. Maybe it was an error by board staff at the time. But I think they stamped the existing conditions plan because the existing conditions plan shows a commercial area. Nobody comes to the ZBA, wins, and the result is no change whatsoever. That was somehow the outcome given this stamped plan. So something went awry there. And there's a lot of indications that the ZBA's vote was yes, as I just showed you. I think it came down to stamping the wrong plan. But because the wrong plan was stamped, then L&I took it from there and it really kind of went crazy. So you have a use permit issued, a new use permit that is exactly the same as the prior use permit, which makes no sense. Then you have the examiner apparently retroactively changing the refusal. I don't see this a lot. He wrote 5 units per proviso plan. Maybe that was more common back then, but just to say there was sort of like, you know, a lot going on here. The L&I was not, in my opinion, reflecting the ZBA's intent. Okay, to move on past that, and I'm almost done, I promise. This is the zoning map. You can see the only CMX2 lots on our block are the corners. The rest is RM1. Here are a couple maps from Open Maps. This one is business licenses. So it basically confirms, again, no businesses on our block face. There is a corner store across 42nd Street from us, but that's it in this vicinity until you get all the way down to the 40th and Girard intersection. This is a thoroughly rental block. So this is a map with rental licenses. You can see almost every property has a rental license. The dark blue means active, the light blue means expired, but they're all rentals, right? There's not a ton of purely owner-occupied buildings. A couple pages from the district plan. So to quote the Planning Commission at the time, quote, "The commercial corridor of Girard Avenue has seen steep decline. To better meet the needs of residents and visitors, the commercial uses need to be combined to form a denser commercial node at the intersection of 40th Street and Girard Avenue," end quote. That is 2 full blocks away from us. So basically, the Planning Commission is saying, let's stop mandating that people have non-residential uses in this area at 42nd and Girard. And likewise, the Planning Commission recommends that our property be rezoned to RM1. And that comes up on 3 other pages in the plan as well, which I'll just skip by. That's it. The rest is the deed, tax clearance. I don't have to show you that. I would like Nate to say a couple words of his own, if that's okay.
Sir, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer? And if you would, get close to the mic for us.
Nathan Tolchinsky, it's Nathan. Last name is Tulch.
Do you swear or affirm?
INSKY.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Counsel?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Nate, did you hear my testimony in your company's case this afternoon?
I did.
Was it true and accurate to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief?
Yes.
Would you therefore adopt my testimony on behalf of your LLC as if it were your own?
Yes.
And are you authorized to do that on behalf of your LLC?
Yes.
Okay. If you could, as a last act, please just introduce yourself, speak a little bit about how you find tenants for this building, how perhaps trash is taken care of, maintenance.
Sure.
Okay,
yeah.
go ahead.
So thank you guys for hearing our case. This specific building and my entire portfolio is throughout North and West Philadelphia. We do affordable housing. 100% of it's through city-funded organizations. This building in particular is comprised of a few different organizations.
Can you get just a little closer to the mic?
Yeah. Can you
Or
hear me now?
put to you? Yes, much better.
So this particular building is comprised of city-funded organizations. So it falls right in line with what we do. We'd like to not steer outside of the box and add commercial if you deem that appropriate. And then as far as trash, we have a space in the back for trash. We do have basement storage that's accessible from the street for extra storage if needed. It hasn't been utilized because it hasn't been necessary to date, but it's out of the sight of the street and Girard Avenue.
Nate, if you know off the top of your head, who are the organizations that you've worked with to put tenants in this property specifically?
This specific building, we have Philadelphia Housing Authority, I believe, has one of the units. And then the other organizations are Horizon House, Mazzoni, which is recently merged with Action Wellness. And I believe that's it. So I think Horizon House has 2 units. PHA has 1 or 2 units, and then the rest are Mazzoni, which is Action Wellness.
That's our presentation. Thank you.
So your request is just there's one unit that the city believes is commercial and you want to take it residential.
That's exactly right.
Questions from the board?
PHA wouldn't have a unit. You mean you have Section 8? You have a Section 8
Right.
voucher.
Yeah. So yeah.
Right. It's not, not a
Housing choice
PHA.
voucher, sorry.
Right. It's not a PHA unit. Right. Okay.
Questions from our attorney, Hillary Emerson?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience or this current audience here?
I see no hands at this time, Chair.
Planning Commission?
Amy Boyd with the Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends a change in zoning at this location from the current CMX2 commercial mixed use to RM1 residential multifamily. The property has a previous permit for 5-family and a vacant ground floor commercial use. No commercial space is characteristic of this block. The Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the requested variance for 6 dwelling units.
MI 2025-007540, 4166 West Girard Avenue. I vote yes.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes.
Iowa, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Brandon.
Thank you guys very much.
Okay. Number 1, MI 2025-007447, 620 West Church Lane. Clemente Amazon is the attorney. There's a letter of support from the 12th Ward District Committee, Democratic Committee. Hi, Council. How are you?
Good afternoon, Chairman. I'm well. How are you?
Good. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Of course, Clemente Amazon. That's spelled CLEMENTA. Last name is AMAZAN.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Could you identify your client in relationship to this property?
Of course. My client is, oh, I'm sorry. I think I'm,
Yeah, I don't see you yet, so.
Oh, there she is.
I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
I hear you.
Okay. I apologize. My client is the property owner,
Should be
Church
seeing
Lane
you.
LLC.
Wait, Clemente, we don't see you.
Oh, no, she's there.
Was she? Okay.
Yeah, she is
Oh,
now. She
right
wasn't
here.
at first. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
We don't, none of us see her.
oh, she's up on the screen there.
Well, something's wrong then.
Uh-oh. I see me.
She,
I promise I'm here.
yeah, she's there.
What, are we gonna be able to see the documents?
Oh,
I can share my screen if you'd like me to test
yeah,
it.
try that.
Okay, all right.
Oh. Yeah.
No, we aren't like that.
Yeah, you all are off the.
This is our normal view, and you can share their screen, it just pops up.
This is what we always
I'm
do.
gonna change it. Don't know, yeah.
Okay. Well, okay, yeah. I don't know.
What
Clementa, go ahead and share your screen.
Share your screen, see if
Okay.
that works.
Can you guys see my screen?
It's coming up. Yep.
Okay, great.
Okay. And we went through, you've identified your client in relationship to the property, right?
Yes, I did.
Okay, our vice chair has a few questions.
Good afternoon. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, with the exception of the letter of support, which we received, I believe, yesterday. So that was the only thing that was added to our presentation. We've also included additional photos.
Okay, thank you. And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with your case.
Thank you so much. Again, my name is Clemente Amazon, and today I'll be presenting 629-31 Church Lane. During my presentation, I will go through the notice of refusal, photos of the property, as well as the floor plans indicating the existing conditions, as well as the changes that we'll be making to allow for proper traffic flow, our streets department approval letter, the letter that we received from the RCO stating their support for this project, the deed, tax clearance, and overhead views of the property. Let me get into full screen mode here so you guys can see this a little bit better. Okay. So again, today we'll be discussing 629-31 Church Lane. So there's a couple things that we are looking to do here. My client owns 601 to 607 Church Lane in addition to 629-31. It engulfs a large portion of this block. So what we're looking to have is a unity of use to allow for traffic to flow through the property for pickup and drop off for the daycare. And you'll see through the presentation as we go through the floor plans exactly what I mean by that. And we also have 629-31 Church Lane, which is where the actual daycare facility will be located. And we did receive a refusal for the proposed use of the child care center. As you can see here from the notes, this was previously a school nursery. The use has been ongoing for quite some time. You'll see in the photos that it still is inclusive of inclusive of classrooms and bathrooms. So it has had this use for quite some time. The neighborhood is used to it being used in this manner as well. So it won't be onerous or any sort of a nuisance for them. Just gonna zoom out so that we can move on through the presentation. Again, we did meet with the RCO on March 17th, and we did receive a letter of support, as you can see here. And here we have photos of the front of the property. Again, this is a pretty large property. It's well over 6,000 square feet for the building itself, and it's on a large parcel of land. There is photos of the rear here. So as you can see, there's already some play area for children. Again, this is a prior existing use, and we're just looking to revive that use. So we have a little basketball court, a jungle gym. And here are just a few more photos of the rear of the property as it is currently. And I apologize for the quality of the posting photos. We had a little bit of issues here, but the property was posted in a timely manner. And this is just a photo showing the easement that we're going to be, or the area where the easement will be located for the cars to do the drop off and the pickup. This will make a little bit more sense in context when I go through the floor plans and the site plans. And this is just a curb cut along Musgrave Street. So for a little bit of context, the traffic will flow through along Church Lane to the rear, which is Musgrave here. And this is just a photo of that Musgrave exit. So here we have the plans for the property. Again, this is a very large parcel. So the property is located right here. That 629-31 parcel is located right here for the daycare use. There is an apartment complex that is adjacent that my client currently owns, the 601-607 Church Lane property. And we are going to have that easement that I mentioned before where it flows all the way through. So there will be a drop off and a pickup area to ensure that there's no issues with traffic or impact to neighbors as parents are dropping off and picking up their children. Again, along Musgrave Avenue, you can see here that we have this existing driveway and the curb cut that you saw the photo of previously that allows for the cars to come through from Church Lane through Musgrave Avenue, or Musgrave Street, excuse me, when exiting. And here we just have the floor plans. Again, there are several classrooms that we have here. We intend to have about 81 children within this facility. We are going to have Nadira, who should be on the call, just walk through some of the operations and answer any questions in regards to the operations. The ratios that we're looking at depends on children's age. So generally speaking, for infants, there's 1 employee for every 4 infants. For young toddlers, 1 to 5. For older toddlers, 1 to 6. Preschool is 1 to 10. And then grade school children, it's 1 to 12. As you can see, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 classrooms. There is a small kitchen area. We will not be having any cooking that's available on site. That would be handled through a third party. Parents also provide meals for their children should they decide to do so. And here we just have a few photos of the classrooms as they are currently. And a photo of that kitchen area that I mentioned. There is no cooking on site, so it's really just that sink area with the cabinets. And this is the floor plan for the second floor. Again, we have several classrooms available here, 6 in total, and we have 2 bathrooms that are also available. And more photos of the classroom area. And we have the third floor, which is 1 classroom. There is a little bit of storage here as well as a bathroom. And here's a photo of that third floor. This is the existing site plan. As I mentioned, we are 629-31 Church Lane for the daycare itself. We have an apartment building on that easement and the curb cuts along Church Lane as well as Musgrave Street. But again, part of our proposal is to allow for that easement and the cut to go through. So this is a depiction of the plan or the site as it is currently. We did receive streets approval already for this. Just zoom out a little bit here. This is a notice that we sent for the March 17th meeting, and it was sent on March 5th. Our notice of refusal, which was included. Again, we are requesting to have the daycare use revived here. I did mention that we're going to have the unity of use as well for 601-07 Church Lane, along with 629-31. We do also have 9 off-street parking spaces that will be provided, as well as 1 handicap accessible parking space. A list of the properties that were notified, our certificate of mailing, the application for appeal, our project information form, as well as the deeds of the 629 property. I believe we sent over the 601 deed as well for the board's request. And we also have the easement agreement between the 2 lots and our certificate of tax clearance and our zoning maps. So with that, if I could have Nadira promoted to a panelist in anticipation of any questions the board may have regarding the operation of the facility.
Can you say
What's
your
your
client's name again?
Nadira Burlark.
Okay, yeah, she's coming back in as a panelist.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I also will need to have Guy promoted. He's the property owner. Nadira is the operator of the facility.
Okay.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
I can. Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Give me one moment. I can't hear you very well. I had to turn up the volume.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Number 1, could you turn on your video if possible?
Yes, I can. Give me a moment. I
sure.
apologize,
Take your
my
time.
background. I am at work.
Okay.
Hello.
Hi. State your name and spell it again, please.
My name is Nadira Burlark. It is spelled Nadira. Last name is Burlark, Burlark.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Counsel?
If I could also have Guy promoted as a panelist, he's the property owner So I need him to adopt my testimony. Thank you.
Guy?
Yes, this is Guy
Thank you for
Malul.
having me.
Hi, could you
Perfect.
please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Sure. My name is Guy Malul. It's Guy Malul, Malul. I am the owner of Church Lane LLC, the owner of both properties 601-607 East Church Lane and 629-31 East Church Lane.
All right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Counsel?
Thank you. Guy, did you hear my presentation today?
Yes, I have. Thank you, Nadira.
And was it true and correct?
Yes, it was.
And would you adopt it as your own testimony?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. With that, we'll answer any questions that the board may have.
Sure.
Have you done Nadira yet?
Oh, I'm sorry, Nadira.
Yes.
Did you hear my presentation today?
Yes, I did.
And was it true and correct?
Yes.
And would you adopt it as your own testimony?
Yes.
Thank you.
Questions from the board?
Yes, okay. Now, you've done this before? You've had a daycare center like this before?
Yes.
So,
Oh, I'm sorry. Are you speaking to Guy Malul or to Nadira?
I'm asking the operator of the, yes.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Were you asking me or
Yes,
you were asking Guy?
If you could tell the board your experience with having daycare facilities.
Please.
So I am currently the director for Serenity Early Learning Center. I've actually been in this field for, I want to say, roughly 10 years. So I am familiar with the overall basics of running a childcare facility, what's required. I'm not too familiar with the zoning process. Usually that's handled by the owners. I'm usually just the person that's managing everything inside once everything is completed.
And the center that you're involved with now, how many children are there?
So our license capacity is 59. At the moment, we have roughly like 42 in total enrollment at the moment.
Okay, so this would be an increase too. You're talking about 91.
Yes, but this is
81.
not our first facility. We do have another location as well.
Okay, all right. And then what age children are we talking about here?
So it really depends on honestly, it really depends on the children that's being presented. We're looking mostly for toddlers, preschoolers, and school age though.
Okay, and so you're not helping me here. I'm trying to get a sense of, how many children are we talking about in certain age groups, because as you would know, there are different fire code requirements for children that are not considered capable of self-preservation, which is generally like toddlers. So we're talking also, usually there's a requirement that there be a certain number of means of ingress and egress for those kind of age children. So I'm just trying to get a sense of, is this facility set up so that those kind of issues have been considered? Okay.
So it really depends too on the children that are coming into the facility. We can't go based off of the children, and we can't really go based off of, unless we have the children in the facility. So, I mean, we might have more toddlers, than we do preschoolers. It's really hard to say. It really determines about the enrollment as well.
Ms. Gaston, if I may, we have our architect on this call as well. I think he's better equipped to answer these kind of questions pertaining to the ingress and egress from the property and the fire alarm systems that are being installed or will be installed in the property. Is Bilal around? Can he get into the conversation?
Counsel?
If we could have Bilal promoted as panelists, and in the interim, I would just state that we want to make sure that the property is code compliant. So we would make sure that any children that we do have coming into the facility, we're not allowing for them to be over the staff ratio that's required by the state.
Right. And I'm not concerned so much about, well, I am concerned about the density in some ways, but there are different requirements for certain age children. And I'm not hearing that we're making the necessary arrangements for that. You know, to tell me that you're not sure of what age children, I mean, presumably you have a
So,
plan for what age children it is that you are trying to have at this facility. And I'm not telling you what they need to be, but there are different types of requirements for some of the younger children, because again, they're not capable of self-preservation. So if you're planning to have classrooms on the second floor with them, that's a problem, you know. And there's generally some extra care that's taken to make sure that there are adequate means of ingress and egress from the property for those because they're more vulnerable. So I'm just asking if we
oh,
thought
okay, I
about that.
understand. So
That's
generally,
what I'm
so yeah,
talking
in
about.
cases like,
Okay.
oh yeah, so generally in cases like that, I do apologize. Younger tot, we would avoid from having any type of younger toddlers or even preschoolers on upper floor, on higher floors because of situations like that. Typically they would always be on a first floor. That's the most essential area and more convenient for them to get out, easy access. School age and our older ones would mostly be on on those higher floors. So anything upstairs.
Okay.
Ms. Gaston, if I may frame this discussion in a little bit broader view, if I may.
Mhm.
Okay, so as I mentioned, we are.
What happened to the architect?
No, he's right here.
Okay.
I was waiting to be sworn.
Sure. Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Sure. My name is Bilal Bakay, spelled Bilal. Last name Bakay, Baqai.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Clementa, you want to take charge of this conversation?
Sure. Bilal, I have the floor plans for the first floor here. Could you just walk us through the ingress and egress and how it is equipped for child use, and any safety concerns regarding fire?
Sure. So the building was previously used for schooling use. So you can see the classroom layout as is. And we have the main entry and multiple forms of egress. So there are 2 rear exits and a fire stairwell that's been already in place. So we have, and there is a fire alarm system that's already in place for code compliance.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Any other questions? Questions from our attorney?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
I see no hands at this time, Chair.
Planning Commission?
Amy Boyd, the Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends a change in zoning at this location from the existing RSA1 residential single family to RM2 residential multifamily. The proposed use is consistent with documented prior use. The Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the requested variance for Child Care Center.
MI 2025-007, 447, 629 to 31 Church Lane. I vote yes with proviso. Certificate of occupancy to be obtained.
Michael Johns, and my vote is yes with proviso.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with proviso.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes with proviso.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes with proviso.
Hi, Owen. My vote is yes with proviso.
Thank you, council.
Thank you, board.
Number 2.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. MI 2025-005220, 1517 Solly Avenue. Darlene Treat is the attorney. Unanimous support from the Ron Hurst Civic Association.
Darlene Tree has been promoted to panelist.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Darlene Beaton on behalf of the owners.
Darlene, just for the records, please spell your name for the stenographer.
Darlene, Darlene, Freak, Threatt.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
And could you identify your client in relationship to this property?
My client is the owner on the line today. Her name is Emiliana Van Jet.
Okay, our vice chair has a few questions.
Good afternoon. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, although the board wrote me an email yesterday and asked me to submit 2 other documents, which I did submit.
Okay, thank you. And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
Yes, I do.
Okay, all right, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with your case.
Commissioners, can you see my screen?
Yep. Very good.
Okay. Commissioners, I'm representing the owners of 1517 Sally Street. I did submit a package of information which contains the syllabus, the refusal, an appeal, a property information form, general information about the property, a settlement sheet, tax information, pictures, a cosmetology license, plans, community flyer, a community letter, a petition of support, a meeting summary, a letter of support, and subsequent to my original submission, the board indicated that I did not submit a deed, and at the time I really couldn't find one, but I did submit a settlement sheet. So I did submit a bad copy of the deed. They also asked me to submit an interior photo, which I uploaded yesterday, as well as an additional picture of the posting, which I also uploaded yesterday. Commissioners, my client, Steve Van Jets, bought this property in March, of 2025. This property has generally been used as a commercial and residential property in this community. I'm just going to show you a picture here. Just give me a moment. I just really wanted you to see that this property has always been used as a commercial as well as a residential property. Prior, there was a family dentistry office here. The dentist conducted his business on the first floor, and they went upstairs here, and the family lived on the second floor here. Currently, my client is trying to move into this neighborhood, and they would like to live on the first floor, and she would like to conduct her business on the second floor. So we did apply to the zoning board to use the property as commercial on the bottom and as residential on the first floor, and we were given a refusal. I did file an appeal to the zoning board of adjustment. The property information form, general property information. I just really wanted to show you that although it is a residential dwelling, it is listed because of its long use as rural mixed commercial residential. It is a pretty large property. The whole lot is about 3,881 square feet. The living space is 2,200 square feet. That's just a settlement sheet showing the individuals bought the property last year. This is the tax information showing there are no current taxes out due to the city of Philadelphia. And this is a picture of the property, the first one that I showed you. Again, it's had a long use of a commercial use. Again, a dentist on the first floor, residential on the second floor. This is just a picture of the front of the property. Again, you enter the commercial on the side, the residential, you walk up the stairs. I got a picture of the 2 meters to show that there are existing meters at this property for both floors. Here's a side view of the property. You would enter the beauty parlor right here. That's looking diagonally across the street. I just wanted to give you a picture of what the area looks like. That's another picture of the side street and Solly Avenue. As you can see, it's not heavily populated and there are not a lot of cars. Parking will not be an issue. I took a long shot of Solly Avenue to show you that there are no parking issues here. It's another shot to show you it's not a lot of congestion here. That's diagonally. There is an apartment, a small apartment building diagonally across the street. This is the owner's cosmetology license. I'm just going to enlarge it a little bit for you. She does have a current license, which expires in 2028. And these are the plans for Solly Avenue. This is the interior fit layout. We just did some renderings to show you what it will look like once it's completed. We have a little waiting area here. We have a reception area over here. And this is kind of like a long shot of what the beauty parlor would look like. I'll show you more closely with the plans. We have the chairs for service over here. We have chairs over here for some nail service. And this is a layout of the property. As you can see, this is the bottom floor. You would enter from the side, as you saw in the pictures that I showed you. This is a little reception waiting area. Excuse me, a waiting area over here. This is the receptionist. This is the handicapped bathroom. Over here, we have the beautician chairs where they will provide services. Over here, we have additional chairs where some nails may be done. There is also, you can't see it from the pictures I showed you, but there's a side exit to this building. You can exit out of this building to the side and go into the backyard, and I'll show you a picture of the yard a little later. And we have the color room back here. So this is basically the whole layout of the entire nail salon. Excuse me, hair salon. Just another rendering pictures. This is the proof of mailing that I sent out. This is the community letter where I noticed a meeting with the community for March 17th, 2026. This is a petition which was signed by most of the neighbors close to the property and the neighbors on Algon Street. That was the template by the community. And that was the community letter granting support. Here were the additional pictures of the front posting and the side posting. And this was an interior picture of the bottom floor. We need approval before we could do the work. And that was a picture of the deed. And with that, I am here to answer any questions anyone may have in regards to the use, operation, or layout.
Do you want to bring your client on?
Emiliana, would you raise your hand, please?
Emiliana has been promoted to panelist.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can. Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Emiliana Rangeli, Emiljana, and last name Vangeli, Vanggeli.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I swear.
Counsel?
Emiliana, did you hear the presentation that I made today?
Yes, and
And would you say it was true and accurate?
it's true. Everything is true.
And if you were to testify today, would you be able to adopt the testimony as I presented to the board today?
Yes.
Thank you, Emiliana. That's all I
Thank
have,
you.
Commissioners.
Questions from the board?
How did the RCO meeting go?
The RCO meeting went pretty well. We did get a letter of support, and basically they felt that the property had always been used as a commercial property, and they didn't really see a problem with the continued use.
Okay. Thank you.
There were two near neighbors. How about the next door neighbor? Two near neighbors voted at the RCO. How about the next door neighbor? Are they fine with it?
I believe the next door neighbor signed the petition, Commissioner.
Oh, good. All right. Thank you. I did see your petition.
Okay. My questions are, and maybe I didn't hear this correctly. So she's going to use the space here that you're showing for the salon and live upstairs? Is
Yes.
that how this is going to work? Okay.
She and her family, she has a husband and 2 children.
Oh, okay. All right. And then, can I ask, what is that little, there was a picture. What is the little, is that a shed in the back there?
Let me flip back to
On the right-hand side?
let's see.
Just curious. I mean, just. In one of the pictures you could see there was
So,
behind where
Ileana,
they
are you still on the
sign.
line?
Yeah, there was a
A
picture that
small
you
garage in the back.
yeah, there was a here.
Here it is, right here.
Yes, a
there's
small
like a
garage
fence
is
in there.
is like
There it is.
small.
Is
Like
that
a shed, like a shed.
It's like a shed.
Small garage.
Small garage. You know, you can. It's just to put like stuff from the house. Maybe we're gonna use it.
ah,
Or
all right. So is your is your client going to work in there by herself? Is she going to have assistants or others working there as well?
Ileana, can you answer that question? How many staff members do you plan on having?
I thinking I gonna work by myself, and maybe I can hire somebody for shampoo girls or 2. Yeah, like 2 people, around 2 people.
All right. And then about how many clients are you planning to?
I gonna work by appointments. Sorry, is my question or?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, I gonna work with appointments, and you know I drive in the morning for my kids, and I want to manage even my family, and gonna be by appointments around. I can't say the number, but around 10 people in the day.
Okay. So you've been doing this kind of work somewhere?
Yes, sure. I've been almost 7 years. I doing this work.
Oh,
And she used to work at the Valentina Hair Salon, which has closed down.
And I used to manage her salon.
Oh, okay. So you have a source of clients
Yes.
for your business now.
Yeah.
Oh, all right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions? Questions from our attorney?
Just a quick question. I assume that is a parking space or 2, the concrete pad that was shown. Is that for the residential portion of the building or the commercial portion?
It's for the residential portion of the building.
Okay. All right. So I think there may have been a refusal missed for required parking for the commercial portion. I just want to note that for the record.
Okay.
So that's
Very
all.
well.
Thank you.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
I see a hand by the name of Alice. I will promote them to panel.
Yukovic.
Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the board.
Hi,
Alice
Please
Udovich,
state your name and spell for the stenographer, Alice.
ALICE, last name is UDOVICH.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please proceed.
The councilman has no objection to the granting of the variance due to the fact that this property has always been a mixed-use property.
Alice, thank you very much for calling. We appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Anyone else in the virtual audience?
I see no hands, Chair.
Planning Commission.
Amy Boyd with the Planning Commission. Comprehensive Plan recommends no change in zoning at this location from the current RSA 3 residential single family. The property was previously used as a dentist office, which is a comparable impact to the proposed hair salon. The Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the requested variance for hair salon.
Thank you. Hillary, first floor only? But I call it
Yes,
basement.
or yeah, or ground, you could say ground floor. I think that would be a little clearer.
Okay.
So, but it does, I mean, actually, sorry, this one actually does say on the refusal, first floor with single family above. So you actually don't need to specify, it's already on the refusal.
I don't have to do it then.
No,
Okay, good.
it's already
Thank
on
you.
the refusal.
NI 2025-007-520-1517 Solly Avenue. I vote yes.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes.
Aya Wynn, my vote is yes.
Thank you very much, Commissioner.
Thank you, Council. Number 7, MI 2025-007-550-1404 McNulty Road. John Gallagher, or is there an attorney in the audience? Right. We never heard what the name was.
Looks like we have a hand from a Jeffrey Scafaria, sorry. He may be the council.
Jeffrey Scaffari has been promoted to panelist.
Okay, thank you. That's the attorney.
Good afternoon, board. Let me see if I can get my video on here.
Are you the attorney?
Yes, I was retained as attorney recently, yes.
Yeah, all right. Jeffrey, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer? Jeffrey?
Yes, good afternoon, panel.
Yeah, good afternoon. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Yes, it's Jeffrey, Jeffrey, last name Scafaria, Scafaria.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Could you identify your client in relationship to the property?
Sure. The primary applicant is DMR Construction for the Sprinklers Union. I'm sorry, the second part, relationship to the property?
Yeah. But shouldn't we have the owner of the property, Hillary?
So I think you are representing the owner, the Sprinkler Fitters Union, correct? They own both of the properties at issue?
Yes, I was retained by the applicant, but yes, I will represent the owner as well.
Okay, just to clarify, because technically the contractor does not have standing before the board, only someone like the owner or a tenant, someone with an interest in the property. So just want to clarify that you are representing the owners. It's fine.
Understood.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, and my understanding too, that we're gonna have a corrected refusal. Am I correct, Hillary?
Yes, we will hear this today, but we'll need to vote it, I think, next week because the refusal, it appears that there's a lot line consolidation that's been requested with this application, but it was not included in the scope of work description. And while it doesn't generate any refusals, if this is granted and a permit is issued, the scope of work that's on the refusal will inform what's on the permit. So we want to make sure the entire scope of the project is on the refusal. So that is a request that the board will make directly to L&I and ask them to issue a new refusal prior to the board voting, and that usually happens pretty quickly. So we should be able to vote next week, I think, Mr. Chair.
All right,
Okay.
And our vice chair has a few questions.
Good afternoon. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, the applicant submitted the exhibits 5 days in advance. A supplement was requested and the supplement was provided.
Okay, great, thank you. And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
I do.
Okay, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with the case.
Okay.
You also went to the Parkwood Civic Association, 22 in support, right?
Yes, I could share the screen. I have a copy of that as
I
well.
appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
Let me just see if I can find the correct one. This one. There we go. Okay, so the refusal came in December. There was a original preliminary approval by the Water Department back in July of 2025 prior to submission for permitting. Zoning refusal came through in December, and it went to the RCO meeting. Looks like it was last week, and the RCO voted in favor of the variance request. The variance request is for a waterfront setback under code section that requires a 50-foot setback. There is a line of water course that varies along the line of the property. Let me pull up the civil set that was submitted. See if I can reduce this a little bit. This is the line of water course somewhere in this area. It's unclear exactly where it is. The plan identifies what's called top of bank, estimated location of waterway top of bank. So the measurement occurs from top of bank, not necessarily from the water course. The project manager was out there today looking to get a more definitive measurement for the board. And it appears as if the water course is underground, and that occurs frequently where water courses are encapsulated in sewers and run that way. So there may actually be no top of bank in reality. So this is an estimated top of bank. The parking lot is existing. And as you can see, the line varies from 28 to 34 to 31. So there's an existing non-conforming use that's been in existence for some time. And the Sprinklers Union would like to build a building in this location here. And the parking lot is basically going to stay the same with one exception of expansion up here for tractor trailer turnaround. So this part here is new proposed pavement. And again, it's going to have the same average dimension from that estimated top of bank. One of the features that the project manager explained to me is that this currently drains into, past the boundary. Okay. And they're going to correct that in conjunction with this. So for a proviso, it would be that the surface drainage would be controlled, and that's part of the project that's been submitted. They're going to be controlling the surface drainage. So they're actually going to improve the surface drainage from the impervious coverage. So there's only one small section of added impervious coverage up here, and there would be no impact to the water course. And so that's the conclusion of my presentation. I would like to admit as a panelist, the project manager, because he has the most detailed information and can answer your questions. His name is Donald Raucott. I believe Donald should be in the audience.
Sure, thank you. So Hillary, we're not approving a building. We're approving the water that has to be corrected before the buildings.
So the location of the building is
Hello, everyone.
within,
Right.
it's within the waterfront.
Yep,
So I
right.
don't know if the parking, because it says it has to do with
All right, Donald, what's
development,
the-
but I think it's the building
Yep.
that they're adding that's,
Donald,
and
could-
and possibly.
The building is set back more than
Donald,
50 feet.
Do me a favor. Please state your name first and spell for us.
It's Donald Raucott, spelled DonaldRauchut.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
So why don't you give us a quick overview of what's going on and what you're.
And sorry, Mr. Chair, it's the expanded parking lot that's causing the issue, not the building. But
Okay.
the addition is part of what's being requested along with the lot consolidation and expanded parking.
Right.
Correct. Is there a way that I can share my screen as well?
I'll stop sharing mine and you can go ahead.
Okay.
Donald, did you hear the testimony in support of the request for variance? And do
I
you
did.
agree that it was true and correct?
I do.
Would you adopt it as your own testimony?
I do.
Okay.
Am I sharing? I'm trying to share here.
We see you, but we don't see your document. Here, it's
How's
coming up
this?
now. It should come right up.
How's that?
It's up.
Okay, so this is the existing conditions plan right here that was submitted to the zoning. This is the area that is currently, I will show you a picture of that's this elevated area here in the back that will be cut down and turned into the truck turnaround. Over here to the side is where the current parking lot stops, and it's exactly the same location where the proposed parking lot will stop. We're just going to take where these parking bumpers are and add a curb line and stormwater inlets in order to take the stormwater runoff into an underground basin and manage it, as we've been proposing to this water department. And that will take all the runoff that's currently going into this. It's actually a drainage right of way. So I can show you, here's the city drawing of that drainage right of way. That here's the same head wall down here that it leads into. So the top of bank is really the estimated part of this drainage right of way. And like I said, we're unclear of where the water course really is. So that's what we have to go on. To take you through some more pictures here to show you the overview as well. Like I said, this parking lot is just being expanded in this area. And again, all the runoff is being captured and treated in underground retention and infiltration basins. I'm going to take it back to the drawing. This is that right of way here. You can see 70-foot wide right of way reserved for drainage. And currently the stormwater runs into this basin here and then is overflow into the drainage right of way. And all the water from the parking lot drains into this right of way. And then at the end, it just ties into the city stormwater system is the end of it. The only thing you could see in the drainage right of way, there's an overflow that ties back into another head wall that also ties into the city right away. So this is the end of the line, despite for the drainage part. Obviously, the water course is shown to have here's a picture of the water course map that shows Black Lake Run that runs right by the property. This is the property here. So you can kind of see it on this map, goes here, and then it continues across the street over in this area over here. So I think there's both things exist, the drainage right of way and the Black Lake Run, but the Black Lake Run at that area, as Jeff has said, appears to be underground. And Jeff showed you this plan. It's pretty much the gist of it. I don't know if anybody has any questions.
Okay. Questions from the board? Questions or comments from our attorney?
Not at this time, Mr.
Questions
Chair.
or comments from the virtual audience?
Yes, Chair, we have Alice.
Yukovich?
Yes,
Okay.
and she's coming back in as a panelist.
Good afternoon again, Chairman,
Unless
members.
you've already been sworn, just state your name and you can start your testimony.
Alice Udovich, Udovich, on behalf of Councilman Brian O'Neill.
Okay. Please proceed.
The councilman has no objection to the granting of the variance at this location.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else in the virtual audience?
I see no hands, Chair.
Planning Commission?
Amy Boyd with the Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change in zoning to the existing I-1 light industrial. The waterfront setback requirement at this location, Black Creek Run, is in place to stabilize the stream bank and reduce and control stormwater runoff in order to restore and maintain the city's water resources along this tributary and downstream in the lower Poquessing Creek. The appellant has not demonstrated that there are unique physical conditions or circumstances of the property that would prevent it from being used in conformance with the zoning code, observing the full 50-foot setback from the top of the stream bank for the expansion of the parking lot. The Planning Commission recommends that the board deny the requested variance for waterfront setback.
As we talked about, we're going to hold the vote on this until there's a corrected refusal. Do we have an idea of a date, Hillary?
We can schedule the vote for next week. It should be pretty
Right, so
quick, and then we'll close the
look to
record
do it,
except for
right.
that.
If this is closed, we'll look to do this. We'll talk about it in executive session and vote at 2 p.m.
Yes.
Thank you, council.
Thank you. That concludes my business. May be excused.
Thank you, most certainly. So we're sworn in. 8. MI 2025-007 572 4115 Montgomery Drive. This is city-owned property. Lee Esley, S.E. is the attorney. You know,
Mr. Lee has been promoted to panelist.
thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Board Chair and members of the board.
Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer, sir?
Sure. My name is Lee Elsey, Leeelssey.
All right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Could you identify your client in relationship to the property?
Yes, my client is a nonprofit corporation, Work to Ride. They are a tenant with a lease from the Park Commission of the City of Philadelphia.
Right, and you also have unanimous support from Winfield Heights Community Association, and there's also a letter here from the city rec. Our vice chair has a few questions.
Good afternoon. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, I have.
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
I do.
Okay, all right, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with your case.
Thank you. I believe it's visible.
It's up.
One thing I'll do right away, just to clarify a little bit, because we're within Fairmount Park, and every step along this process, the address has been sort of confusing. Our refusal is tied to 4115 Montgomery Drive, which, if you look on a map, is not the location of the Chamonix Equestrian Center. 98 Chamonix Drive is, and I'll make that clear through our aerials in a moment. But I just wanted to get that out of the way right up front. So
Yeah, Mr. Elsey, I was just going to say for the record, I know when we have things in Fairmount Park, like I think an address kind of gets assigned to it by LNI, because there aren't specific addresses that go with some of these parcels in the park. So yeah, so we're fine, and if there's any adjusting that needs to be made later, LNI will take care of that. So
Great.
just wanted to reassure you, yeah, we're aware of the difficulties. So thank you.
thank you. I appreciate that. My client is Work to Ride, a nonprofit 501c3 that was founded in 1994. I know Mr. Kareem Rosser is available to be called up on behalf of the tenant, and I possibly Miss Leslie Heiner. I'm not sure if she's on or not. I also have Alex Rice from Archer and Buchanan Architecture able to join as well to answer some questions if need be. The refusal we're here to deal with, essentially, we've got a community center use that's been active since 1994, and we're seeking permission to legalize a caretaker's dwelling unit within the building. This is a use that was in the building from 1994 through 2024 when the building was renovated and added to. At that point, they realized they didn't have appropriate zoning. They stopped the use, and now we're taking steps to legalize that previous use, bring the building into compliance. Here's our aerial view via Atlas. You can see the equestrian center with the greens location tag. We drew a sort of a direct line to the closest residential property, which is this condominium building. It's more than 750 feet away. So this was one where we didn't have a lot of immediate neighbors. We did notify quite a few of them. We'll address that later. But we've got sort of a buffer within Fairmount Park, which gives the equestrian center sort of a lack of impact on the surrounding areas. So here is on the left side, the prior to the renovations, the historic stable. On the right side, you can see they've added this this riding center, and they've updated the building. Mr. Rice can address additional questions if needed. I'll just note that if you can see where my hand is here, the area we're talking about is the second story of this building all the way in the front in this historic gabled part of the stable. It's still there. I've got pictures of it just for a moment. So here are street view pictures. Again, on the left is prior to the addition. On the right, kind of same view after the addition. From the street, doesn't look like a whole lot's changed because that main riding area kind of set back from Chamonix Drive. This is sort of a dead end, so no one else is really coming down here unless you're coming to the stables or turning around. Here's a view from February when I visited the stables. Another view of the entrance. Some of the horses, they've got 35 horses always in the stables. Here's the new riding center, which was recently completed. And this is the existing state of the previously occupied caretaker quarters on the second story. Has not been occupied again since October of 2024. We're here seeking zoning relief to bring an occupant back into here. And as you can see, I think one thing that's already been added, they've already run sprinklers through here, but until they go through the full building permitting and code compliance review, it will not be occupied. Obviously, this is the first step along that process. It's a 1-unit apartment. I'll pull up plans in just a minute, but I'm showing you essentially this space. It's got a kitchen. It's got sort of a double level living area. It's got a full bathroom. It's got tied to the fire alarms. Again, it's got sprinklers. It's got a laundry. It's sort of a standalone 740 square foot unit. Here's a posting of our zoning appeal poster. 2 additional photographs of it. This is the lease. It's an agreement of lease dated June 22nd, 1994 between the City of Philadelphia, the Fairmount Park Commission, and Work to Ride. It's a sort of long-term lease that continues on year to year. Within here, we can address any questions if there are some performance and operating requirements, none of which we've identified are relevant to the that we're discussing, right? As I mean the caretakers unit we're proposing. Here is the zoning plans that were submitted. Again, we're looking at an aerial view. This is the large added riding area. This kind of vertical long roof we're seeing is the historic stables with the caretakers unit in this top part, if you can see my hand moving. This dashed line, I can zoom in if anyone really wants to see it. We do have close-up plans that show it in detail. These are just the zoning drawings. Show the area that we're talking about at the moment. This zoning application was specifically for the legalization of this one use on the second floor. Elevations. Okay, now here's our caretaker apartment floor plan. 740 square feet. As you saw before, bi-level living area for bedroom and living space, bathroom, laundry. Now the use of this unit, the way they've used this previously, the way they've always used this is for a head riding instructor to be there at nighttime. So they're responsible essentially for a night check to make sure everything is good with the horses around 10 p.m. They're responsible for adding water and hay as needed. They're there to address any unusual behaviors exhibited by the horses that may lead to distress or sudden illness. They administer additional medications that may be necessary. They notify leadership of any problems. And with 35 horses underneath a roof, you can imagine, there can be sort of a draw for kids with fireworks or other types of things that can be extremely dangerous when you have that sort of condition. Having someone on site has always been their policy. Let me talk just one moment about the Work to Ride nonprofit center. It's a nationally recognized Work to Ride program. It's a community-based prevention program that aids under-resourced urban youth through constructive activities centered on horsemanship, equine sports, and education. So they offer horseback riding lessons, summer camp, and I think their primary pride is their polo program, which I've come to understand is really something special. So we had a community meeting on February 19th, 2026 via Zoom. It was hosted by the 52nd Democratic Ward and the Winfield Heights Community Association. Because we did not have nearby residential, or I guess nearby properties, the ZBA identified this strip of approximately 76 properties that we could provide notice to. Here is evidence of our postage. So I don't have a meeting summary. I understand we got support. I did discuss following the meeting after the vote. There were approximately 20 members in attendance. All of them supported our application. Here is our application, project information. And just as a reference, I wanted to bring this up to the board. It is part of the Philadelphia Code regarding the maintenance and operation of commercial stables for horses. Now, there's no requirement in here, but it does have the requirements of a commercial stable do include that they employ a full-time operator manager. I don't think that requires someone to be on site 24/7, but I do think it reflects the fact that this is something that is important and somewhat within the industry standard. We have a support letter from the Parks and Recs Commissioner, Susan Slauson. They've been engaged with this group regarding this equestrian center update. They're longtime partners. They're on a very good relationship. And they're in support of this application. At this time, I would like to request that Kareem Rossum is read in.
Okay.
And that person is now being promoted to panelist chair.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Can you guys hear me?
Hi, yes, we can. Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Yes, my name is Kareem Rosser, spelled K-A-R-E-E-M. Last name Rosser, R-O-S-S-E-R.
All right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please proceed, counsel.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Kareem.
Good afternoon, Lee.
Were you present and able to hear the testimony I just presented?
Yes.
Are you authorized by Work to Ride as a representative, and do you adopt on behalf of the organization as factually correct to the best of your knowledge my testimony?
Yes.
Thank you. At this
Questions
time,
from the board?
go ahead. Thank you.
Questions from our attorney?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience or the present audience here?
Chair, I see no hands at this time.
Planning Commission.
Amy Boyd with the Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change in zoning at this location from the existing SPPOA Parks and Open Space active. The appellant has shown that there are unique physical conditions or circumstances of the property that would prevent it from being used in conformance with the zoning code. The Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the requested variance for household living.
MI 2025-007 572 4115 Montgomery Drive. I vote yes with proviso. Certificate of occupancy to be obtained.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes with proviso.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with proviso.
Janetta Graham, my vote is yes with proviso.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes with proviso.
Hi, Owen, my vote is yes with proviso.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. MI 2025-007 573 2327 to 83 Cotman Avenue. Alfred Fiscalo is the attorney. There's unanimous support from Rawhurst Civic Association.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, counsel. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Alfred Fiscaldo. Last name is spelled F as in Frank, U, S as in Sam, C-A-L, D as in David, O.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Would you identify your client in relationship to this property?
I represent Buca Derm Management LLC, doing business as the dermatology specialist. They are a tenant at this property. And with me on the line today is Mark Seward, the Executive Vice President of the Dermatology Specialists.
Our vice chair has just a few questions for you.
Good evening. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
I have. There was a supplemental request which was submitted as well.
Okay, thank you. And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
I do.
All right, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with your case.
Thank you. Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. On the board is the copy of the exhibit list, which was provided to the board, includes the notice of refusal, the application for appeal, project information form, pictures of posting, an aerial of the property, typical interior photographs of one of the locations that the dermatology specialists operate in the city, and which will be similar to what is going to be provided at this property. An interior fit-out plan, a copy of the unanimous support letter from the Rawhurst Civic Association, a tax clearance certificate, and a witness list, and the lease was provided to the board separately. This is a property. This property is the Roosevelt Mall, and this proposed use is a tenant at the property operating a cosmetic dermatology practice. The dermatology specialist operates 60 of these locations in 3 states, and they have 3 locations in the city of Philadelphia. The use is permitted by right in the underlying CA2 zoning district, but because the property is also within the Northeast Overlay District, a variance is required. Here's a copy of the notice of refusal, the appeal form, is the project information form. Here are pictures of posting of the property. This is a copy of an overlay of or an aerial of the Roosevelt Mall. Here, just to locate here's Macy's is here, here's Sprouts, and then this purple line right here, this is the location of the proposed dermatology practice at the property. Here are photographs of similar or other locations that the dermatology specialists operate. I believe this is the Fishtown location. You can see the aesthetic that they'll be providing as well at this location. This is one of the examination rooms. Another examination room. Here's a layout of the space. Entering here, there's the reception area, reception seating, examination rooms along this corridor, then an exit in the rear. There's the unanimous support letter from the Rowanhurst Civic Association. The use will have commercial trash and medical waste pickup. They typically operate from 9 to 5 on Monday through Friday, but they'll probably be including weekend and evening hours as the practice increases over time. Obviously, parking is not an issue here at the Roosevelt Mall. You typically see between 15 to 60 patients a day. This use satisfies all the criteria for the grant of a variance under the Philadelphia zoning code. It doesn't provide any adverse impact on the surrounding neighborhood and actually fits quite well within the types of uses that the Roosevelt Mall provides. I'd ask that Mark Seward be promoted to a panelist so he can adopt my testimony.
Thank you. Mr. Stewart.
And he's coming in now as panelist chair.
Thank you very much.
Mark, are you here?
Yes.
Yes,
Can you
sir.
hear me?
Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Of course. Mark Seward, MarkSeward.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Counsel?
Mark, you're the executive vice president of the dermatology specialists.
That's right.
And were you present for the testimony that I provided today?
Yes.
And was it true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, it was.
And do you adopt it as your own?
I do.
I have no further testimony or for this board. Happy to answer any questions.
All right, questions from the board.
Is this like a chain of some sort? Is that where the dermatologists come from?
Mark?
Yeah, so we have 60 locations across 3 states. And the dermatologists we recruit, we have a number of them already on hand. We have 2 practicing in Philadelphia currently, and we're looking to add more. We are actively recruiting for this location. It would take us a few months to build out the office, but we're already interviewing candidates and are very optimistic about landing a couple.
Okay. And then what kind of services are you offering through this?
Yeah, we do primarily medical dermatology. So if you think about skin, hair, and nails, common diseases are, psoriasis, eczema, acne. People always have issues with skin rashes. Skin cancer is something that we take very seriously. Perform annual checks and where needed, we refer to specialists within our practice. We also have a Mohs lab, which is specifically for skin cancer, located in Philadelphia as well.
And you actually treat the patients there?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Huh. Interesting. Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions?
I have a question about the biomedical waste. I saw the plan. Was there like a storage area for that to be disposed or held until it's
Yeah,
managed?
absolutely. So we contract with Sharps Container, very reputable national brand. We have Sharps Containers, which I'm not sure if you're familiar, but if you can envision one in a doctor's office, it's a plastic container. It's got a lid on top that is locked shut. And then our doctors, they drop razors down into the container, of which then we dispose of on a regular basis. Someone from Sharps comes in and empties these containers and takes them away.
And is that the only biomedical
Yeah,
you're
like
going to have on site?
yeah, we're not going to do anything with anesthesia or any other type of waste. It's just primarily scalpels, blades, and
Needles.
needles. Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Someone like to work in healthcare. Love it.
Actually, I didn't. We look at these a lot.
Questions or comments from our attorney?
I just want to verify this is specifically unit 55, correct?
It is. It is
All right.
correct.
Thank you so much.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
Yes, Chair. Alice Udovich
Okay.
has been promoted and she's allowed to speak.
Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the board. Alice Udovich
I
again
just
on
wanted to
behalf
know
of
you're
Councilman
in
Brian
overtime
O'Neill.
now. You're on overtime. This is your third case here today, so
Yes.
just state your name and begin your testimony, please.
The councilman has no objection to the granting of the variances at this location.
Thank you again. Anyone else in the virtual audience?
No more hands, Chair.
Planning Commission.
Amy Boyd with the Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change in zoning at this location from the current CA2 commercial auto oriented. The proposal is refused due to the Northeast Overlay District, which prohibits health practitioners' offices in this and other districts in the Northeast section of Philadelphia. At its November 2013 meeting, the Planning Commission voted to recommend against this ordinance, stating in a letter that to then Mayor Nutter that it would place an undue burden on residents and others seeking health care, since it would limit care and provider choice in this section of the city. The Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the requested variance for a group medical practice.
MI 2025-007-523, 2327 to 83 Common Avenue. I vote yes with proviso. Unit 55 only.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes, with proviso.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes, with proviso.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes with proviso.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes with proviso.
Hi, Owen. My vote is yes with proviso.
Thank you.
Thank you, council. Number 4, MI 2025-007-531, 1026 Harrison Street. Alan Nachumson is the attorney. There's unanimous support from Northwood Civic Association and a letter of non-opposition from Councilperson Lozada.
Yeah, Mr. Goldberg is presenting this.
I got it. I'm just, we don't usually see this. I mean,
For
Mr.
a part today.
Goldberg, look, Goldberg's laughing too. I mean, Alex, could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Alex Goldberg, AlexGoldberg.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Could you identify your client, the relationship to the property?
My client is Jonathan Torres. He's in the virtual audience. He is the owner and resident at the property.
Our vice chair has a few questions.
Good afternoon. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
I have.
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
I do.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Share your screen and proceed with your case.
Okay. Full screen mode here. All right, can you see my screen okay?
We can.
Okay, so my client is Jonathan Torres. Like I said, he's in the virtual audience. This is his first home. He's in his young 20s, and he bought this property in 2025. It's got a history of 2 units, and it has 2 units, but it is zoned RSA3, and the proper licenses were either not maintained or obtained by the prior owners. He bought the property in October. He hired us less than a month later, got right on it. This application is to legalize those 2 units. When Mr. Torres purchased the property, the ground floor unit was already occupied by a tenant who's still there. He's honored their lease, and he lives in the unit above. You can see here the notice of refusal references the 2-family household living in an existing structure was issued in December, and again, this is an RSA3 property. I will note, and you'll see in my presentation, that there are many multifamily properties similar to ours in close proximity. And I hope that the Planning Commission will support this because the 2035 plan acknowledges a proposed zoning of RM1 at this location, which would actually allow 4 units, although we think 2 is the appropriate number here. Here's correspondence from Northwood Civic Association. It was a very positive meeting, unanimous support. They appreciate, his neighbors that had met him, appreciated him cleaning up the property. They recognized, like what I just said, that there are other duplexes in close proximity. That number 2 on the letter recognizes 7 on Harrison Street and Fillmore Street, which is the property that is directly behind us. And again, voted unanimously in support. Here's a zoning permit that was approved in 85. This property has an interesting history. So this shows a dentist office on the first floor and a second floor apartment. There was a 1943 permit in the file for 2 families. In 57, it was a beer distributor plus 1 family. In 59, it was a vacant store plus 1 family. In 63, it was a beauty salon plus 1 family. And while we see no permits for a recent conversion to 2-family dwelling, there does appear 2 mailboxes beginning in 2015, 10 years before my client bought the property, which are a different color now, but they're still there in the same location. And it's funny, one of the people in the community meeting actually recognized this address as where they went for their dentist appointments when they were a child, confirming that this was in fact the dentist's office at some point in time. This is the Lower Northeast District Plan. I've circled in red this block, which is proposed to change to RM1 or some other orange multifamily zoning classification. It's a 1,000 block of Harrison Street. So you can see we're right here, one off of the corner of Large Street and Harrison Street. There's a daycare with a residential unit above, 2 residential units above. There are 4 duplexes down the block the other way, and then there are 3 duplexes directly behind us. So this little corner here, which the neighborhood agreed with, while they appreciate their single family neighborhood, generally speaking, they acknowledge that this intersection, 2-unit dwellings are not out of character. And here are those rental licenses showing that those are legal duplexes. Here's a zoning map. You can see we're next to a commercial property. Photographs. So this is the front of the property, those 2 mailboxes. Here's the notice posting. Here's in 2015. You can see those black mailboxes. They're white now, but this was being used as a 2-unit dwelling as far back as 10 years ago and beyond. Here's to the right of the property on Harrison Street and to the left. Interior photograph. So as I said, the first floor is occupied and that tenant has remained there. So that's why there's stuff in that unit. Unit 2 is where John lives himself. It has not done any and doesn't plan to do any significant construction work. Basement, you can see multiple electric meters, multiple hot water heaters. Basic floor plan, there is no living in the basement. It is just utilities and storage. Both units are 1-bed, 1-baths with small home offices. The first floor has access directly to the rear, and John stores his trash in the unit. Has a good relationship with the downstairs tenant. Has no interest in removing them. There are no violations on the property. My client, availed himself of this process. to get the rental licenses to make sure that he was complying with the code and paying all of his proper taxes. Here's the RCO meeting notice. We met with Northwood Civic Association on March 17th. That notice was mailed out to 103 neighbors. Application for appeal. Deed to the property. He owns it in his own name. Again, not a developer. He lives there. And his certificate of tax clearance. So with that, I'd like to call Jonathan to adopt my testimony.
Okay.
What's your client name?
Jonathan Torres.
If you're in the audience, please raise your virtual hand. And he's coming back in as panelist.
Why don't you write your,
Can you turn your screen, John?
yeah, you're
Oh,
sort
he's-
of like, that's better. I thought you were standing on your head there for a minute, but that's because. Do you swear, state your name, please, and spell for the stenographer?
Jonathan Torres, JONATHAN TORRES.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes,
Counsel?
Jonathan, did you hear my testimony today?
yes,
Was it true and correct?
yes,
And you adopt it as your own?
yes.
Thank you.
Questions from the board? Questions from our attorney, Hillary Emerson?
Just a quick question. There's no parking at this property, correct?
Jonathan?
Private parking? No.
Okay, all right. So I just wanted to note, because this is RSA 3 that wasn't noted on the refusal, that the parking requirement's not met. So just putting that on the record. Thank you.
Questions
you.
or comments from the virtual audience or the present audience here?
Yeah, exactly. Look, absolutely. I want that fish.
Wow. All right. Questions or comments from the planning commission?
Amy Boyd with the Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends a change in zoning from the existing RSA 3 residential single family to R1 residential multifamily. When the Central Northeast District Plan was adopted, the zoning was CMX2 commercial mixed use. It was remapped to RM1 in 2014 in accord with recommendation. However, in 2017, the property was remapped to RSA 3. The property has a documented history of mixed use and two-unit use since at least the 1940s. The Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the requested variance for two-family.
MI 2025-007-531, 1026 Harrison Street. I vote yes.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes.
Ryan Wynn, my vote is yes.
Thank you,
Thank you.
council. Number 9, MI 2025-007-585, 2129 Cybert Street. Alan Nachumson is the attorney. I mean, you know. What's that? Well, you do come a great deal. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Alan Nachumson, ALAN, last name Nachumson, NOCHUMSON.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Could you identify your client in a relationship to the property?
Yeah, my client is Sav Investments LLC, the owner of the property, and in the virtual audience is one of its representatives, Dan Hershout.
All right, there's a letter of support from Brewerytown Sharswood Community Association, and our vice chair has a few questions for you.
Good evening. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, we have. Yes, we
And-
have.
Thank you. And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
Yes, we do.
Okay, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with your case.
All right, so this The ZBA heard this matter, I believe, in 2019. So 2129 Seabird Street is in the Brewerytown section of Philadelphia. During our presentation, you'll see 11 exhibits. And again, Dan, at the conclusion of my presentation, should raise his virtual hand and be sworn in. This is an RM1 property. We're looking to put 7 units here. By code, we're allowed 6.8 units, and as the board knows, we have to round downward, not upwards. So that's why we need a permission to get that additional unit as a matter of variance. The second refusal has to do with the roof deck access structures. So this is the same exact plans the ZBA saw in 2019. So there is now an overlay regarding roof deck access structures, but it's not out of character to have roof deck access structures, well, approved by the ZBA here, but also nearby properties. So again, what we're proposing is not out of character. So as you can see from the letter, we have overwhelming support. We had 80% support by the zoning committee, and this is a very sophisticated community group, the Brewerytown Charleswood Civic Association. And then in addition to that, out of the 7 community members that were allowed to vote, 6 of them voted in support of the project. And then the history of the property, I just wanted to show you the previous notice of refusal. So we weren't involved in this project, but when it was originally proposed, it was proposed for 9 units. There was a negotiation to go down to 7 units, and that's what the ZBA approved. They also reduced the size of, they just reduced the amount of units, and then they reduced the height of the building too, to the allowable 38 feet, which actually 35 feet 9 inches, which is exactly what we're proposing today. And then I just wanted to show you all the roof decks that are nearby in this neighborhood. So we're here at 2131-33 Seibert Street, but you can see there's a whole string of properties with roof decks on Seibert, as well as Master, as well as North 22nd Street. And those are the few properties that are actually developed on that street. In the maps of the area, we're not taking an RSA 5 property to convert it, or at least propose to convert it to multifamily. We're taking an RM1 property, which allows 6.8 units, and we're asking for 7 units. So that's a de minimis request under the circumstances. And then photographs of the property. This is the front of the property. These are our proof of posting for today's hearing in front of the property. This is Seibert to the street to the right of the property. By the way, there's a 64-unit apartment building across the street from us. And this is Seibert Street to the left of the property. Architectural plans and drawings, and I actually have Mike Armstrong from KJO Architects who can answer any technical questions you have. But you can see it's a nice flat building, front facade, brick, cornice line, has a nice little stone trim to it. There is, you'll see from the pictures, direct access from this 5-foot wide alley. You'll see that one of the provisos we would ask for is outdoor trash storage in the rear and commercial trash pickup. But you can see this direct access. And then you can see from the plans itself, to get into the front of the building, you go through this common vestibule area. This is Unit A, and Unit A is a 1-bedroom, 1-bath. Then Unit B is coming from the side alley, which has its own entryway, and I believe that's also a 1-bedroom, 1-bath. And then Unit C, which is a bi-level, and then Unit C, you come from that common vestibule area and you have direct access here. There's also a mailroom here. In terms of the bi-levels, you'll see here, there's a separate set of staircases that go from the rear, from the basement level up, exterior steps. So in terms of safety, there is safety there because these are not egress wells. These are separate steps that lead outside from the basement level up to the first level. Then if you want to go up a flight of steps, you have units D and E, and then another flight of steps, F, and G. Each of the units have ventilated trash closets or compactors in here. It just as an example is Unit E. And they all have washer and dryers as a separate closet. Just giving an example, a Unit E. And then there's 2 roof deck access structures, and that's specifically for the 2 upper units. You can see here, and we can go back to the site plan, we're set back 10 feet from the front rather than the required 5 feet in order not to have the building look any taller than it should. And then how we directed the roof access structure here, we have it so it's not going to be like, facing or intruding on the property to the right of us here. So how we oriented it. And then this is just what's it called? A side elevation of the property. I did not ask how far we're into the ground. Actually, we're at level. We're level. So actually, the first unit in the front is a Type B unit, accessible unit. This is our notice that we sent to the community. We sent it to 71 addresses. You saw it was a pretty well-attended meeting. Proof of mailing to those addresses. Our application for appeal that we filed on SOV Investments LLC's behalf, along with the notice of refusal and the project information form. Our deed to the property showing that SOV Investments LLC is the owner of the property, and our certificate of tax clearance. With that being said, I would ask that Dan virtually raise his hand.
Helen, could you go back 1 minute? You said this was approved once before,
Yes.
and then it just wasn't
Oh,
acted on?
yeah, what happened is they took forever to get, because of the market conditions, it took a while to like get financing. By the time they got and they got a building permit too. By the time they got by the time they got the financing, the building permit ran out on them. So that's why we're here again.
Can you say your client's name again? They did not raise their hand.
Dan Hershout.
Okay, he's being promoted now to panelist.
Yes, hello?
Hi, sir, could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Sure, Dan Hirshout, that's Hirshout.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes,
Counsel.
Yeah, Dan, you heard everything I had to state about your zoning matter.
yes,
Is it true and correct?
yes,
And do you adopt it as your own testimony?
yes,
Specifically, you would agree to the provisos of trash stored outside in the rear,
yes,
as well as commercial trash pickup?
yes,
And specifically, my testimony regarding the previous approval from the ZBA, this body approved the same exact plans that we're submitting today in 2019?
yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Questions from the board?
Yeah, I have a quick question. So the RCO decided to forego their own overlay in this case
That's
for the roof decks?
I mean, that's what the vote has. I mean, the rationale, I think they realized that this was previously approved pre-overlay. And I don't want to speak for them, but if you look at the surrounding neighborhood, it's not out of character to have roof deck access structures on buildings of this sort in a predominantly RM1 portion of the Brewerytown Shortswood neighborhood.
Thank you.
What's going to be the plan for trash and for packages?
So there's a mail room in the front. Let me go back and show you the mail room.
That was on the first floor?
Yeah, it was on the first floor. Yeah, it's not the biggest mail room. How about it's mail slots?
Slots, okay. It's like, did I miss a room?
Yeah, it's not a room. How about it's an open room? I'm not used to being here this late. All right, let's see.
We can arrange that for you if you want.
No. I think I had all the early ones last week. So if you look at it right here, here's the mail slots. And was there another question? Here, I'm gonna put it like this. Can you see that?
It says mail.
It says mail, so it must be mail. Is there anything, was there another question? Yeah, the trash is stored in the rear. And we have access two ways. We can go from here, right? And everyone has access to it, to the front door. I think the more appropriate way would probably be there's a common alleyway of 5 feet that everyone has access to, and we just come out that way. So we have two ways to get in and out in terms of trash.
Other questions?
Yes, my question is, where's the hardship here? You're allowed to have 6 units. What's the hardship that you can't build this building with 6 units?
Well, I think the hardship here is the fact about the practical realities of being able to finance this. My client, even with having a variance back in 2019, getting a zoning permit and getting a building permit, struggled because of market conditions. Luckily, those market conditions have improved where they're able now to get financing, even though they're going to have the lesser tax abatement. You know, back in 2019, there was 100% tax abatement on the value of the building structure over 10 years. Now the effective rate is 55%. So it's made it even more difficult, but they're not going to be able to build it with 6 units. We're at 6.8 units. That's a de minimis request under the circumstances. So, I mean, we want property.
Okay. The reasons you've given me so far are about finances. and
Well, that goes
not-
into
but
market
that-
realities.
Yes, but that's not hardship.
It
So
is. It's
where's
about the economic
where
feasibility.
No, no, I'm talking about, this is, a building. You have, by right, you could do 6 units. So what is it that makes it so? And you're telling me, if I'm hearing you correctly, you're saying that somehow or another, if there's no financing for this, if there's no 7 units, that's not a hardship.
Well, I would respectfully disagree with that. Economic feasibility is a factor to consider with the undue hardship analysis.
Under what hardship analysis? This is about use. This is not about, this isn't a Hertzberg analysis where you can take financial hardship into account. What you're talking about is that somehow or another, that the difference between doing this or not is this extra 1 unit. And I'm not seeing how that works. Explain. And whatever may have been the conditions in 2019, I mean, we're not there. And is this the same person who was trying to do this?
Yes, it is.
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Hershout, I had some testimony, or at least I made a presentation regarding the difficulties you had to get financing with 100% tax abatement. And you were prepared to, you're prepared to do this, the same exact plans that the ZBA approved in 2019
Yes.
with the 55% tax abatement. Would you be able to get
Yes.
financing if there were only 6 units versus 7?
Honestly, I'm not sure. It's still very tight, with the bank guidelines right now. Well, we would have to, revisit everything with the bank again. We have been working on this for quite a while, based on the 7 units. And, a few years ago, we were hit with elevated interest rates, very strict, bank guidelines coming out of the whole, COVID situation. And now we've built up some momentum, but I'm not exactly sure that it would work with that. Even though it's really just 1 less unit, it does make a significant impact to the, to the bank.
Thank you.
So what's the square footage we're talking about here?
Well, we're talking about 1 unit here.
Which is,
I mean, you're probably looking at anywhere from,
so you make the other units a little larger. What's the,
I,
I don't, again, I don't understand.
I think having a,
why this is a supposed hardship here.
I don't think making a unit more is going to actually make, you're not going to have a dollar to dollar thing. The numbers are tight. You know, developers in Philadelphia are struggling given market conditions here. We're trying to develop a piece of land here. And I think we're doing it responsibly because back then they were seeking 9 units, which is a more variance from the Philadelphia zoning
Yeah.
code. They agreed to do 7. We're allowed to do 6.8. We're not taking an RSA 5 property, we're taking an RM1 property. You're asking for 0.2.
Okay, I think,
Thank you.
I know both sides of this. Our attorney, Hillary Emerson?
I do not have any questions, Mr. Chair.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience? Come on up. Good afternoon, sir. Could you, and pull as close to you as you can.
No problem. Good afternoon,
Okay,
everybody.
good. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Yes, my first name is Desmond, Desmond. My last name is Shannon, Shannon.
Right, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Are you a neighbor?
I'm the owner of 2127. That's the property right next door.
Please proceed.
I just had a question because, so just a background on me. I lived in the property since 2017. My parents owned the property and sold it to me in 2021. I don't know what RCO means, but I was at that hearing or whatever it was. Community meeting in 2019 when they did propose the 9 units with one, I guess, low income that was not low income rent rates. My concern there, just living in the property, is trash being thrown out over the roof, and then the trash being stored in the back. With that garbage stored there for a apartment building, I can't enjoy my backyard. So if I know back then I'd proposed maybe putting the trash on the far, I guess, left side of the building. I don't know, I guess west side of the building, and they refused to do that. I thought that, I didn't know that the zonings were approved in 2019. That's news to me. I just thought everything was, you know, discontinued. And then the lot was being mowed by one and not the other. So I thought the plots were broken up. So my question to the owner and the lawyer is just one, what demographic are you targeting? Because we are in Charleswood, which is near Temple. And then there's a lot of young people who like to party, stay up late, things of that nature. So with the rooftop deck entertainment, a concern is just objects being thrown off of the roof, on my roof, and then also ending up in my backyard. And then also, why not have the garbage stored maybe inside on the basement or something like that?
Yeah, so let me answer the question. My understanding through this project that this is not for student housing, and I would ask that, you know, Dan, is this meant for student housing?
No, not at all.
Yeah, so the way it's configured, these are all 1 and 2 bedroom apartment. They're not meant for student housing. In terms of the trash, typically, you know, we do try to store the trash outside in enclosed containers. I do believe that if you look at the floor plans, there is a utility room that's rather large in size in the basement area.
Yeah.
We could agree to store the trash inside. Typically, most people want it outside, but we have the ability that all the residents have access to the trash room, a lower level, which have utilities. So if the board feels so inclined to put a proviso, trash stored inside in the basement, we would agree to that. And then in terms of the deck, like I said, you know, this is for people that live in the neighborhood, not for students. So, you know, from experience, any lease would include rules and regulations regarding conduct, which would include about the deck.
Do all residents have access to the roof decks?
No, only
No.
the 2 upper units. So again, that would be less of an issue if you had all of them having the roof decks. But we would agree to a proviso of trash stored inside, and it's commercial trash pickup too. So we're not just relying on the city trash removal.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
No problem.
All right. Anyone else
sorry.
in the virtual?
I'm sorry, one more question. I'm sorry. Just parking. Is that a concern by the city or whatever? Because with the additional people.
We look at everything.
Okay.
All right, thank
No
you.
problem.
Anyone else in the virtual audience?
No hands at this time, Chair.
Planning Commission.
Amy Boyle with the Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends a change in zoning at this location from the existing RM1 residential multifamily to RSA 5 residential single family. The additional required lot area for the proposed 7th dwelling unit is under 10% of the required area and is therefore considered de minimis. However, for roof decks, the appellant has not shown that there are unique physical conditions or circumstances of the property that would prevent it from being used in conformance with the zoning code. The Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the requested variance for 7th dwelling unit and deny the requested variance for roof deck.
Can I just shortly respond? Briefly respond to the, just in terms, it confirms, what I stated about the density. It is a de minimis request. As far as the roof deck, they even noted that typically they're against, having roof deck access structures there, but given the history of the approval by the ZBA, as well as having roof decks with similar properties in the surrounding area, we would respectfully request that the board grant that variance as well. Thank you.
So what I'm going to do is we're going to vote this next week.
Yeah.
Next Wednesday at 2 p.m. we'll vote, and we'll take this to executive session on Wednesday morning.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Number 10, MI 2026-000-766, 824, I'm sorry, North 2nd Street. Augusta O'Neill is the attorney. There's a letter of support from Northern Liberties and a letter of non-opposition from Councilmember Young.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Council. Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Sure. My name is Augusta O'Neill, Augusta. Last name is spelled O''Neill.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Could you identify your clients and their relationship to the property?
Sure. My client is Selkie Lee. She's in the audience this afternoon. She is the president of the lessee entity for the property, which is Genesis Bakers No Lib Inc.
Okay, and you have two people sitting here in the front row.
Yeah,
with the mics.
Selkie is going to be the witness because she's going to be the operator.
Our Vice Chair has a few questions.
Sure.
Good evening. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
I did.
And do you waive the reading of the referral and stipulate to its accuracy?
I do.
All right, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with the
Thanks so
case.
much. And apologies, my voice sounds terrible. I thought I was coming down with something, so rather than appear in person, I decided to be remote this afternoon. Good afternoon again, members of the board. With me this afternoon, as I stated earlier, is Selkie Lee. She's the president of the lessee entity. She's going to be the operator for the proposed bakery at this location at 824 North 2nd Street. We are proposing a bakery in an approximately 3,600 square foot space on the first floor of this mixed use building. The building has 78 multifamily units above, and that commercial space is going to be below. The property is zoned CMX 2.5. Included in my exhibit package were some interior pictures of the space. As you can see, it's just waiting for a fit out. The proposed bakery that's going to be going into this location is known as Tout Le Jour. It's a Korean bakery franchise that specializes in French, Asian-inspired baked goods. They primarily serve cakes, coffees, drinks, specialty pastries. They sell cold brew coffees, matcha lattes, unique items such as guava danishes. Another thing that you might see if you're on social media that's fairly popular are their cloud cakes. I did include a sample menu in my exhibit package, but I won't belabor the board with going through everything that I provided. They do have a very extensive menu. Its name translates to all the days, in case you're wondering what Tous les jours meant. There is one other Tous les jours in University City in Philadelphia. That's the only other Philadelphia location. It is a very fast-growing franchise. Everything that they bake is baked on site, so nothing is made in an off-location warehouse and brought to the cafe. Instead, everything is going to be made at that 2nd Street location. Their hours of operation are going to be from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. They hope to be able to open in late August of this year or September. They are going to have 7 to 10 employees who will be working each shift. They recently entered into a 10-year lease for the space. They do intend to hire all local when they're hiring employees. They're only making interior changes to the space. They're not making any changes to the exterior. They are going to have signage on the building, but the signage that they're going to propose is going to be code compliant. Included in my exhibit package at page 17, I did provide a copy of the proposed floor plan for this location, just to increase it. This is going to be 2nd Street. As you walk in, there's going to be a number of display cases. The point of sale is going to be off to the right. There are going to be a number of cake showcases. So they will have pre-made cakes. They also will have cakes to order. And other pastries, etc. They have approximately 50 seats at this location. So as you can see, there's quite a few seats shown throughout the floor plan. They do have a trash room. There is a back of house area where they're going to have walk-in freezers, a walk-in cooler, and a number of an office. They also have a commercial oven, which is going to be that type 1 hood, as you can see on the plan. It's going to have a commercial grade ventilation system so that it will extract all the grease vapors, the smoke, and the heat from the building. With respect to deliveries, everything is going to be delivered to the front, to that North 2nd Street location. They do anticipate getting deliveries only in the morning. The deliveries are mainly going to be just the ingredients for what they're going to be baking on site. They are going to have trash pickup 3 times a week as well. With respect to the relief that we're here this afternoon requesting, included in my exhibit package was a copy of the referral that we received. The referral was for the eating and drinking establishment, the sit-down restaurant, which was the type of use that we have due to the number of seats and the fact that they're making everything on site and customers are expected to eat it on site. That qualifies as a sit-down restaurant. In the NCA commercial overlay, neighborhood commercial overlay district, we are required to obtain special exception relief for this kind of an application. With regard to the special exception criteria in Philadelphia, I would submit to the board that the proposal for a bakery at this location, the Tous les jours bakery, would not result in overcrowding of the land or burdening of the public facilities. It wouldn't impair the use of any adjacent properties or present a danger to public health or safety. We did meet with the RCO for this project, the Northern Liberties Neighbors Association. They did provide us with a letter of support, which was in my exhibit package. As you can see, they wrote to the board to indicate that they did support the application as it was presented to them. We met with them in March of this year. So at this time, I would like to call forward my client, Selkie Lee. I believe she's actually already sitting there.
Yeah, she's sitting right in front of me. Could you turn the mic on and then pull it really close to you?
it's on.
All right. Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Selkie Lee, Sellki, last name is Lee.
Right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Seru.
Counsel?
Good afternoon. Selkie, Ms. Lee, did you have a chance to hear my testimony this afternoon?
Yes,
Was everything that I said true and accurate?
yes.
Is there anything that you would like to add to the board, or would you like to just adopt my testimony as your own?
Everything you said was correct and true.
Members of the board, if there are any questions, we'd be happy to answer them.
Sure. Questions from the board?
Yeah, quick question. What's the square footage of the restaurant?
So the square footage of that space is about 3,600 square feet.
And what was the venting? Can you go back to the plan?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a type 1 hood is what's indicated on the plan. Sorry, I'll scroll out a little bit.
Okay. And then how is that vented? How is that going to be vented? Is it vented through the building? Is it vented? How is
It's my understanding it's vented through the building. But Ms. Lee, is that your understanding as well?
How are you going to vent the?
It's venting throughout the back, and it's going to have the scrubber, so it won't have any grease.
So it goes through a scrubber first and it goes out the back.
Okay. And now you said bakery, so it's a bakery and restaurant. I'm not familiar with the restaurant, so I don't know what's the.
So it's a bakery, but in the code, because it's got, I think in the code, the maximum you can have for a takeout is 4 seats. And most of the applications I've had for a bakery, it's been qualified as a takeout restaurant. But because it's got approximately 50 seats and the intent is that everything's going to be baked on site, everything's going to be consumed on site, that puts us in the category of a sit-down restaurant under the code.
Gotcha. All right. Thank you.
Okay.
Other questions?
Yep. So is this an expansion or like this is another site for you guys to operate?
So, I'm sorry. So this is actually the only, so Selkie is going to be the franchisee for this particular location, but it's my understanding that Ms. Lee is not affiliated with that University City location.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, the University City location is going to be our second location, actually. It's not open yet, but.
Oh, I got it.
yes.
So you'll eventually open that out there.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
I kept wondering, I was like, now I know this hasn't opened yet. Okay.
Other questions?
And then you're gonna, the idea is that there's not gonna be any distribution, shall we say, from this bakery to the other side, or how is that gonna work?
So because the University City location is our second location, we're gonna distribute to that location.
Okay.
It's only between, like, if I own this location,
Oh, I
that's
got
the only stores that I could distribute to.
Okay, all right. But I do think that this is, and how are you gonna, when you do this, how are you gonna do this? You're gonna use trucks, you're gonna use vans, how are you gonna transport the goods from the one location to the other location?
We were planning to use like a small van, if not, just a small van. I don't think it's gonna be a truckload.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Other questions? Questions from our attorney, Hillary Emerson?
Yes, Ms. O'Neill, is this the entire like ground floor, or is it a certain unit on the ground floor?
So it's not the entire ground floor. It's my understanding that there's a second unit. I believe the second unit is over here. So your next question, I'm sure, is going to be what the unit number for this particular one is. And I will have to pull up a copy of the lease.
Yeah, I mean, if it's not on the lease, I think if we just say ground floor,
Okay.
that's fine, just to specify where it is, because the way the refusal's written, it sounds like the whole structure. So
Got it.
I think even just saying if it's one of two, I think just saying ground floor is fine if there is not a specific unit number. So
Okay.
we'll check.
I'm sorry, was there a question pending for me?
Oh yeah, no, it was, yeah.
Oh.
Were you, sorry, I thought you were checking the lease.
I'm
also
see.
trying to
I don't
pull
think
it
I have a
up here.
full copy of the lease. Let me stop sharing so I can just.
Why don't we use ground floor? Oh,
Yeah.
is that right?
That's, yeah, I think that would be
All right,
fine.
so MI 2026-000
Oh,
seven.
wait, hold on, Mr.
Um,
Trudy.
Wait,
Public
yeah, we
accessibility
didn't
and
do.
planning.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And
I'm
me.
sorry. This is, go ahead.
If anybody in the virtual audience would like to testify for this case, can you please raise your hand now? Chair, no hands for this case.
Planning Commission.
Amy Boyd with the Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change in zoning at this location from the existing CMX 2.5 commercial mixed use. The appellant has demonstrated that the proposed use will not cause detrimental impacts beyond what would reasonably be expected. The Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the requested special exception for eating and drinking establishments.
MI 2026-000-766-824 North Second Street. I vote yes with proviso, ground floor only.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes with proviso.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with proviso.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes with proviso.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes with proviso.
Taya Nguyen, my vote is yes with proviso.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Is there anyone in the audience whose case has not been called from the 2 o'clock list?
Chair, there's no hands.
All right, we're going to take a 5-minute break. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bill Bergman, and I will be chairing this meeting of the Philadelphia Zoning Board of Adjustment. With me is our Board Vice Chair, Tanetta Graham,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
our Board Secretary, Cheryl L. Gaston,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Board Member Michael Johns,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Board Member Taya Nguyen,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Board Member Ryan McAdams.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Also here is our attorney, Hillary Emerson, our zoning board director, Ann Haggerty, and our board administrator, Lakeisha Dandy. Recording of this hearing will be posted on the ZBA website. By participating, you consent to be recorded. This is an in-person meeting with remote capabilities. Whether remote or in person, when you're called to speak, you must state and spell your name and then wait to be sworn in. Once you're sworn in, please state your name each and every time that you testify. Any person may enter their appearance to become an interested party. 3 ways. You can identify the case property address on your Zoom webinar. You can see a staff member, or you can call the ZBA appearance line by the close of business tomorrow. Call 267-270-5548. Leave a message that includes your email address and the address of the property of the case. The following guideline is for our remote attendees. When directed, you must raise your virtual hand in order to be recognized to speak. If you're called to testify, you will be prompted to join as a panelist. Please accept the request and then turn on your camera. The Q&A is for questions about the hearing. Do not comment on the case in the Q&A. And finally, if you're participating by phone, press *9 to raise your hand and *6 to unmute. Let's look at our schedule for today. Number 1, 615 Alberger Avenue, MI 2023-006-038. This case is continued until August 26, 2026 at 3:30 p.m.
Chair, that continuance should be attorney moving party.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. right, so that Alberger Street is Attorney Moving Party. Number 2, is that Attorney Moving Party too? Okay.
No.
1447 West Cayuga Street, MI 2025-006-623. That case is continued till August 26, 2026 at 3:30. 3336 North 17th Street, which is MI 2025-006-634. That case is continued until 7/8/28 at 3:30. 7/8/2026. I'm
Yes,
sorry.
that's, yep.
And then, let me hear, 1108 Hawthorne Street, MI 2025-006-6733. That case is continued till 5/26/26 at 9:30 a.m.
Oh, I think that's supposed to be
8. Yep.
Yes, 8/26 at 9:30.
No, I don't think so. I think Ian gave me that.
Miss Dandy, is that?
I have 8. So he
That's
might
what I
have
have
wrote
as
the
well.
wrong date.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'll go
Yeah.
for it, but I thought that's what Ian came in and told me he was.
Yeah,
going for that one.
yeah, just in the, to the.
Because
I guess-
he didn't make it 3:30. He put it at 9.
Yes, we have 9:30 because there's an
So you want it
interpreter.
8/26/26 at 8:30.
At 9:30, yes.
9:30.
Yes.
All right. So
Thank you,
here's our
Mr. Chair.
Case. Yep. Right with you. Number 2. Let's see, number 7. 7 is first. Our regular list, number 7, MI 2025-007-536, 1248 North Front Street. Rachel Pritzker is the attorney. This is a letter of unanimous support from South Kensington, a letter of support from Fishtown, Kensington, and a letter of non-opposition from Councilmember Young.
And Rachel Pritzker should be coming back in as a panelist.
Thank you.
Hi, how are you?
We're doing great. Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Yes, Rachel, Rachael Pritzker, Pritzker.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Could you identify your client in relationship to the property?
Yeah, so my client is James Herman on behalf of KFN Holdings LLC.
And our vice chair has a few questions.
Sure.
Good evening. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes.
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with your case.
Thank you. Okay. Trying to just make this bigger. Okay. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay.
If you could make it a little larger.
Yep. This is 1248 to 50 North Front Street. Here's the refusal for the project. This application is just for the erection of an accessory projecting sign above the second floor windowsill with static illumination. The sign is accessory to the existing sit-down restaurant, which has been in place for many, many years. And the only refusal that we generated was because the maximum height of the sign has to be lower of the roof line or the second floor windowsill, whereas where we're proposing it is above the second floor windowsill. This is the application, our appeal. We did have a meeting with the Art Commission and we have approval, basically conditional approval pending the zoning hearing for the projecting sign. Project information form, tax clearance, the deed for the property. This is the aerial view of the zoning map for Front Street. It's a corner property right on Front and Thompson Streets. Aerial map as well, so you can see from here. The L goes right across Front Street and then West Thompson Street on the left side of the property. This is the zoning posters. Some exterior photos. As you can see, this is kind of a unique property. It's the home of Kung Fu Necktie, which is a well-known sit-down existing restaurant in the Fishtown neighborhood. The outside of the building has a couple unique features with, various roll-down windows and the door, a mural on the building in addition to sort of some ornate brickwork, and then also has existing window conditions and the L. So based on the exterior of the property, placing the sign, which you can see here in this image right here, which is already on the property, so this legalizes that. Basically, there's no other location to really put it below the second story windowsill. There's some piping that runs here. You have the mural as well, and then you have sort of the existing features with the brickwork and the awnings. So based on the code, we'd have to kind of orient the sign pretty low or potentially remove some of the awning or the window work and also obviously cover the mural. So given sort of the uniqueness of this, in addition to the L, which kind of makes it a little bit difficult to see kind of any signage, this location, given the murals, the windows, the awnings, and the L, is kind of the only location where it has any real visibility for pedestrians, going by or people in their cars, and also is out of the corner of the property or off some of the other features or too low that it wouldn't be visible. This is just another better close-up of the sign. Not very large, not really in the way, but allows for a little bit more visibility of the building. Again, another photo here. Just from this view, as you can see, the L is pretty close to where the property is. There's not a whole ton in the right of way as well. So putting it here kind of keeps it outside of all of that also. This is just the portion of the code. CMX3 can't have any illuminated signs, and you can't have them within higher than the second story windowsill. We met with South Kensington Community Partners, which was the coordinating RCO, on the 25th of February. We sent out the required mailers. And as mentioned, they offered a letter of support, 6 votes in support, 0 in opposition. Also have a letter of non-opposition from the Fishtown District. And a letter of non-opposition from Councilman Jeff Young's office. You also got letters of support from some surrounding near neighbors, 1300 to 02 North Front Street, right across the street, 1247 to 53 North Front, next door, 1246 North Front, and as mentioned, have approval from for the LED sign as well, from the Art Commission pending the vote of the Zoning Board of Adjustment. Here are the sign plans. Here's just a rendering of the site. And then some more details about the actual size, location, dimensions of the actual sign. So not a very large sign, not really in the way. unique to kind of match the building. And will be situated where you see in this photo. If I can bring my client on, James
Please.
Herman should be in the audience.
Do we see him?
Their hand is not currently raised. If you're in the audience, please raise your virtual hand. No hands, Chair.
Rachel, you're an officer of the court. We will take your testimony, questions from the board.
Yeah, question. So, where the second, do people reside on the second floor?
I'm not sure if people reside on the second floor.
And I guess my question would be if they, number one, if they have any issue, because with the sign, like reflect in their windowsill as when it's lit.
I can look that up in a second.
You ever been inside?
No, she is.
I know she is. Is it, are people live upstairs or is it? You was in the first floor? How many seats in the first floor?
I don't know if I was there. It's like half night.
Oh. She does. I asked her the first question. Rachel, could you call, see if you can get them on the line?
Yep.
There can't be much room in there. Can't be much room in there.
Hey, it's Rachel. Can you get on the Zoom link for the?
2 hours, and I don't know how I can connect. I don't know what to do. So somebody has to like send me something to connect or something.
No, you just have to raise your hand. Are you in the virtual audience? Are you on your phone or on Zoom? Okay, you have to just raise your hand on Zoom and then they'll promote you.
Not giving the option. Oh wait, pinch out for a bigger place.
You should have the ability to raise your hand.
I see auto setting, I see
Audio settings.
4 at the bottom, and it says cat, meeting seat. There's no. wave
What
command.
name are they under?
What name are you under?
My name? I don't know what name I'm
On the bottom left of where you're on it, you should see if it's a name or a phone number.
Rachel, could you want, I mean, you're an officer of the court. Could you ask them what's on the second floor?
Yeah,
Because
so
we've
they're
never
just
had that
asking,
storage.
is there any residents on the second floor of the building that would be bothered by the sign? No, the owners live up there.
Okay.
Yeah, so they have
Thank you.
no
Thank you,
issue with it.
Rachel.
Yeah.
Any-
Okay.
Any other questions?
Yeah, what are the hours that the sign would be illuminated?
What are the hours that the signs usually illuminated?
7 till, well, it would be 7 to midnight.
7 a.m. to midnight, Monday, no, 7 p.m., sorry. 7 p.m. to midnight, Monday through Thursday.
So essentially at dusk it comes on.
On Fridays and Saturdays.
And then 7 to 2 a.m. on Fridays and Saturdays.
I was like, what about when you open late? Okay. And does that mean that, so like this summer, would it be till 4 a.m. when the time gets extended?
Not pursuing that.
They're not pursuing that with FIFA. He said we're not pursuing that.
Okay, all right.
No.
all right.
Other questions from the board? Questions from our attorney?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
No hands, Chair.
Planning Commission?
Amy Boyd with the Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends a change in zoning at this location from the existing CMX3 commercial mixed use to CMX 2.5. The proposed sign was granted under GP 2024-008516. The Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the requested variance for sign height.
MI 2025-007536, 1248 to 50 North Front Street. I vote yes.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes.
Kaya Wynn, my vote is yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council. Number 5, MI 2025-007-325, 850 North Second Street. Michael Gumbel is the attorney. There's a letter of support from Queen Village Neighbors Association and a letter of non-opposition from Councilmember Squilla.
Michael Gumbel, please accept the promotion to become panelist. He's coming back in as a panelist now, Chair.
Hello?
Hi, Council. How are you? Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Yes, Michael Gumbel, Michael, last name Gumbel.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Could you identify your client in relationship to the property?
Yes, so I am actually the owner of the property and the applicant, as well as generally practicing an attorney.
Right. Our vice chair has a few questions.
Good evening. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
I have.
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and
do.
stipulate to its accuracy? All right,
Yes.
you can start with your case.
Thank you. Okay, are you able to see the screen?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, thank you for having me today. My name again is Mike Gumbel, and I am the owner of the property 850 South 2nd Street. This property is located in Queen Village at the corner of 2nd and Christian. It's a CMX2 property that is commercial on the first floor, and then it's got 2 apartments up on the 2nd and 3rd floor. The commercial aspect of it is where I have my law office and my real estate office, and then the 2nd and 3rd floor are, again, apartments. What we're essentially doing is seeking a renewal of the visitor accommodations license. We applied several years ago and were granted a 3-year temporary variance on that, and it's now come up for renewal again, so we're seeking to renew that. As well as originally I had only sought the 3rd floor because the 2nd floor was occupied. The 2nd floor has since been vacated and we've remodeled it, and so we're looking to extend the visitor accommodations into the 2nd floor as well. Exhibit A, you've got the refusal. Again, we're not making any dimensional or construction changes to the property. Everything's going to remain the same as far as that goes. It's really just seeking a use accommodation for visitor accommodations. We have the application, the PIF form. Exhibit D is the 2022 permit where the visitor accommodations was granted, again, on a 3-year temporary proviso. We have the deed. Exhibit F is the tax clearance certificate, which was not included in the original exhibits. However, I was able to obtain it today, and I did upload it to the exhibit website portal. Exhibit G is the posting back on March 26th of the signs for the ZBA hearing. And then here we have photos of the property itself. So as you'll see here on the first floor, we have the entrance to my office. There's a separate entrance to the apartments that just directly goes into them. To the right of my property is Lucky's Last Chance. It's a bar, restaurant in Queen Village. And to the left of my property is Java Coffee Company, again, a local business in the neighborhood. So I'm surrounded by other businesses on both sides and up and down the street. Next to the bar is a gym, and then there's several other businesses north of that. Here you can see the actual building itself. You can see this is a pretty busy intersection at the corner of 2nd and Christian, but again, most of the properties themselves surrounding are commercial. Next, you'll see a couple pictures of the inside of the 3rd floor unit. It's a 1-bedroom apartment, so it's not a large place. We don't accommodate a lot of people in it. And then this is the 2nd floor apartment that, again, we're seeking the variance for as well. This is also a 1-bedroom apartment. It's a smaller apartment, so the usage would be much less than the 3rd floor. Here, just by example, is the Airbnb posting that we've had for the last several years. This is for the 3rd floor apartment. We have a strict guideline where we don't allow anybody to come in and just book automatically. So if they want to book with us, they have to send us a request and tell us why they're coming in. And we only allow people that have 5-star reviews. We don't want people coming in for parties. We don't want to disrupt the neighborhood. We want people that are coming in that are going to take care of our place and be respectful to the neighbors around us. Generally speaking, most of the people that are staying with us are people that are coming to visit family and friends who live in Queen Village, Society Hill, Bella Vista, so they want to be close to them so that they can visit them in walking to their house and not having to deal with parking and whatnot in Center City. They want to be in a local neighborhood environment when they're staying in Philadelphia. You can also see we have all 5-star reviews, guest favorite, Superhost, top 5% of homes. So I think we've done a good job of really trying to promote ourselves as a great place to stay, a clean place, a respectful place, and I think that bears itself out in the reviews that we have. Next, we have the letter of support from QVNA, and after that, I also just included the letter that went out to the neighbors, as well as the first page showing the certificate of mailing for the surrounding neighbor letters. I think my only request is that QVNA, in their letter, they asked for a 2-year temporary. The original one was for 3 years. I would request a longer variance than the 2 years because it is quite onerous and expensive to have to go through this process every couple years. As you know, the process itself takes about 6 to 8 months to get through. So essentially, if I were to get a 2-year, then within a couple months, I'd have to start all over again. So it's my request, because we have a good track record here, that we'd be given a longer variance if there's going to be a sunset on this. And with that, I'll open it up to questions.
Yeah, I don't even have to call for the owner. I mean, go ahead. Go ahead. Questions from the board? Questions or comments from our attorney?
Yes. Okay. So have you ever rented these for like long-term rentals, or why is that not an option here?
So originally, when we purchased the building, the building itself was quite expensive. I tried to get long-term rentals that would justify the mortgage and the capital improvements that had to go into the building, and I couldn't get rents that were sufficient to allow us to pay the bills and utilities on the building. In addition, in the last several years, there's been massive development. So right across the street, there was an apartment building that went up with 42 apartments. So the competition for apartments has also gotten quite onerous and competitive. And with how old this building is and again the amount of improvements that would have to go into it, I simply just can't compete. But I also feel that we're providing a service to the neighborhood and to the city because, again, a lot of people who come and visit, they don't necessarily want to stay in a hotel in Center City. They want a comfortable place where they can stay at. And I think that the apartments that we have and the services we provide are valuable to them. They're valuable to the neighborhood and to the city.
And let me just clarify. So you want to extend the temporary variance that was granted for the third floor, and you also want to now have a temporary, well, you want to have a visitor accommodation on the second floor. Is that
Correct?
what you do? Okay, all right, thank you.
Questions?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
I see no hands, Chair.
Planning Commission.
Amy Boyd with Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change in zoning at this location from the existing CMX1 commercial mixed use. The appellant has not shown that there are unique physical conditions or circumstances of the property that would prevent it from being used in conformance with the zoning code. The Planning Commission recommends the board deny the requested variance for visitor accommodation.
MI 2025 007 325 850 South 2nd Street. I vote yes with proviso. Temporary variance expires 4/23/29, second and third floor only.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes with proviso.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with proviso.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes with proviso.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes with proviso.
Taya Nguyen, my vote is yes with proviso.
Okay. Number 6, MI 2020.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Council. MI 2025 007 335 801 Selmat Street. Henry Clinton is the attorney. Selma Street, I'm sorry. Unanimous support from Somerton Civic Association.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board.
Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Sure, my name is Henry Clinton, Henry Clinton, Clinton.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Could you identify your client in relationship to the property?
Sure, the two clients, husband and wife, they're homeowners, Gilberto Ordonez, Ordonez, and Arcely, Aracely, Cordova, Cordova.
Our vice chair has a few questions, sir.
Good evening. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
I have, Ms. Graham.
Thank you. And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
I do.
Right. Thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with your case.
Visible, Mr. Chairman?
It is, Henry. It's good.
Okay. Again, good evening on behalf of my clients, husband and wife, homeowners of this single-family home. This is a request for the removal of an interior parking space, which is a garage, and then replacing that parking space with a parking space outside in front of the house. But when I show you the photographs, it'll become clearer. These are my table of contents, refusal A1 through A10, which I ask be admitted. And here's refusal. It's an RSD3 zoning district. Removal of one accessory off-street interior parking space, i.e. a garage, and then an accessory off-street parking space in front of the garage, which is typically done in this neighborhood in Northeast Philadelphia. As Chairman mentioned, RCO letter of support, 50 in favor, 0 opposed. Somerton Civic Association. Photographs, this is Bustleton Avenue. This is Tomlinson. So it's in Northeast Philadelphia. A closer view, it's a corner lot. And so typically the homes in this neighborhood have a garage that some people park in. Others convert it into, storage, maybe a family room. And you can see there's a number of areas, and I actually have particular addresses on the street and surrounding streets where this is done on a routine basis. So this is my client's property. As I say, it's a corner lot. Just another view looking at the front. And right here, this was a garage, and now it's a storage area. And I have interior photographs too. This is looking at the property from the north. This is down the street, 800 Selma. You can see this, they've converted their garage into some type of a habitable space, or perhaps just unheated space. 809 across the street, on the same side of the street, same thing, double doors into what was once the garage and parking on the outside. This is the interior. It's not going to be a bedroom. Though the concern at the community group was whether my client was trying to make this into a duplex, and not really doing that in any way. More interior photographs. Postings of the signs. Here's the plans. Again, this is the site on the left-hand side. Different views of the property. It's a 4-bedroom home. These are additional homes in the area that are doing or have done what my client has already done. This is the site in the shaded area. This is one of the properties I showed you. That's F, that's 809. E is another property across the street, 808. Has the same situation, as does the homes on Burgess Street and also Lakespur Street right around the corner. Turning radius, we do have streets approval, which I will show you. In and out of the property, streets approval right here. We also have an accompanying letter. So instead of parking inside the home, the family will park on the concrete pad, which is in front of the property. Streets approval. Remaining documents are the typical documents you'd see, PIP form, proof from the tax center, the taxes are upstanding and paid, zoning map, again, RSD3 zoning district, deed indicating ownership. My clients purchased it in 2023. Notices that went to 48 pieces of mail to the surrounding neighbors and neighborhood. And as you can see, that the meeting was well attended. So we're not impacting anyone's light or air, development of any properties. It's in conformance with what other neighbors are doing in the block, just adding additional storage space to the property. And we are not parking on the street. It is an off-street parking situation. Just instead of being interior, it's exterior. So with that, I'm going to ask my client to unmute herself. Shelley, are you on the call? I just spoke to you. You can raise your hand by pushing that button or pointing to that button.
What's your client's name? Because I have two.
Her Shelley, she might be calling under MARROQUINN.
Okay, yes. She's being promoted now to panelist.
Okay. Shelley?
Hi, Shelley. Good evening.
Me?
There we go.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, how are you?
Good. Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Yes, my name is Araceli, is Aracely.
The rest of it?
Cordova is Cordobda.
Okay. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes,
Counsel?
Hi, Miss Cordova. How are you tonight?
good. How are you?
Good, good. Good to see you. Did you hear the testimony that I gave on your behalf concerning your home?
Yes,
And if you had the opportunity to testify, would you adopt what I said as your own?
yeah, yes,
And would you consider that true and correct?
yes.
Thank you.
Questions from the board? Question? Go ahead.
Did we see? Okay, all right. No, I just wanted to see. So are we gonna, where is there a garage door or are we?
Yes. So where my cursor is here, this
Uh-huh.
was a former garage door, and now there's a.
It's already been converted. Okay.
Correct,
Okay. All right,
correct.
All right. And then what's inside?
So inside is storage. It was going to be a gym. They have a 22-year-old son who lives with them, but I think those plans are by the wayside right now. I think maybe Planet Fitness is in the cards.
Pretty good, Henry.
Okay, thank you.
Questions or comments from our attorney?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Question or comments from the virtual audience?
Yes, Chair, we have Alice Udovich.
All right, Alice, this is your last one.
Thank you, Chairman. Alice Udovich, Udovich, on behalf of Councilman Brian O'Neill. The councilman has no objection to the granting of the variance.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good night, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you.
Questions or comments from planning?
Amy Boyd with the Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change in zoning at this location from the current RSD3 residential single family. The appellant is seeking to legalize the removal of a garage and parking in the required front yard, which was done without the benefit of permits. The appellant has not demonstrated that there are unique physical conditions or circumstances of the property that would prevent it from being used in conformance with the zoning code. The Planning Commission recommends that the board deny the requested variance for parking in the required front yard.
MI 2025-007-335-801 Selma Street. I vote yes.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes.
Hi, Owen, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Council, thank you.
Can I make one other point? I just wanted to thank the administration for giving everybody a heads up when our cases are being called. It's very convenient for the clients as well as the attorney. So
Oh,
hats off to
well, that was
staff.
all Ian. I think Ian left a couple minutes, right?
All right.
He had to go to a baseball game. Ian will love to heir that, Henry. Thank you so
All
much.
right, thank you.
All right, number 8, MI 2026-007-792-754 North 44th Street. Meredith Furliger is the attorney.
Last but not least this evening, Mr.
Well, that's
Chairman,
all. Just could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Meredith Ferliger, Ferleger.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
So this is a reconsideration hearing. The evidence and testimony presented at the January 28th, 2026 hearing in this matter are incorporated into the record and the hearing on reconsideration. The scope of this hearing is limited to the presentation of supplemental evidence and testimony only. The way we have this is you're going to give us your presentation. There'll be questions from the board. There'll be public testimony and then planning.
Absolutely
Why don't you
noted.
Just give us a short overview of
Yeah.
what happened and what's different.
No problem. And Mr. Chairman, just to correct, the address is 753 North 44th Street. I think you said 754. So just wanted to make sure for the record that's clear.
We have 753? Oh, all right, we're good. We have 753.
Okay, excellent. All right, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, as I mentioned, I'm here this evening on behalf of 42nd Market Associates, LLC, which owns 753 North 44th Street. With me today, I have Brahim and Gladen, who's a member of the LLC, and we do also have the architect on the line, should there be any additional questions. As the board knows, this board granted reconsideration and rehearing concerning its previous denial of this application. I will give a brief reminder of the case and will then share the updated plans for your consideration. I did include in the exhibit packet updated tax clearance as well as zoning poster compliance at both respectively exhibits 2 and 16. Just to refresh your memory on this case, the bookmarks, the proposed development sits at 753 North 44th Street in West Belmont. This property sits on North 44th Street, which is between Brown Street to the north and Aspen Street to the south. As included at Exhibit 9, which was before the board the last time, the project was previously permitted back in 2021, but the entitlements unfortunately expired while my client was, at the same time, pursuing relief for the immediately adjacent lot at 755 North 44th Street. There were some unfortunate timing issues stemming from an intervening remapping that created an inconsistency in the permit timeline for these two immediately adjacent lots. Despite the fact that this particular project had been permitted prior even to my client purchasing the property and while it was still zoned RM1. And again, those permits are up on the screen for reference. Just as a reminder, the community was supportive of this zoning relief request. And just by way of reference, I did add this time around at Exhibit 18, the permits issued for 755 North 44th Street, which followed the board granting relief for that project in January of 2024, so not all that long ago. Here, during the original hearing back in December, the applicant was simply looking to re-entitle the identical project that does remain approved on the immediately adjoining lot. Now, during the hearing in December, board members expressed two primary reservations. Both of those concerns were addressed and included with the reconsideration request that this board was gracious enough to grant. First, board members expressed reservation that the project at 753 and by association also 755 did not aesthetically match the newer adjoining properties to the north. Bring that up. Which directly adjoin 755. So just by way of reference, 753 that's before the board is shown with the arrow. Immediately next door is 755. And the properties that were used really as the aesthetic reference are immediately next door to that at 757 and 759. Although the design concern in this case was not necessarily raised in 2024, when 755 was before the board, the current sense was that the proposed new construction should better align with the character of the other newer structures. Although the applicant would very respectfully have no obligation to modify 755, which was already previously approved, the applicant did note in its reconsideration that it has always been the intent and would be most efficient and economical to build two identical projects. And therefore, the proposed renderings that are included at Exhibit 6 will be replicated at 755 as well, to ensure that there is a uniform facade across both of the new properties. These new renderings show that a partial front porch and overhang have now been added to better match the character of 757 759 North 44th Street. And again, these already complement the existing front setbacks that already exist. Furthermore, just again for better reference, we did render 753, 755, as well as 757, again, just to try and show how this revised design does better harmonize with the character of the existing structures. As I mentioned, the architect is on the line and can share any additional details on the aesthetic characteristics that are necessary. The second concern surrounded the interior layout, specifically the second and third floor proposed two-bedroom units that the board opined were too small to comfortably fit that layout. A revised set of floor plans, let me get rid of that for you. A revised set of floor plans is shown up on the screen at Exhibit 6, which now provides for one 1,400 two-bedroom unit on the first floor and lower level, and two 700 square foot one-bedroom units on each of the second and third floors. In addition to the removal of the two-bedroom layouts on the second and third floor, the rear stairs were also relocated to the side to remove intrusion into the rear yard area, which directly fronts on Palace Street. As we noted in our request for reconsideration, in addition to the multitude of hardships that we presented to the board during the first hearing, which we submitted grant relief for the 3 dwelling units, this property is only one of 2 remaining vacant lots between Aspen and Brown Street. And I can show on the aerials that condition. This development, in conjunction with 755 next door, will further contribute to the revitalization of this block in accordance with community planning, and encourage further investment into many still existing dilapidated structures further towards Aspen Street. Now, again, unless the board requires refreshment of all of the arguments presented in December, I will again just summarize the hardships that surrounded the previous zoning authorization for the project that did unfortunately expire, robust community support for this proposal, unique physical conditions of the property, such as the intervening rezoning post-purchase, significant multifamily character of the block, and a uniquely situated property that is ripe for added density due to residential uses only sitting on the west side of this block, and the fact that the property has dual street frontage, which further accommodates efficient trash storage, light, air, and open space. As always, I did include the full reconsideration petition and the previously submitted memorandum of law, as well as all of the originally submitted exhibits for reference. And of course, I'm very happy to walk through any specific details if necessary. So at this time, I would ask if Brahim, if you could raise your virtual hand so that the chair can swear you in.
Okay. Do we see him?
I see him a couple times, actually.
Brahim?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh,
State your name and spell it for the
Brahim Aygladen, Brahim is my first name. Last name is Ighladen.
All right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Counsel?
Brahim, just to confirm, you are an authorized member of 42nd Market Associates LLC, the owner of the property, correct?
Yes, I am.
And just again, to reaffirm what I've said here today, if the board is to grant this request, you will mimic and copy the aesthetic changes that are before the board today for the immediately adjacent property at 755 as well. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
And otherwise, it is the intent to be building 2 completely identical projects here. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you've heard all of the testimony and evidence that was offered in front of the board today?
Yes.
Would you agree that that testimony was true and accurate, and would you adopt it as if you had provided it yourself?
Yes.
Happy to answer any questions.
Questions from the board?
Yeah, I have a question. So while I appreciate going back to the drawing board, so to speak, to try to match the continuity of the block has 4 porches. And the renderings that I witnessed did not have full porches, so I'm not seeing how that is keeping the continuity of the block, which was an issue I think that was raised.
So respectfully, board member, this block does not have a continuous look. So I think it's a little bit confusing because these are not full porches that are next door. These are, I guess what you would refer to as sort of partial porches, and that's the condition that is thought to be replicated. Full porches are not characteristic of the immediately adjacent.
Go further down the rest of the block and you'll see full porches.
Understood, board member. But again, during the first hearing, these were the ones that were really the focus of a lot of discussion, especially because of the condition of many of these properties. So
Yeah,
if I
while dilapidated, you still see full porches.
As the
So,
person that made the comment, that is actually not true. I was talking about the rest of the block.
Yep. And then my other question is, is there another design for 2 units that would be available?
Board member, yes, we do have another floor plan for 2 units, but again, as we expressed in our reconsideration petition, there is already a 3-unit approved immediately next door. And so I don't know if Brahim, if I could ask you, in terms of the constructability of building 1 3-unit and 1 2-unit, if you could try and address sort of the efficiency of that particular option.
I'm sorry, can the second part of the question that the sound goes back and forth. I don't know if it's
Sir,
my
I think
computer
you have
or
2 devices on. It's because when you speak, there's an echo. So I think you have 2 devices on. So just make sure one of them is muted. Can you still hear us?
I'm sorry?
I think you have 2 devices on. And so I think one of
No,
them-
I have just one, just my laptop. I'm in front of my laptop.
Oh, there's some echo somewhere.
Yeah, no, I have just one device.
Okay.
Try to ask the question again, Hillary.
So Brahim, the board member questioned a potential 2-unit design, and I was hoping you could just explain the downside of essentially having a 2-unit building here when there is already a 3-unit approved immediately next door. That's the question.
Okay, so the way I'm looking at it, if I got a 3-unit, since we reduced the second and a third units to 1 bedrooms instead of two like it was before, and one of the board members last time he thought that they were very like tiny small. So if I do this as 1 bedroom each and a second and third floor, or I do a duplex, if I end up doing a duplex, it's going to be a bi-level second and a third floor. So gonna go back again to 2 bedrooms, maybe on the third floor, and then leave the second floor as a kitchen and living room. So as far as density, it's going to be the same. Income wise, probably will be the same construction cost. I just thought maybe it's a great idea to give an opportunity to a young couple or even a single person to get his own 1-bedroom apartment versus 2 bedrooms.
But again, board members, with respect, we will defer to the board's judgment. Certainly we're in front of you. That is absolutely an option, but again, this did receive full community support. Like I said, it is approved immediately next door, not all that long ago. And really the conditions for this property are identical to that one. So, again, respectfully, we would request the approval for 3 units, but we again would defer to the board's judgment on that.
So I think what we'll do is we're going to hold a vote, right? We'll vote next week, and we'll have a discussion among the board about where we want to stand with this. Does the board
Yeah,
have anything else to add?
I do just want to make one comment about the porches. And I understand the board members and I had comments about the porches too. But the fact that you did match the PHA redevelopment homeownership units in terms of the portico porches, I think works in my opinion because they're right next to it. And I understand that it doesn't match the rest of the block, but unfortunately, the PHA units that we didn't match the rest of the block, but they do have porches.
Whose fault was that?
A nod to the porches. So
I would say that's because they had a great foundation of building on design in that place. That's why.
But there was a nod to the porches. So with in that regard, I think moving in that direction, if you can make your porticos bigger, maybe could be, a little bit more significant. But I appreciate the fact that you did begin to match what was the newest development for home ownership that the authority did. So
yeah, it's a challenging block. There's not one clear aesthetic to match. So this, again, is sort of good faith effort to try and pick what is the newest and would look the most consistent. So
right. Just exactly where you are. So yeah.
Does anybody else have anything they want to add? Questions from our attorney?
Not at this time.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
No hands at this time, Chair.
Planning Commission,
Hey, Chair, we have nothing to add.
pardon me?
I said we had nothing
okay,
to add from the
good.
previous.
Thank you very
Yeah.
much. We'll vote on this next week, 2 p.m. I'll vote, and we'll discuss it at the executive session on Wednesday morning.
Thank you.
Okay? All right, thank you, and thank you for staying so late.
Thank you so much.
Great.
Anyone left in the audience whose case has not been called?
No hands, Chair.
Thanks, everybody. I think we got through a lot of work today.
Yeah.
Not a bad time either. Not a bad time here.